相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
GG bro! Don't worry, the Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Only Facebook or Only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events.
and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, way reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Wala kasang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in Esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Hoy, tingin kayo, sa harap. Isipin niyo yung bata na yung pre, nagpagod bumiyahe para lang mamanood tayo.
Sa lahat ng fans namin, gusto ko malaman nyo na lahat ng ito ng pinaghihirapan namin, lahat ito para sa inyo. Isa kayo sa mga motivations namin.
Pag nagsalita ako dito, magbabago yung mundo eh. Magbabago yung perspective ng mga tao. Di pa nananalo ang current ah.
Maligayang pagbabalik, MPL Super Fans. Once again, my name is Hans Galeria at na-miss namin kayong lahat. No, Odin, kamusta ba ang long break?
Siyempre naman. At I would like to admit na masaya talaga ang pagpapahinga. Pero binilang ko talaga ang mga araw sa pagbabalik natin dito sa MPL Arena, especially since last 2 weeks na lamang tayo sa regular season.
Okay, last 2 weeks na lang tayo. So, meron pang nag-iisang spot, I believe, na pinaglalabanan ng ating mga playoff teams, right?
At bago natin pag-usapan yan, balikan muna natin kung ano nga ba nangyari the past week bago tayo bumalik dito.
Eto na nga. Kasi nung mga nakaraang linggo, we've already witnessed at least 5 MPL teams na makapasok sa ating playoffs. That's Aurora, Team Liquid Philippines, Onyx PH, Team Falcons, and for the first time since Season 9, yan ay ang TNC Pro Team.
Yung huli week lamang ang hiningi ko sa'yo, pero history talaga ang binigay mo sa amin, Hans. Grabe ang knowledge mo sa MLBB. But jokes aside, hinihintay natin kung sino nga ba sa Twisted Minds, Smart Omega at AP Bren ang makakakuha ng final slot. At earlier this week ay may naganap na patch. So sigurado talagang may baon na bagong strategies ang ating mga kupunan.
Panibagong patch, panibagong strategies, and a lot of things are on the line for the last 3 teams na naghihintay para sa kanilang final spot sa playoffs. Pero ang ipinagtataka ko ay kung alam mo na ba ang balita o nakita nyo na ba ang balita na may bago ng skin na paparating sa MLBB. Handa ka na ba para doon, Odin?
Parang hindi pa handa yung Diamond Scott. Naghihintay pa ako ng mga diamonds na darating sa atin, Hans. At gusto kong malaman kung handa na ba ang ating super fans na mapunta sa Konoha?
Handang-handa na siguro sila dahil sa ngayon ay makikita na, hindi ko kasi alam kung paano gawin yung mga gumaganyan-ganyan sila. Baka kasi may mabuong sharingan dito. Pero hayaan mo na dahil makikita nyo na rin very soon ang ating mga Naruto skins. Kaya sa mga susunod na linggo ay magiging ninja muna ang lahat ng sambayan ng Pilipino na sumusuporta sa MPL Philippines dahil ngayon malapit na ang tsansa na makita natin yung mga skins na yun. Just imagine, right? A lot of really good skins, very intense matchups, and a race to the playoffs ang inahabol ng ating tatlong teams. Huwag na tayo magpaligoy-ligoy pa. Oras na para ilabas ang tunay na lakas ng Pinas. Dito lang sa MPL Philippines Season 15.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a minute. It's been a couple weeks, actually, and we're now here. It's week 7 ahead of us for the regular season here for the MPL Philippines at Season 15. What is up, guys? I'm Nice to joined here on the desk with, once again, it's us, the Wee Bear Bros. It's Leo and Renmar.
We were just... we were told, all right? Like, I have no idea what I just did. I might have conjured something.
Hey, why was he the only one that did it?
I did it too. What do you mean? We were both throwing up the signs.
I did rat, horse, rock and roll.
Is it all going to be about the signs today?
Yeah, it will be. It's a lot of signs we got to follow.
There are some signs here, and you know, I feel like for some of our viewers out there too, you're going to have to kind of catch back up with us as well. I feel like, what was it, about 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
It's about 2 weeks,
It's been a hot minute.
It's been a hot minute, like it's hot outside, but that's the thing, man. 2 weeks goes by, and a lot has probably changed in some of the landscape here. Of course, you know, we're looking at, what, one more team to lock in their spot for the playoffs, hopefully, moving forward. Don't know if we're going to find that out exactly just today, but we'll probably cover some of that later for you guys. But before that, we want to thank our sponsors, of course, before we get started for our day. You can play like a pro with Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL tournament phone.
Grab yours now and use the voucher code INFIMPL. That's INFIMPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off and get exclusive freebies.
With GT20 Pro, sigurado ang hashtag lakas sa laro.
There it is. And again, thank you to Infinix. Also, we have to give a thank you and a shout out to BPI. You can level up your savings for an epic tomorrow.
Open a hashtag SaveUp account today via the BPI app. All you need is one ID, and in just 5 minutes, you have an account.
You want that bread? You want that money? You also have a chance to win 1,250 diamonds. It's now easier to save, and your in-game experience will be even more epic, legendary, nay, immortal. A more epic tomorrow. Open it with BPI.
And you're going to want those diamonds, guys, because, you know, pretty soon. I'm sure you guys already saw it loading into our stinger here for today. Those skins are coming out. We've been talking about those for weeks.
Yeah.
The old Naruto collab.
Naruto Shippuden.
Yeah.
Naruto Shippuden.
I'm looking so forward to playing as Ichigo, Midoriya, Goku. It's going to be amazing.
Saitama.
Just all of the wrong ones, right? But also, we're going to take a look at the standings here in just a second to go ahead and showcase where we are currently.
Right now, it's confirmed that there are 5 teams going into the playoffs. The last one, still up in the air between Twisted Minds, AP Bren, and Smart Omega. We're also watching out for who makes it into the upper bracket.
Yeah, no one's fully secured yet in their slots where they are. Team Liquid Philippines, Aurora, Onyx, Falcons. Those are the 4 teams who have the chance to secure a top 2 spot. And of course, as usual, when you finish the regular season in MPL Philippines top 2, you skip the first round and you get a chance to scout your opponents.
Yeah, that's a huge advantage that the teams are going to be fighting here heading into these last couple weeks.
Not to jump the gun or, you know, time travel 2 months in the future, but that's 2 best-of-5s away from MSC at EWC. 2 best-of-5s.
2 best-of-5s.
That's all you got to do when you're in the upper bracket.
Hey, and I would think, I guess, you know, when you think about it that way, that is not a whole lot of games that you have to go through and focus on to be able to go in and lock that spot representing the Philippines moving forward in, you know, what a lot of the teams right now are anticipating to be, you know, the biggest esport event heading forward. Now, today's schedule, of course, for our first match here, we are kicking it off with Twisted Minds versus Smart Omega. A win here gives either team a better chance at taking the playoff spot. Not any guarantees just yet, depending on who wins, but it is a step in the right direction. And then later on, our last match of the day is Team Falcons versus TNC Pro Team. This is to fight to basically get better placement at the end of the regular season.
A little birdie told me there's a roster shakeup happening, but that's for later on tonight. You got to stay tuned.
Oh, I like how you dropped the teaser already. So now people are going to have to be wondering, what do you mean roster shakeup, sir? And I'll add a little bit more to that. It is not what you expect.
And it's in the family.
It's in the family. Runs in the blood, you may say.
Runs in the blood. Oh, man. People are going to be waiting to see exactly what we're talking about there. But, of course, like we mentioned, a lot might have changed in a couple weeks. You know, and I think for a lot of people, if you haven't gotten the chance to stay up to date, we are going to be talking shortly here about the patch that just happened. I feel like, man, this season, how many patches have we had?
2 so far.
Two like major ones, right, that have come through and made some changes. So here's the patch notes for 1.9.64.2. Renmar, can you take us through some of the changes?
All right, so we gotta take the elephant out of the room. Kimmy and Glue is not available this week. They will be available next week, so we'll delve more a bit into the changes and why they have or will shake up the meta when they are made available next week. But for the hero adjustments, look at the nerfs. A nerf to Suyo makes him more squishier to magic damage with Immortal Form. A nerf to Granger means he's a little bit less mobile, less annoying. The vision provided now by Death Sonata hits, gone. Fanny nerfed as well. Harith adjusted. I wouldn't call it a hard nerf. He is easier to play, but he does deal less damage. While looking at the equipment adjustments, of course, you have to note that Dominance Ice no longer provides mana. It's mostly focused towards building physical defense early on. It's made cheaper as well. So most fighters, tanks, would want to rush that item because it's just so good. But I agree with what Ben Thing said a couple weeks back. We are still in that Chop Suey era where we'll see building the component first into Dominance Ice, the Black Eye Shield, and then holding that, building another full item first before full building Dominance Ice.
I think that's fine, especially since Black Ice Armor also got the adjustment from mana to HP buff.
Yes.
Most tanks just need HP these days, so that's a definite huge change, especially in the Chop Suey meta. If you look at the top nerfed heroes, I'm looking at Yusin Shin, I'm looking at Gord.
He was buffed.
And I'm looking at Fredrin.
Oh yeah. Fred is back.
Oh, Fred.
Let's just say that Fred is back.
Fred is back, and yeah, I'm happy to see the Gord there. I don't know if he's buffed enough to go ahead and bring him into competitive play, but we'll see. And also, again, our highlight here is it now or never. The Power Spike versus Omega Timers. And man, we have been talking about the Omega Timers all season long. They've been trying to find them, and that's the thing with all the meta constantly changing on these major patches like that, it always gives them the opportunity, teams like Twisted Minds, teams like Smart Omega, to actually go ahead and showcase something. But now it's almost like, darn, it's almost too late, you know, when you look at this, because as we look at where the seeding for the playoffs is happening here, I mean, you can see where they are specifically standing between Twisted Minds and Smart Omega.
Yeah, that's why we said earlier, a win for either Twisted Minds or Omegas today makes it a little bit easier for them. But let's just put it in an Omega perspective first and why it's a little bit more difficult for them to attain that.
Yeah.
Yes, they are still within reach, but Twisted Minds is leading AP Brand and Omega in points so far heading into this weekend. AP Brand and Omega cannot secure the last playoff slot this week. If ever they will secure 6th place, that's going to be next week still. While Twisted Minds can actually secure their playoff slot this week as long as they can beat Omega, beat AP Brand, and there are also some other conditions to watch out for there.
It's a zero-sum game for these 3 left in the outhouse, basically, of the MPL Philippines Season 15 brackets. If you secure, that means you knock out the 2 others. It's that simple.
Yeah, and you know, we're going to have to take a closer look here at the parallels between Twisted Minds right now and the old Blacklist. This is the twist of fate. Is the Week 6 power spike real, Renoir?
Oh, well, if you remember back in MPL Philippines Season 14, that was it, last year, Blacklist International were so shaky heading into the 6th week, and then eventually they made it into the playoffs, making it even to a top 4 finish. They were the ones to actually take out Omega during the play-ins round in last season's playoffs. Can Twisted Minds replicate the same thing? I mean, come on. You have Coach Bonchan, Coach Eson, MP the King, Haji, the main characters during that storyline for Blacklist International last season, now here with Twisted Minds. And in one of the most important matches of the season for them to secure their playoff slot, they're going up against the team they eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. Mind you, Omega were 3rd place at the end of the regular season last season. Blacklist was 6th and were expected to lose, but they defeated the men that you see on your screen right now.
Yeah, and another kind of comparison here between them is, of course, Smart Omega, because they have also been the team that has just kind of at the end of usually regular season, they've made it to the playoffs, you know, for a lot of the teams here. So this is now how can Omega qualify for the playoffs the last week of the regular season, because they did it 4 out of 6 times before in this franchise era.
It's been a while since we've seen Omega actually get on top of the game. Sure, in Season 14, they started strong.
Yep.
They kept their head up high all the way until the playoffs, where they suffered a round 1 exit, as mentioned, in the hands of Blacklist. But I don't know, maybe something tells me we haven't seen the last of them. Something tells me maybe they make Twisted Minds run all the more interesting by putting up quite the resistance. Because I'm looking at the boys now. They look okay. They look like they're in great shape and great spirits. Was that Andoryu pulling off his own glorious pose? Was that was that a thing?
It's a glorious pose mixed with his own ninja signs, I guess.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that the mentality in the barangay is still, we can do this. Their own Mamba mentality, given that, is Chocolate in the building? I actually don't know.
I didn't see, I wasn't sure. I didn't see him in there.
Yeah, well, based off of the previews from the loading screen, it looks like it's going to be actually Super Yoshi who's going to be playing and not the Mamba himself today.
Yeah, and they've been through some of those changes, you know, often throughout the regular season. Now, a question for our community out there, which will prevail? You got 2 options here. Is it going to be A, Twisted Minds, the late season power spike, or is it going to be B, Omega's classic Omega timer? For me, honestly, I don't know at this point, man. You know, Week 7, this is still a huge 50-50 for me, but based off what we at least saw from the last week of a regular season, so back in Week 6, I would lean a little more towards Twisted Minds here, I think.
Recent history will say yes.
Yeah.
But when you look at the DNA of these 2 teams, and you look at for how long they've been doing this, Omega loves these kinds of situations.
Yeah.
But when they pulled off those kinds of glory runs, look at the player base, look at those historical, hopeful runs they've done. A majority of those players aren't there anymore.
Yeah, and I just have to say here, new patch update. The team that usually does well with that is a team that has Coach Bonchan and Coach Essen in their lineup, so I'm for Twisted on this one.
That's true. You guys can let us know with your emotes by supporting the team. They're only 109 diamonds only.
You can get your emotes for Aurora, Team Liquid Philippines, Twisted Minds, and if you haven't yet, you can check out Onyx, Omega, and TNC's battle emotes they're returning.
Yeah, you can show your support for your favorite MPL team and buy them now at the in-game shop. They are available. You still got new ones coming out soon, but they also got the Falcons one just released.
Oh, yeah. Well, do you guys want to predict while we have these in our hands right now?
I already did on the forecast. It's Twisted Minds for me, 2-0.
Yeah, I was going to Twisted Minds too.
How's your forecast been this season though? Like hit or miss,
Overall.
or like have you hit your stride?
I'm averaging like 8.5 points out of 14 a week. So that means
that's great.
Above average, like above mid.
Was that better than last season? Or were you like,
no, I
feel like this season was...
I'm on fire last season. I was so much better last season.
Yep, same. My predictions this season have been terrible.
Yeah.
8.5 out of 14 is like very generous.
Yeah.
Better. Yeah, I mean, it's better than 50%. You know? I just chose not to predict because, like, I don't know. I've never been a, what do they call that? Like a Nostradamus guy?
Yeah, Nostradamus.
You don't believe in ghosts?
I don't believe in ghosts. You know what? I don't believe in my predictions. That's why I just don't throw them out there. So, but of course, to get the match started, we're going to have to invite our marshals and the teams out here for our first match of the day for day 1 of week 7.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match is our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Patrick, and David. The last slot for the playoffs is waiting. Who can take a step closer, the Mines or the Barangay? The EXP laners, James and Luis. The junglers, MP the King and Andoryu. Mid laners, Hajizi and Ukir. Escalera and Super Yoshi in the room. And in the gold, Outplayed and Joe. And their coaches, Coach Bonchan and Coach Lembot. This is gonna be a race para sa natitirang playoff spot. Palag kung palag. MP the King, Andoryu, step forward. MP the King, the playoffs are close. Paano kayo makakabawi sa Smart Omega? Ano ang palag mo?
Gagalingan ko na lang para makapasok kami sa playoffs.
At paano nyo naman magagawa yung ginawa nyo sa kanila nung first round? Andoryu, ano naman ang palag mo?
Tralaleo, tralala. Sana makaisa.
Bombardilo, Cocodrilo, fist bump ang dalawa. Para naman sa dalawa, go ahead and do your fist bumps as well. This is gonna be Smart Omega against Twisted Minds. Casters, balik sa inyo.
Okay, there we go. The teams are ready, and man, they're using all the famous words I'm seeing online right now. Let's go ahead and introduce Twisted Minds PH.
Tralileo, tralala. I don't know how to respond to something like that. To be honest, I'm pretty sure MP the King was stunned, so I'm glad he went second. But here's the thing, Twisted Minds, they found their footing. It was a rough 4 weeks going into Season 15, but now, I'll tell you now, especially what Renmar mentioned, with the dawn of a new patch, these guys are bringing in fire. I would not be surprised if Omega ban out the Alice just for MP the King to open up with Fred.
Yeah, I really hope Twisted Minds Philippines show us a way, not the way, but a way of how to play this patch meta with how you're going to twist up the draft priorities, the banning priorities especially.
Not to mention maybe even a usage in the jungle because it still does provide global vision.
Yep,
and then, Joseph, you're going to like this, a Gordon mid.
Oh, I know. I would leave it up to them. Twisted Minds have been twisting the draft all season long, and for them across his Smart Omega, how do you think this is going to fare for them? Super Yoshi's in.
Well, Super Yoshi playing for Omega was what delivered an emphatic win against Twisted Minds Philippines back in Week 3. That was the iconic Ruby and Badang game that Super Yoshi played, but times have changed since then. So what Omega now brings to the table, I don't know. I just hope we can rely on Andoryu to show up with a damn good assassin gameplay. Bring back a Hayabusa if it's available for him.
Yeah, bring that out. Again, when we look at the stats here for both teams, obviously it's been a pretty rough season for them. And this is their time to go ahead and try to turn some of these in their favor. The hero pool, though, is something that you can really say about both teams. And that's what keeps them, I would say, exciting because we have seen another iteration of Omega as well. And they seem to make things work with the hero pool.
Making it work is an understatement. This is what perplexes me the most about the Barangay. they are close to damn near the bottom of the standings. But you look at their stats. They outstat even Twisted Minds in a majority of these head-to-heads.
Yeah, there's just something about Omega where they can play the game good up to a certain point. At one point, they just reach their breaking point, something falls apart. Although at times we see Omega being the ones to deliver the late game turnaround, but it's like they can't finish, they can't secure that win. It's the, dare I say, this is the second time we're gonna label this for a team. It's the consistent inconsistency for Omega this season.
It's like they have really good ML things. Whoa!
Yeah. But it's, and I don't know, man. Maybe it's just something that they've had to figure out internally, because usually when you see the drafts from them, like the drafts have all been pretty good, but it's like, how are they able to execute what they bring to the table? So how they're able to do that, we're going to take a look at the ping test first to see how our players prepare for the match.
Bilisan natin tapusin, pre. Magre-relapse pa ako. Pa-music muna ka multo, sabay. Hanapin ko muna yung sarili ko. Outplay with the outplay. Pain lang. Wala man lang gain. Hindi, first 3 weeks natin, pre, ng MPL, pre. Mas ngayon Kakashi, boy. Ngayon mo na magamit tong skin na to, eh. Oy, ano? Ano? Hinahamon mo ako, ah.
Sasuke, Naruto. Sana sa mga last game ng laban sa MPL, sana makapagpani ako. Tralaleo, tralala. Tralaleo, sana manalo. It's good to be back, guys. Parang ano na to, pre, bagong season ng MPL. Ilang weeks tayong wala. Ano to, debut game. Debut game namin ngayon, guys. Okay, ganda Sakura Erp.
And that's our smart ping test right there, bringing you guys a low latency gaming with smart Sulit promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or at a smart booth right outside our MPL venue.
Okay, so as the players get prepared here, again, you know, we already talked about some of this leading into the matchup here. That's one thing I really want to know, man, is every time we have this new patch, I always want to see what's going to change. For the biggest part before all this, it was Kalea was a big question. And now we have a lot changing here. So we'll start with the Infinix keys to victory.
All right, new patch, new twist. Twisted Minds, we've already posted up some possibilities. YSS, if you feel like it. Fredrin, definitely try to play for it. Hey, come on, give Nice was solid here. He has a bad cough. He's recovering from his sickness. Give him the gourd, at least, to make him feel better,
yes,
you know?
Please.
So for Omega, on the other hand, it's a new patch, new shot. I like the mentality of Andoryu. He's treating it, you know what? It feels like it's a new season. Shake off everything that you messed up with in the first 6 weeks and see if you can just do good. Just imagine it's a shortened season and you have 2 weeks to make it to the playoffs, 2 series to win. And for both, honestly, at this point, we've said so many things about them, performance-wise, draft-wise, all throughout the season. In this very crucial portion of Season 15, trying to secure a playoff slot, let's keep it simple. Don't mess up. The execution, we've talked about it with Omega, but even Twisted Minds has fallen into that a little bit. However, they showed that last week, execution-wise, if they're going good, they can sweep teams like TNC Pro Team.
Okay, you know what? Now that you mention it, paying attention to the smart ping test, it seems like Andoryu really has a new vibe here, a second wind, if you will, and it might be that the whole barangay, we haven't really heard from them much yet, but it might be a barangay born again. Like, this might actually be them going for that glory run. Who knows? What's their maximum points? 4? 5? They might be able to do that.
If they can get their second wind in this part of the season already with 2 weeks left, and they're able to pull that off, that would be phenomenal for the barangay, because they've been, you know, a lot of people have been rooting for them throughout the season, and they've just kind of been met with struggle and struggle. So, but that could be the case for either of these teams, really, when you look at it.
Yeah. So for Omega, as we head into this draft, as much as I'm so excited to see what Twisted Minds will bring to the table with new picks and whatnot, Coach Snap in Omega has been one of the people who love doing that as well. Remember the Belleric last season? They were one of the teams that really made it work. They were one of the teams that even tried to make Alice work last season before it became a thing. So now that it's at the portion of now or never, if you have a special ace up your sleeve, time to show it. And Omega, I like how they're respect banning Chip and Angelo for the very first phase here. A very different looking red side prio.
Okay, well, that doesn't change too much. We still have a Joy being picked up instead of the Suyo because of that nerf that he went through. So Joy's still a great pick. But on the swing back, because the Harith is gone, and we were talking about how Granger was nerfed quite a bit, what do you think Smart Omega is going to pull up here on this first option?
They're not going to go for a jungler just yet. This does leave Zushin out, untouched in the last patch. And I'm thinking something in gold.
Ooh, a gold rush. All right.
Oh, wow.
Wow, for the first time in a while, we're not seeing like a gold Granger-Harith trade. Really goes to show, even with the nerfs to Granger, that teams are starting to think about his viability as a rush priority. Now they'd rather go for, again, going back to the idea of mid-control. Kalea with the strong crowd control, Juicin as well. So I like the first two picks for Omega because when you're in a very difficult spot in the season, you want to draft lineups that's quite easy to execute with aggression.
That, and it's very reactive. They don't want to be first to pick in that spot. They didn't even pick the jungler just yet. They know that they're not in a rush.
Okay, next options, Twisted Minds. We got the Eve, the Phoveus. Phoveus still pretty much a monster. He was pretty much unchanged. Right, for the most part. There was nothing really to affect him, and he's still able to go like 1v3 early on, especially.
And if you want to secure points, you gotta give James his
signature
comfort pick. Yeah, so, you know, give it to James Phoveus Gloria.
Yeah, he has, is that his new middle name now? James Phoveus Gloria?
It was the last time I checked.
Yeah, it's either that, sometimes it could also be Hilda. But for this game specifically, it's gonna be Phoveus. So Omega, hey, wish granted, they get the Hayabusa for Andoryu, and they do so against a lineup that has an Eve. Okay, so far right now, in terms of like the basic fundamentals of like priority drafting this meta, I like the first three picks of Omega a little bit more than I do like the picks of Omega, of Twisted Minds, excuse me. But then when you look at the side of Twisted Minds, that one pick that really changes a lot of the dynamics in the early game, especially for the first three heroes, the Phoveus, is in the hands of a guy that loves to play the Phoveus and has shown that as long as I have this hero, I can lead my team to a very good early game.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of this game plan right now. And that's why also the Kalea and a lot of the utility that Smart Omega actually has right now, just with the two picks between the Jushin and the Kalea, should be able to help them out, you know, kind of deal with this. I just want to know how they're going to be able to handle this Phoveus and also the pace set from a Joy.
Interesting. I was thinking they would start clamping down on gold laners, but it looks like Coach Lembot don't care. He knows he's going to get the first go at it, so whatever the best gold laners left, that's what Omega's going to go for.
Yeah, they're still prioritizing control around the center of the map. So I think Omega are also respecting their own weaknesses, where sometimes a really good high crowd control roamer in the center and fast pace, that's what they can lose. So they really just want to make sure that Super Yoshi and Okir are comfortable in the center of the map with their bans.
Unless they're protecting Big Joe.
That too.
They could just not pick a gold laner here, pick an XP laner, or again, we've seen this at Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters more often, XP lane Kalea, and then they dupe us. They dupe Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but if they were going to go for the XP lane Kalea, weirdly enough, the Tigreal could have been a perfect partner with it. Against the Joy especially. So if they are going to go the XP Kalea route, they might lean towards, what, Jawhead maybe? Or Gatot, yeah, for the extra dash cancel against the Joy.
Yeah, and you want to jump that Eve?
Yeah, now that you mentioned the Gatot Gacha would look very good. And yeah, that's what they go for.
Okay.
Still could stay in the XP though. I mean, it could be not the shuffle. And it's just like, yeah, we'll put the Gatot on Lewis, which he has played in the past.
All right, last picks here for Twisted Minds. They still need a gold lane option, and of course their roam. A whole lot of the roams taken out too, you know?
Yeah, no one wants to pick Ranger just yet. Maybe we'll see it here. Maybe we'll see the other gold laners that have been adjusted. Nathan Clint especially had adjustments brought to them. There's a lot of magic damage on the side of Twisted, so they might go physical or true. So I'm thinking maybe carry or a different physical damage dealing marksman. Beatrix has risen up in priority.
Yep.
But I wonder if they're willing to try Clint. And they're going to go for Moscow. They take away a comfort from Jome, and they take away, well, they didn't need to worry about the Cho anyways from showing, but they can set the tempo with Escalera as the Cho.
Okay, so we have, this is like, it's not too different than what we've seen pre this patch anyway. It was just a little bit of a different kind of flow to the draft.
Yeah.
Just one huge distinction.
What's that?
Suyo is absent.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the very first draft after the patch, and no one's picking up Suyo.
Was it that bad?
That's what I was wondering. Was the nerf that bad?
I've been playing ranked, right?
Yeah.
I've got a dozen Suyo games since the patch dropped. it
Feels
doesn't
fine.
didn't feel much.
Still
But
feels-
again, it really is just the difference between Magic. But here's a pick for Big J that is as reliable, I'd say, as a Beatrix.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, they went for the quicker scaling marksman.
Easy Bruno. I mean, you don't want to give the option for macro choices, right? You
Yeah.
kind of lose that fight.
Yeah, they just accepted that. I would have been okay with them considering a Claude even, but I think they're going to try to play around this Bruno, especially the scaling of it. But with the presence of the Eve, the team fighting for it might be quite difficult. That's why they supplemented it with heroes such as the Kalea and the Gacha that could force Haji to go, oh wait, I have to get rid of my real-world manipulation. That gives more space for the Bruno. So as much as I wish for a different marksman pick, they've thought about this Bruno really well, and they have good pieces around it.
Yeah, a lot of utility to allow Big J to be okay on the Bruno, but honestly, that's kind of been the case for the season. You know, it's you've wanted to see Jome pop off, and he just hasn't had too many of those opportunities. Maybe this one for Game 1 will be one of them as we get ready to jump into the Land of Dawn. Once again, first match of our day 1 here in Week 7. Will it be Twisted Minds to get the first blood, or will it be Smart Omega to start off
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
All right, can't wait to see if there are going to be any interesting choices for the emblems rotation-wise. Opposite start, both started orange, although a little bit more leash, if I'm not mistaken, for Twisted Minds on the beginning of the rotation for their Joy. While, okay, it's a double Romid start at the center of the map, both now the purple. All right, pretty standard beginning for these two so far. In terms of the emblems, very sustained for James. Basic common emblem sets for the Bruno and the Jusin. I like how Jome also prioritized the Master Assassin. Definitely will need that if he wants to win early against the Moskov.
And they're trying. Quick scuffle here at the Little Wanderer.
Whoa!
MP the King very low, gets caught out, draws first blood. The escape artist, Super Yoshi.
Well, that's a good pickoff already early on. Response to the early rotation for Smart Omega, and it goes in the hands of Super Yoshi. So on a Kalea, that's great.
Yeah, good help by Luis to join in the fray there as well. And of course, with a high crowd control combination of the Kalea and the Juicing together, this is what we were talking about. Where in the Omega first two picks already showed, okay, we want to play aggressive. If we see each other in the map for a skirmish, we're going to take that fight. Because these early game fights will go very well for Omega. Twisted Minds now has to temper their tempo a little bit more. Once they have their ultimates, that's when they can go for a bigger fight.
Yeah, and I think part of that too is you can see Super Yoshi's going to give that information. MP trying to go ahead and steal this. Should be fine.
He's over here. He finds him.
Oh,
keeps
no.
him tabs on him.
Oh.
Gets smashed one more time. MP dashes out.
Oh.
Okir flickers forward, taking him down a second time.
Good call by Okir to commit the flicker there to get that kill, because that messes up the early game rotation of Twisted Minds already. Omega were ready for the rotation of MP the King, and now Twisted just has to hope they can somehow get this.
I don't think they can. I don't know if they're going to actually be able to contest this at all.
Andoryu secures the turtle here, and now the Tsunami Slam plus the AOG taking down Jome, serving up a kill to Andoryu.
Man, right now, Smart Omega, forget whatever timers we were talking about leading into this matchup. They've set a new one, and starting off with a great lead, almost 3 minutes into this game already. It's going to be tough for MP the King to kind of come back from this. You know, an 0-2 start on a Joy is not where you want to be.
They didn't need to show or contest there in that turtle for Twisted Minds. Now Omega are going to be showing themselves. Big three-man rotation. Bottom side, but now they're not going to be diving outplay just yet. Twisted Minds definitely need to slow down. Respect that they've already lost the early game at this point. Play around their power spikes. They're up against a lineup that have controlled the early game, and there's a Bruno on the other side. If they give any more kills, that's going to be really bad for them. They just need to make sure that they can get farm on the Moskov and the Joy, slow things down.
Which they actually are doing. It's a miracle that Outplayed is about 50, 60 gold away from Big J. And that's a good deal. If anything, look, he's up by 100 now.
Yeah. Just go ahead and kind of farm up the best he can in there, because at some point, that's that one little advantage, you know, with the Moskov anyway. You can join those fights later on if you push in. Whoa, Jome.
Oh, all right, 2v1. I don't think Big J should be taking this Purify, but there's too much damage from Twisted Minds. Jeanville outplayed, gets him.
Yoshi!
Here comes Yoshi, going for the punish, the AOG into the Tsunami Slam.
That's a good trade, not gonna lie. Omega were not able to take down Outplay. They only took down Escalera. They lost Jome there, and that gave a little bit more space up top for Twisted Minds. It's a good rotation, good play. Although I feel like Omega overcommitted a little bit too much towards the dive down bottom, the clap back there. They could have tried to keep some other pieces in the center of the map around there so that they could balance out the push with a little bit more gold through the shielding from the turret.
I mean,
but no point crying over spilled milk.
They were ahead. They could have afforded that. They were on the way, so, you know.
They're on the way. Timing just wasn't fully in their favor for that. But the turtle's up now, and it looks like they're just going to go ahead and start this one up for Twisted Minds.
Oh, second turtle. MP the King and Lewis jockeying for position. James jumping up. Turtle security by MP the King. Hajizi swiping away. Real manipulation. Keeping them at bay. Tsunami slap on Escalera. Shadow kill. Fails to take him down, but Andoryu finishes the job. Escalera down! Why is Twisted Mind still picking this fight?
I feel like Escalera was trying to predict the exit of Andoryu from his ultimate. That's why he committed the Jeet Kune Do third activation to try and get the stun off on Andoryu. That's why I was wondering, why did he go back? He was trying to get that stun and it just costed him his life.
SOD coming in! That's enough of a CC to keep him at bay, to keep him down here. AOG out. In comes the rest of Twisted Minds. They're collapsing onto Okir. MP the King gets one. James takes down Jome. And Twisted Minds stampede through the bottom.
Great response, and you know, in a matter of what, a minute and a half or so, Twisted Minds has dealt with that difficulty in the early game they had. So even for MP the King to go and swoop in, he's dealt with that deficit that was built on earlier in the jungle.
Yeah, this is the Twisted Mind signature for this season, the Twisted Timer around the 5th minute mark, around the second or third turtle. They'll make a play. They'll make a big commitment once they have their ultimates. Once they have an item or two with some key damage dealers, that's when they'll go for it. A great read by Twisted Minds to say, you know what, we can afford a big fight. We have the real world manipulation. We have some items. Go for it. And that was the right call.
Yeah, so now with this, Smart Omega will still hold on to a very minor lead, but they do lose that Tier 1 turret now in the bottom lane. So they're going to have to go ahead and play around this. 30 seconds away from the next objective, the turtle, last one of the game. Right now, 1 for 1 for both teams. We'll see how they play that one out. There is pressure, though, now on the top side from MP the King.
Feels like an oversight that they're just giving up that tower up top without that much of a problem. MP the King Escalera took it without a problem. I think Omega have to reset their minds right now and think, hey, let's stop playing around the center, around objectives, and just looking for skirmishes. They have to start taking care of the map more.
That was so odd. They lost their lead, they lost their footing, they lost the map, and now suddenly third turtle looks like it belongs to Twisted Minds.
Oh, this is going to be so difficult to deal with. Trying to fight for this space. They're going to go in.
Dear God, 5 men trapped inside the real manipulation. SOD coming in. James gets taken out first. MP the King blasts Jome. Andoryu as well, very low. Does get the shadow kill out. Outplay gets smashed by Yoshi. But now Andoryu gets taken out by Escalera. 2 for 2 so far. Both teams left scrambling.
That was tough. I mean, who's still going to actually take this turtle here? It's going to be held between the both teams. MP, though, is just there. Should be able to grab this. And he is might actually get another kill, too.
Electrifying beats, keeping Lewis and Yoshi out. That was a fight the Twisted Minds, I think, saw coming. They expected that much.
Yeah, good thing Twisted Minds took some risks there. Outplay got taken out, yes, but they were able to shatter the formation of Omega, put Twisted Minds in an even better position to team fight it. As you look at the instant replay, perfect timing there by Hajizi with the real world manipulation. The fact that Escalera even got a kickback onto Lewis means that, okay, the members of Omega, a lot of them are on the edge. At least we can bring someone down low or take them out, and they forced Lewis to run away from there. So Twisted Minds, after Omega completely slipped with the micro and then taking care of the map, they've made all the right decisions right now to just take control of the game.
This is a weird side effect of Omega's draft. They're very good at picking fights in places where they choose to. But when Twisted Minds scrambles, they have to split their resources, and then suddenly they have to fight from the back foot. They're not comfortable with the sprawl. This is like a boxer fighting an MMA guy, and when they get to the ground, it just doesn't work out.
They don't have the skill set.
Yeah, they can't roll with the punches. They can punch, but they can't roll.
Exactly. Arashi would know.
Arashi would know. Not very tactical right now with that lineup. But that's the thing. Smart Omega is now on the back foot. They're just trying to hold on to these Tier 2 turrets. Even the pressure now in the mid lane, they'll go ahead and clear that up out.
Yeah. A good thing for Omega is that despite all the losses that they've taken, it's not a massive gold lead for Twisted Minds. So one mess up in execution by Twisted means Omega can have a way to turn this around. They already forced Jome to get out of that second tower. Here comes Yoshi though.
Oh my god, 2 jumps from Omega. And it looks like Twisted Minds is looking to punish. Lewis caught in the crossfire. Real manipulation, keeping him down. James jumping in. Lewis sent 6 feet under.
Perfect RWM, and Hajizi didn't let go of it right away. He even kept it up just a little bit longer so that the other members of Twisted Minds can get away and that Omega wouldn't be able to chase. It's a very small thing, but that was a great call by Haji. Perfect timing on the release and perfect timing on the closure.
Yeah, now this Lord is up. Objective in their favor. Conceal's going to be used, though. Smart Omega might look for their own window here if they're able to find it. Half health on the Lord right now.
Oh! Escalera compromised. Yoshi hits him. Oh! And Ukir gets caught out here. Ukir forced to use the Crimson Beacon and the Flicker.
Oh, big play there by Outplayed. After his performance last season against TNC Pro Team, seems like he is still on fire. He's still in the zone right now. Great stun and lockdown takes away a big resource from one of the key pieces of the draft of Omega for this Lord fight.
Again, they can take their time here. It is going to be a bit of a reset for both teams. Luis almost has that revitalized back, and you can see this push now that might come from Outplayed. He might actually just plan himself up there to get some pressure on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds will hold it together themselves. They might even wait for those conceals to come up, but they're going to have to deal with this push. Someone's going to have to go back. It looks like it is going to be, and well, I don't know, he actually canceled it. No, Andorio did go back. Okay.
God, what a 2-prong offense by Twisted Minds. Bottom lane took down the tier 2. Top lane outplayed them. Twisted Minds have caught Omega in a catch-22.
Yeah, now Andorio's thinking like, oh, do I go back to the Lord? Do I stay around here? It's like, they're splitting them. They're twisting their minds. That's a live sound effect from Andorio's mic right now. We picked it up.
That's the sound of a mind being twisted right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to make hard decisions. Look, that's a shield popped up top. If they don't take care of bottom, that'll pop soon too.
Yeah, just look at Andorio going back and forth. Now he's getting his orange buff. There's a threat of the split push. Feels like Omega right now, they don't know completely how to handle this. Now Twisted Minds are going to open up the center a little bit more, force back Omega out of formation again. Although Omega are holding their ground relatively well compared to considering everything that's going around in the map right now, but now they're forced to fight, but Outplay still hasn't left the split push, and Andorio still doesn't know where to go.
He's still fine. As long as Outplayed is up there, they're going to be fine, you know, and Andorio's going to go ahead and clear out that wave, and they don't have to force this Lord, right? They don't have to go for it just yet. They do hold on to that mid turret as well, so kind of helps them kind of deal with this, but you can just see how much build-up is happening even here for MP the King now in comparison to Andorio.
Oh, they blitz it! They go for it! James Escalera putting up a meat shield. Super Yoshi jumping in. Lord very low. Gets secured by MP the King, and they take down one. Yoshi's immortality gets popped. RWM keeping him at bay, keeping him locked in. AOG to retreat. MP gets taken down by Andorio. 2 for 1 the exchange.
Wow.
Yoshi falls, Outplayed, just smashing him.
What a Lord dance by Twisted Minds.
Dance.
A dance! It wasn't a dance, it was a dance! Wow, and Outplayed even getting the Spear of Misery perfect onto 2 to make sure that the real world manipulation is executed really well. Wow, Omega were just outclassed there. They were outdanced.
Yeah.
Right on, Guff.
Right on. It was well played from Twisted Minds from the start. Just the fact that you kept Outplayed up there, leaving Andorio second guessing, and then by the time they actually decided, you know what, maybe we should join this fight, it was actually way too late for them to get into that. So we'll see if they're able to go ahead and defend on this Lord push in. A couple of the shields are down, but Outplayed now making his way down the bottom while the rest of the team is going to have to defend up top.
Oh, that is a one-on-one. Outplayed pops the Wind of Nature, forcing Andorio to get out of there. Successful defense by Omega.
All right, no inhibitors taken down yet, but a lot of health loss on the top and bottom on Escalera. Conceal looking for a kick.
Oh.
Nope.
Underneath tier 3 up top. That is going to be a tough recall. Omega backing up. Hajizi gets taken down. This is looking bad for Twisted Minds. Escalera barely getting away. Super Yoshi, AOG. Lewis almost caught Escalera on the exit. And they're still chasing. They're making pursuit.
Oh, Escalera.
Can he get it? Escalera survives. Ukir finishes the job.
And he had to commit a flicker just to secure that kill. But Escalera and Twisted Minds overstayed their welcome in the tower up top. Now it's Omega with a great counter and a great call to continue chasing MP!
Andoryu takes down MP the King! Survives as well! Smart Omega are in the base!
What a turnaround in just a minute or so. Oh, they're gonna go!
All right. It looks like there's not enough of a punish from those remaining members of Twisted Minds. James gets taken out here. All 5 Omega are still here. They have a minion. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la. Smart Omega takes game 1.
You said it. You said it, and they did it. Smart Omega comes out with the first blood in this series, the best of 3 against Twisted Minds.
I feel so bad for Haji, man. He just wanted to make sure Escalera got out safely from overstaying and overextending up top. And they got punished in the worst way possible. And Omega timers, I guess. How they held on, how they punished that massive error by Twisted Minds up top into a great play to chase. They did not give up on the chase, and that's how they won it.
Man, this whole game, actually, when you look at it, was such a back and forth, but I was not expecting the game to end in the way it did. Because even off of that, it's not like they had to pull any crazy thing off on that first Lord push, but they just got punished hard from Smart Omega.
That's what's weird is it was a push and pull, but if you look at it from a macro sense, Twisted Mind was in control for like, what, 70% of the match?
Yeah.
But in a single turn. I think this is what shows that Omega really spent the past week of the break, 2 weeks of the break,
2 weeks, yeah,
training and practicing under the new patches because they knew that that was a kill angle. They knew that if we throw away our shot, we could not come back. 3K is comebackable, let's go, let's do this. And it was very winnable from there. They knew.
Yeah, and we have to respect Omega here. We mentioned it in the draft. The lineup of Twisted Minds does so much better in terms of the... look at the Jutsu who's tossing out there. In terms of the macro, while in terms of the team fighting, though not always so easy to pull off because you're up against a real-world manipulation from an Eve, there is still a good chance you can break that formation, force the real-world manipulation to be taken out early, so then you can go for the fight and the chase, and that's exactly what happened in the tower up top. They stuck true to the strength of their lineup, which is the fight.
Yeah, they had to, and our MVP here, of course, Andoryu on the Hayabusa. He had some moments there where, again, to answer the macro that was being controlled by Twisted Minds for about 70% of that game, he's the one that had to answer a lot of that side pressure.
Yeah.
Whether, you know, and so when you take that in consideration on what Andoryu had to cover, when he had to think, okay, do I need to actually control outplayed here? Do I need to control MP the King? Or do I need to be there for these objective fights? You know, it came down to a lot of those decisions for him, and he was able to pull it off a couple times.
He's a total Sigma. He went from the Jordan Peele sweating meme to my turn.
Yeah.
I swear, like this I don't know, like, again, it's true, I think it looked like he was struggling, but he might have been the reason why the rest of Omega understood that it's not over yet.
Yeah.
Like, they are playing the map, but if they choose to decide to fight, or if we force them into a fight, we can win this.
Yeah, that one sequence alone up top, when he was trying to decide, am I going to defend outplayed or not? What am I going to do here? Yeah, I feel like even though it didn't go all the way for Omega there, it was still Twisted Minds winning that long sequence and that long Lord dance in the end. He deserves something for that. Because definitely that was like one of the hardest things anyone had to do in this game, which was, am I going to go to the Lord, the objective? What am I going to do? Am I going to stop this Moscow from split pushing? It was so demanding. And even in the chase, he was focused on what? Opening up the map and even finding MP.
Yeah, this and that last chase that they had too. I mean, that kind of showed how much utility they had with this lineup. Able to run down, especially utilizing the conceal to go ahead and catch them. Because if they did get away, if Twisted Minds did get away there, then that most likely could have been not a game-ending thing for Twisted Minds.
Would have been a reset. What Andoryu did here throughout this 14-minute game is he played man-to-man-to-map defense.
Yeah. did so much for Omega. Not, of course, to discredit everything else at the Super Yoshi, especially Ukir, who had 2 or 3 great calls of using the flicker aggressively so that they could secure kills. And even Jom, who, despite a relatively rough game for Bruno, you don't get the early to mid game that you want, but you got that one team fight that you were waiting for, you were salivating for to turn things around, just biding their time. It was really Andorio and his presence all around the map that made it possible for Omega.
Yeah, and looking at this too, and that's what I was saying, man. You know, for Big J, he's had this story be the case for a lot of the games where, you know, things aren't going Smart Omega's way, even in the early game, and he's just kind of hold on and hope that he's able to shine later on. But this is the showcase where when we got to see the Super Yoshi aspect earlier on in the regular season, we saw glimpses of that here, I would say. But again, Kalea and a Jushin combination provides just a whole lot. You toss in a Gatakacha in that mix as well. You have to think how difficult it is to disengage and run away from that. Like, there's so much utility being thrown at your face with your Twisted Minds that even James on the signature Phoveus pick, yeah, you can run into them like we saw him do so many times, but again, once your real-world manipulation is gone and then the Phoveus isn't able to get those resets anymore, your team fighting kind of collapses. Even for Outplay, there was a couple times where he threw the spear, and it put himself in a position that he most likely didn't want to be in as a Mozkov fighting into this amount of utility that Smart Omega had.
I guess that's also one of the best things about what Omega showed here is, again, despite all their struggles with the macro, the lore dance, they were outdanced by Twisted Minds. Outdanced. The objective. I spent 6 days on the Filipino broadcast for Mobile Masters. Apologies, my accent is slipping just a little bit.
You seen those trends going around when the Filipino accent slips out?
Yeah. That's what happened to me in that one moment.
What is this? Why is there a British accent coming out?
Hey, we all have that one Filipino uncle who, for some reason, after going to the States, comes back with a British accent.
That's true.
That's my Tito Boy.
Yeah,
that's my Tito Boy.
It's your Tito Boy or Tito June. It's one of those two.
Well, our BPI rich guy right here is, of course, Andorio on the Hayabusa once again. Was able to go ahead and farm up the way that he needed to be. And even when he had some struggles on dealing with, MP the Kings, kind of catching back up, you know, when he was starting to get some of those kills and everything else. But Andorio was able to go ahead and find wins and gold all over the map to allow him to get to where he needed to be.
You don't drop some tra-la-la and not play your mind out, no?
That's true, that's true.
He came in ready, and he was on lock the whole game.
Yeah. And this benefits Omega even more so now, not just because it's match point, but now they can go into the Game 2 draft with the mentality of, as long as we get a lot of crowd control, you know, get some Gatakachas, some Juicin, some Kaleas, maybe even a Joy at some point for Super Yoshi, you should be good. Because you could play Game 2 with a lot of aggression in your mind and just to say, you know what, we're going to end the series here right now.
You know, and I think that's what makes it so exciting to see how Game 2's draft is just going to be, because this was at least for me, I didn't expect the game to end the way that it did, and it would have been great to see if they were able to take it even a little bit further there, but if they're able to punish like that, that's great for Smart Omega. Now, if they can do it again, we'll see. But also, we have to give a shout out to our X fans out there. You guys can get ready to win your own Infinix GT20 Pro by joining the hashtag LaCasalaro challenge.
You got to take home not just the GT20 Pro, the exact phone that our athletes are playing with, but we'll also be announcing one lucky winner every Monday to take home LaCasalaro merch.
To me, my X fans, just make sure your posts are creative and always use the hashtags #LaCasalaro with Infinix at hashtag MPL official tournament phone. Some pretty long hashtags that are on your screen right now. Screenshot that. The lucky winner of the brand new phone, the Infinix GT20 Pro, will be announced on May 31.
So that is
the last day of the playoffs?
Yeah, I was going to say, that is the last.
That's a grand finals day.
No, I think it
goes up to the first.
June 1st.
This is the second to the last day.
Yeah, second to the last day.
So second to the last day, we'll announce a winner for that. But there's winners every Monday. For merch.
That's right.
Yeah,
for merch. That's for the phone. So if you guys want to go ahead and win the phone, don't forget to give us your hashtags, and good luck to everybody joining. Now, also, we have a little bit of a meta check. We've been talking about that since we opened up the show. We'll be talking about it for a while because this patch is pretty big, and it does bring some stipulations and possibilities that maybe we haven't seen in some weeks. Now, one of the big talking points about the current meta is, of course, the Lord advantage. Now, some of you guys might be wondering what exactly is the Lord advantage. You know, how can you explain that, and how can you actually take the information that we have about the Lord right now and translate that into these game-winning stats here?
All right, so for the first Lord kill win rate, we're comparing the numbers of the previous patch and the latest patch. So look at the games won. So teams who have gotten the first Lord pre-patch, pre-patch, the first patch of the season, 81.63% win rate, dipped down a little bit, but it's still a high win rate of 80% chances of winning the game as long as you get the first Lord. When you get to the 18th minute Evolved Lord, on the other hand, Evolved, underline that, it's an even bigger win rate. Ever since the patch dropped wherein Kalea showed up, 14 games have been won by the teams that got the first Evolved Lord, 100% win rate, which is why it makes the victory of Omega just all the more impressive. They lost the first Lord of the game, yet they were able to still turn it around because of an error of the opposing team. So that's another thing we have to look out for now for the series and moving forward. Whoever gets the first Lord, all right, there's a very good chance you will win the game, 80% of it, but can you make sure that you don't mess up?
But here's the thing, if you mess up that first Lord, if you do get the Evolved Lord 18 minutes post, you win 100%. Look, not a single team has lost since getting a Lord after 18.
Yeah, and when you look at the gold leads now, based off of getting the Lords, you see the teams already secured with their playoff slot in Aurora, Onyx, TNC, Liquid, and Falcons, being leaders usually in either the average gold lead that you can get from the Lord, the highest gold lead at the time, that gold deficit at the time compared to the opponent that you have over it. Lord kills, average Lord kills, they rule that. And the teams that are still somewhat struggling, of course, still trying to get that last playoff slot, they're actually the lowest in a certain category, or two in the case of AP Bren.
I'm surprised it's TNC that has the most Lord kills here. They've got the most, biggest average.
Yeah, they've had some long games too.
They definitely have, so big contributor to the stats here, and that's the thing too, you know, Team Liquid, the way that they have been playing throughout the season, they always have that kind of big lead when they do go ahead and secure the Lord there. So it's really interesting when you look at it that way, when we break it down, how much of an impact that that first Lord has, because, I mean, 80% is kind of crazy, you know, like that's such a good statistic already if you just manage to get your first Lord.
Yeah, it's 100% win rate on Evolved Lords I'm looking at still. Yeah. How sad would it be if you were the first statistic? If you were the first team to, like, we dropped the ball on the Evolved Lord.
Oh, we're the only team that lost the game after getting the Evolved Lord. That's going to be tough, man. Because even though the Lords have been dying much quicker, they do hurt more. And their effect of, like, when you get them, especially, like, past 20 minutes, it's big for winning the game.
And that's why I'm saying, like, you have to have, an amazing base defense composition, number one, and then B, you actually have to be able to almost pull off. We could almost say that, almost pull off a miracle. To defend it, because 100% to be able to pull that off is it'll be interesting to see if we're able to see one of the teams pull that off. If we get to a game that's, you know, longer now too, I'm wondering if the patch has or will make it so that we have some longer games again.
That's gonna be a crazy statistic. Imagine if we get to hold that up until the playoffs. And then now that
100%?
becomes now that becomes a whole storyline for the playoffs. Like, hey, imagine a game 7 where it's 18 minutes and the team got the Evolved Lord. There's a 100% chance, right?
Yeah.
That's something you gotta hold on to.
Just by the Lord, you know who the champion is.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't know.
Defy all odds.
It's now or never.
Well, jumping into the draft here, game 2. That's true.
That is accurate.
Oh, that is our storyline.
The headline.
Right. Now or never.
Just wears it a bit Halloween color.
I was gonna say.
Or
Halloween.
Or a noontime game show.
It's now or never.
You just sound like a radio drama from the 20s, dude.
He's
went from a lot of Fallout. So.
He's went from our Tito from overseas to the announcer involved.
Hey, the Lord isn't the only thing evolving this season.
All right, you are. We constantly evolve for the better here. Now, Joey's first pick for Twisted Minds.
Same old draft.
There's the hair.
The hair was left open. Coach Bond said Andorius Hayabusa was a little too much.
Yeah. Now they go for the Harith and Juicin, and now they're telling, you know what, go ahead, take the Kalea.
Take the Phoveus. Make my day, James.
Oh, are they going to just go Kalea Phoveus now? Because, wait, yeah, they're willing to play the Harith into a Kalea and Phoveus? That's ballsy. If they do that and they pull it off, that's a flex by Omega. That's a big-time flex.
That's barangay.
That's barangay. That's very barangay of them.
Again, if you look at the DNA of Smart Omega, you wouldn't understand what they were doing because sometimes they don't understand what they're doing. But I don't know. Again, under the tutelage of Coach Lembot and Coach Snap, things have changed, and they might have expected this. They might be baiting Twisted Minds because, mind you, they also picked red.
They did.
Okay, so Jom, well, we talked earlier about how like Omega going to game 2 can just think about picks that will want them to dominate early. And of course, Harith for the longest time has been the hero that you want to pick if you want to dominate. So paired up with the Badang bodes very well for a lineup that also has a juice in. So similar to the Bruno in game number 1, this Harith is well supplemented by Badang and Juicin. Now that makes things a little bit more awkward for Kalea and Joy. Because if you're Kalea and you see the Badang, am I really going to throw him? Because there's a good chance he's just going to fist break, fist crack me and my teammates, and that's not good for a Joy and Eve composition. So I like this Badang in the 3rd slot because it makes Twisted Minds twist their minds.
Yeah, they're going to have to think twice about that too, but I don't know. I mean, I think for the most part, for both sides in this first phase, like they've got enough utility to kind of counterplay that if they have to. I think the same thing, because you have a real manipulation, it kind of helps you out with Twisted Minds. Remember, they did control the majority of that early first game, even when they had kind of a bad start. Like if you think about it, MP the King did not have the start that he was looking for on the Joy, and they were still able to get to a point where they adjusted quickly and then they controlled a big portion of that game.
Yeah. I just have to point out, though, things are not looking good for Sasuke. In a draft where Suyo is still a pick very viable for Omega, Twisted Minds would rather ban the Ling.
That's right.
Is that how? And the Lucas, is that just how bad it is for Suyo now?
To be fair, Ling has been seeing fringe play.
Yeah.
And Lucas was untouched. So Lucas was already a B+, A- jungler.
Yeah.
In my book, I would put him C, but...
You'd put him C?
I've learned, all right?
It depends who's playing him for me.
I guess.
Yeah.
But I've learned Lucas is very strong. So I see why Twisted Minds banned it out, but you're right. Sasuke, Uchiha, Suyo, it's...
I don't know, boys. I think it's about time.
Yeah.
Suyo.
I got tired of him real quick.
He's had that spot for a while.
He's had a good 6 months.
Yeah.
He got the Fredrin treatment. Oh.
Okay.
I don't think anyone's going to beat Fredrin, though. How long he was relevant for.
What was that, 2 years?
2 years.
Oh, Omega's picks here are very, very good. The fact that Twisted Minds were drafted into a corner where they had to commit bans on the Ling and the Lucas so that their Eve, Joy, and Kalea would be a little bit in a better position. Is that a... Okay, no. For a second, I thought it was a Leomord, but it was a high loss and a Granger.
Horse.
Yeah, it's a horse. Yeah,
I heard the hooves. I heard the hooves.
Okay, so still very standard draft from what we're seeing. No one's picking anything crazy, but again, what's changed is the ordering and the priority.
Yeah.
What used to be the trade for the first 2-3 picks, Granger's last.
Twisted Minds, you could flip that draft over on its head, and it would have looked like what the first phase was. And Omega pull out the Hellcurt, untouched in the last patch, and making its debut in MPL Philippines.
Wow.
And there's no recent changes to him.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no recent changes.
It's been 2 or 3 patches since he last got an adjustment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the old... Okay, Snap and Lembot are bringing an old idea where if you're up against something like a Farsa and an Eve, you take away their vision so that their big ultimate where it's focused around them, they're now going to be thinking, where am I going to toss this out? So it's not just as simple as that. You can even play it for really good macro. But Omega, yet again, have drafted a lineup based off of what we said after Game 1 that can take control of this game very quickly once they hit level 4s across the board.
Oh, man. And the fact that this was just our recent MVP, Andoryu, he's got to be feeling pretty confident on bringing out this debut pick with a Hellcurt here already. Looking to possibly sweep, which would be massive for Smart Omega's chances moving forward to go ahead and try to get the next and last playoff spot. Will this draft be enough for them? Will the Hellcurt play a big part in them getting a sweep here against Twisted Minds, or will we see a Game 3? as we jump into the Land of Dawn.
All right, how is Andoryu going to be playing this Hellcurt? It's an orange start for him, so he's going to be going to purple, either threatening a Beetle invade later or a quick... Oh, no, excuse me, he started purple. So he's going purple to orange, could threaten a gank into the gold lane against Outplayed, or he'll just play for going downwards after clearing his jungle. He'll go for penetration and... All right, nothing too crazy there. Assassin Emblem. Burst, yeah, just raw burst for the Hellcurt.
Is he going to have any trouble against the likes of a Kalea and like a Hylos, for example?
Yes, however, he can actually play objective team fights, a sort of like a, I will wait here, pop my ultimate, and then I'll go in.
Late entry is key.
Yep.
Well, he did that on the Hayabusa pretty well the previous game, so we'll see if he's going to replicate that here, or if he takes even a different kind of angle at it. But so far, not as crazy as an early game that we saw in game 1. Andoryu is going to go ahead and get that camp stolen, though, from him. So he's going to make his way down bottom, sees that it's gone. Might try to make a play that he is at level 4. MP's right there.
Oh, they do see each other. Retribution by Andoryu. A calculated pickoff on that minor objective. At least he kept that.
Yeah. So he went from purple to orange to a downside rotation to try and stop MP the King's invade, which he did. Oh, Andoryu already forced to blink on out of there. So Ukir's going to be actually spending a lot of time in this game keeping that Lantern Flare up to really provide space really for the Badang.
Oh, wow. Look at that blitz.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds, clean, secure on the turtle. Not even inch of a contest from Omega.
Yeah, did not expect the rush. I think after they saw Andoryu in the river, they just decided, okay, he's already used his blink. He's going to need to get his purple buff. Let's just go ahead and rush it.
Well,
Good
they
call
know,
by Twisted.
Yeah, they know too that part of this, again, like the lineup that Smart Omega has is really reliant on also having those ultimates available for them to use, and some of they didn't have them. They weren't level 4 just yet. So that first turtle just goes in the hands of Twisted Minds, and I'm sure we'll see Smart Omega choose to contest the next one. Unless they're able to even get a pick-off early on, they might try to go ahead and play into the part now because of the fact, because they can always even utilize Super Yoshi if they want to just burn up a flicker to go ahead and try to get that setup, and then you just have that burst from Andoryu. Again, this is a Hellcurt that is going to take some time to get that itemization and burst up, but it should be enough damage too to overload and then get someone down from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, you can see the Twisted Minds and Omega both playing to their conditions. Twisted are supplementing Outplayed's double laning very early on. They want to scale that Granger very quickly, while Ukir and Super Yoshi are just doing a lot of things in the center of the map so that Andoryu can farm without that much of a problem. So Omega have said, Hellcurt, that's our priority for now, while Twisted Minds is already thinking, we need to get Outplayed farm right away.
You can see where he is on this part of the map too. He's gonna get spotted out. So MP right now enough to just push him out of the jungle. So Andoryu really not able to get any of that space in that side of the map here.
And Andoryu right now is in a weird position. He's run out of camps to take, and he's already a level down from MP the King.
And
so
it's purple.
This is a problem. Oh!
Oh, he still got it though.
He still got it.
All right, Andoryu, clutch Retribution, but okay, both of them use their Retributions. However, since it's orange buff for MP the King, let's see if he's going to go to the turtle after this orange or still go for a purple and then the turtle. Considering that he already, well, he wasn't able to steal the purple buff away, I think they can just go straight for the turtle after this orange buff.
Oh, look at Andoryu though.
He's making his way top. His orange is up. Turtle's up too. They got the information. Twisted Minds gives it. So we have MP grabbing his purple, Andoryu going for the orange, and they might just go ahead and try to make his way as quick as possible for this one, maybe even utilizing the ultimate here, but MP's already here for this, so Smart Mega, what do they want to do?
Oh, Tsunami Slam on the one! That is Super Yoshi picked off clean and easy.
Wow.
MP the King with the turtle secure as well. A double gambit pulled off by both junglers. But again, the one with the clear advantage on the map walks away with a win.
Oh, okay. So partly I'd like to think it was MP the King and Twisted Minds waiting for a slightly better time, because if they went ahead and rushed that turtle, they probably wouldn't have gotten the kill, just the turtle. But now that they waited, Jome!
Leonin on Leonin violence! MP takes out Jome. Your Purify is no good here, sir.
Okay, wait, MP the King's in trouble though.
Walks into Super Yoshi and Andoryu. MP the King taken out.
All right, good response. They needed to get something, man, because if that went unpunished, that would have been really bad for Smart and Omega, and you can already see Tier 2 being pushed here on the bottom side from Outplayed. Just goes and picks up the Sky Piercer. So, you know, we were waiting for some action to pop off, and there it is.
Yeah, objective dance and macro control again, Twisted Minds. That's what they're just doing so much better compared to Omega in this series right now. But let's see if we're going to see the Omega turnaround for the team fight, because again, they have a lineup built up very well for that, playing around the Harith and even the Hellcurt, who, if they're not going to be using it to clean up, you can actually use it for good initiation, paired up with your Badang and Juice In. While the members of Twisted Minds are blind, that's when the Juice In and Badang will enter, and those are easy catches secured for Omega. So that's why I guess why Twisted Minds are continuing what they're thinking from game number 1, where, you know what, let's respect Omega's fighting and let's take control of the map. Which Omega are balancing it out.
Exactly what I was going to say. It's very reminiscent of game 1. Twisted Minds taking control of the map, and this benefits them because they lost on a sudden turn of the dime in game 1. So if they can continue the same tempo and not fall to that same mistake they did in game 1, we're going to game 3. That's currently the direction of game 2.
Yeah, it's just fixing the mistake, the major mistake, the game-losing mistake that they made in game 1. Because more or less, it's pretty much the same kind of trajectory already in this early portion of the game. They're going to take control of this objective area, and it doesn't look like Smart Omega really wants to do anything about this. They're going to be way too late as the turtle's already secured.
Lewis gets caught by Tsunami Slam. A real revelation. Andoryu going hunting. Who's he going to find? Salmon Force dropped in by Jome. They're dancing. Andoryu falls. Hajizi gets one. Jome in the back line.
No!
Does not even take down Escalera. And MP the King got eyes on Super Yoshi. No escape in this one. Outplayed gets a kill. 4 for none.
And Outplayed gets that kill with a stack on top of it now that he has a Sky Piercer. Make that 2 stacks. And even though Omega got that start that we said that they'd be good at with their team. Oh, he got a third! He got a third! Ukiri's out!
Now or never. He chose now.
And it looks like we may be going to a game number 3. I thought Omega got a good clapback turnaround because they layered their ultimates perfectly, but they were fighting under way too much. And since MP the King went for late entry compared to the Hellcurt, who was initiating, that meant that the backline of Omega were susceptible to just getting broken down by the joy of MP the King, which led to the big win by Twisted Minds.
Here we are, the Dark Knight Falls. The last time Hellcurt was played as a jungler was in Season 12 by then AP Brent's Kyle Teasy. Hellcurt's last appearance, however, was in Season 14 by then RSG Light.
Ah, yes, the Rome Hellcurt hero, RSG, that led to, I guess, in the long run, domino effect, him playing it for BTR now.
You can fill in the rest.
You can fill in the rest. I don't know, man. There's, like, Hellcurt, he's such a cool hero, and then, you know, he pops his ultimate, Dark Knight Falls and everything, but then he just, like, when he does his initial, like, setup, he's just there. Like, if you're not able to pop up...
Oh, no! Speaking of just there!
Oh, no!
MP the King forced him to use the Dark Knight Falls just to retreat.
Yikes. With 8 seconds before the Lord spawns, that was a great call by MP the King and James to say, you know what? I think we can actually chase him down.
Oh, that's... Yeah, that's tough. You're just going to have to give this away, too. There's no way. There's nothing Andoryu can do here.
There's no way.
Oh my goodness. How did it get from there? Andoryu just wanted to, you know, he was doing business in the map. And then Twisted Mind just says, yeah, we can make this into us getting the Lord without a problem.
Oh, let's go! Glorious Pathway set in! Plus a Tsunami Slam taking out Andoryu! Salmon Force dropped in by Joe, but there's nothing they can do in that small avenue. That little purple pit, that was all Twisted.
And MP was just watching because he knew he didn't even have to do anything. Like, that's just how far ahead they are right now and the advantage this composition gives them. They might be looking to end off the first Lord push. This might be the 80%.
Bro, Escalera, using the flicker with the tidal strike.
Escalera.
Bro, he went so far to get that big 3-man knockup.
Oh, the defense by Omega.
Not again!
Underneath that tier 3. Outplay gets taken out. Salmon Force dropped in, but Jome goes down on Doryu as well. The turret falls next. Okir gets caught out. MP the King with the freeze. Look at the back line. Lewis and Super Yoshi doing God's work. The Lord still standing. Hajizi swiping away. James still alive. Yoshi gets taken out. Lewis doing his darndest, the real world manipulation. keeping him away. But no, Lewis is still alive. Look at him be the king. Minds sacrifices himself. It's just Haji and Lewis. Oh, Lewis falls too. Jome coming in just in time to defend.
What a team fight that was.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get a big replay of how Game 1 ended, but at this point, Twisted Minds' lead is just way too big. That even though it was countered very well by Omega, Super Yoshi got a really big knockback. He repositioned very well. He got 3 pushed into the tower and was able to turn things around. But Twisted Minds just has way too many resources that they can afford a sloppy take like that, and that Omega, they were hoping a big turnaround. They just can't get it yet. The lead of Twisted Minds, gold-wise, resource-wise, is way too big.
It allows for their margin of error to be so huge that they can play within these spaces. And the fact is, Haji didn't die yet. Remember, the last time Omega punished Twisted Minds in this way, Haji died.
He died, yeah. And the fact that, I don't know, when you use everything, you're just literally sitting there. Haji's not going down. He doesn't even have the real world manipulation, but he's still able to kind of kite and maneuver around those little skirmishes. Are what's so difficult to deal with against dealing with the Eve. And so at this point for Smart Omega, they have not been able to contest any of these objectives. Now I'm sitting here kind of scratching my head, like, when is that time for them actually gonna come online? Like, do they just let the next Lord even go down too? Do they continue to just try to turtle up and defend in the base?
I think it's the latter. The comeback will happen much like the comeback in Game 1 did. It's gonna be a punish. It's gonna be from something Twisted Minds does themselves and not necessarily Omega, because I don't think they can even contest this.
Yeah, it's gonna come from the clapback. It's gonna come from the defense, because if they go ahead and start things out aggressively, that's actually not gonna bode well for Omega, because MP the King, unless it's the MP the King the one that they cash out early. If they can do that, their chances of being able to start a fight and win it would actually be really good. As long as it's MP the King, or, well, I doubt it's gonna be Outplay, because Outplay's been positioning very well. He only has 1 death.
But here's the thing. If it comes down to the clapback in the base, I don't think Omega can do that as good as they did in Game 1.
Yeah.
Their lineup now doesn't clear waves as nearly as good.
Yeah, so they're just going to have to find themselves defending in the base again. Lord secured second one now for Twisted Minds. Taking a quick look at the items. Are they in a position to actually defend this, though, Renmar?
Oh, the Hellcurt is not. The Juicin and the Harith, oh, definitely. So it's going to be a lot of heavy work brought out by the Phoveus and Badang to set things up for the Juicin and Harith very well. Good thing Jome's already locked in with his core items.
Yep.
Even though Outplayed is full build, this is within the realm of, okay, I can make a comeback with just a really good Harith play by Jome. However, I feel like if Omega really talk things out and play around the Dark Knight Falls of the Hellcurt very well, then they could do something interesting with the defense.
What are they doing here?
Look at Ondorio, he's looking for that flank.
And he's alongside Super Yoshi. They want to just go from the back angle.
They sacrifice so much. Mid lane and bottom lane have fallen. Glorious Pathway set in by James. Look at Ondorio and Super Yoshi. The conceal. The Dark Knight falls. RWF from the back line. Can they find him? Ukir's fallen already. Ondorio taken out. Nice try, but Twisted Minds are taking us to game number 3.
They needed a Hail Mary. They tried and tried, but Twisted Minds said not today as they take on game 2. We're heading to game 3.
The lead was just way too big. Even though they had the damage, they didn't have just enough to eventually take down Outplayed, who survived with around 10% health and was still able to do damage. And 2 heroes, the Phoveus and the Juicin, just fell down way too quick for Omega.
Yeah, it's, you know, as we take a look at this game, like we were kind of talking about within the game, that Twisted Minds, they had control, you know, for the majority of it, just like they did in game 1. It just seemed like this time around they kind of corrected the minor mistake or the major mistake that really turned that game in favor of Smart Omega in game 1. Because nonetheless here, from start to finish, really, you know, they were doing everything right. Twisted Minds, they had control of the objectives, they had control of the map, they really contained Ondorio. He really didn't get the opportunity to do anything on the Hellcurt, honestly. I mean, the last ditch play there at the end would have been great if they weren't so far behind, but even then, they weren't even able to kill anybody. They weren't able to catch Outplayed.
course, great Eve game. Again, we talked about his timing with the real-world manipulation. Just was the perfect deterrent to a lot of the things that Omega wanted to do in some certain scenarios where I thought, okay, as long as you layer things correctly for Omega, it's gonna go good. But then it seems like Hot Jeezy knew, like, nah, not under my real-world manipulation. Because even though I'm blind, I can just swipe and tap, and someone's gonna get hurt.
Yep, it was the perfect stopper to Omega's all-in dive comp. That is dive comp. When you look at the dictionary, it shows a picture of that draft.
Yeah, and even though I really love how Omega drafted this, I like the idea that they wanted to do around this Hellcurt. It seemed like just a well-timed real-world manipulation, and late entries, especially by MP the King, would set things up perfectly for them.
And it's not just that. It's even the glorious pathway.
Yeah.
It's also a great stopper. So Omega, as soon as the game started, were climbing uphill. They were swimming upstream to try and get some salmon to try and survive, but it was not in the books this time. If there was ever a comeback, it would have been off of, again, I said it in game, I say it now, Twisted Mind's mistake. If Twisted Minds forced something too much or walked into a fight that they weren't ready for, even the Hail Mary play, right?
Yeah.
They were living on a prayer.
Yeah. They were. I was trying to think of how to sneak Bon Jovi in there. I just couldn't, but I just needed to acknowledge the legend.
It's the intent.
Yeah, it's a great song.
But look, the game ended about the same time as game one.
Yeah, Omega knew that. I felt like they knew that they need to do it from the clawback. I mean, they tried, but the Twisted Minds just were able to build a really good cushion for them already.
But looking back now, that worries me. Because Omega went into game two hoping to replicate the results of game one, which means they wanted to play from behind to begin with.
Yeah. Oh, I think it all boils down back to like one of the main ideas that we had for Omega. It seems like execution-wise, there's always just something that falls apart for them. Although for Twisted Minds, I guess it wasn't just all execution, because looking at the draft and the heroes that they had, they did have so many things that they could just bring down and that Omega would have a hard time fighting. Even though Omega, they had a good idea of layer everything so well, it's just that, okay, but you're fighting under real-world manipulation. You're fighting under getting Death Sonata from afar. You're fighting under the glorious pathway where you're forced to take this fight now or never all in.
Not to mention, you double or nothing on the fact that you might get Toonami slammed.
Yeah.
There's that whole thing. I'm like, wait, this is so bad for Omega. And then suddenly I see somebody get flown in closer to all of this damage. And that's because Escalera was an extra layer to punish.
Yep. And I think Escalera definitely made up for the error that he had of overstaying his welcome and overextending in game number one that led to their loss. Game number two, this was a really great Kalea game from him. I liked his uses of the flicker to make sure that the gaps are closed out. It made the jump of the tidal strike feel even further. Yeah. And that's already one of the most busted abilities in the game right now.
It looks like an ult.
Yeah, it looks like an ult because of, it's like, hey, she's far, she's not going to reach me. Oh, she does reach you. And combine that with the flicker, with how Escalera used it, no wonder why the map felt so small, or the specific team fighting areas felt so small for Omega.
That's why like 9 out of 10 head-on collisions with this lineup by Twisted Minds felt like Omega shouldn't have picked that fight anyways.
Yeah.
They just feel like they weren't...
They weren't what, Joseph?
It's all right, you'll get that gourd. You'll get that gourd, man.
He's fine. He's trying to gather his
goodness.
It's like they weren't?
It's like they weren't. It's like they weren't able to fight anything, though. Like, for the
exactly.
Gosh, that's what it feels like.
Our BPI rich guy made sure they didn't, because he was trying to play the same game from game one.
Yeah.
No, I felt like with what happened to Naisu right now, that was a good way to encapsulate what happened to Omega. They tried to get it out, but something just stopped them from getting it out. Whether it be a cough, crowd control abilities.
I appreciate you guys.
Tripping up.
Just you know, stoppage, you know, just...
It's just dry air, man. Like, I don't know, like, I went outside briefly.
You
it's
did?
so dry out there, yeah.
No.
Like, I just had to go take some air, and I don't know.
I was so consumed.
I know.
I was just looking at his beautiful eyes while
you guys did
analyzing.
A great job. He did. I was listening to him, you know, while I was out there. But, yeah, as you guys can see, Hot Jeezy leads Twisted Minds to equalize the series versus Smart Omega. And that's the thing here, is either way, again, Game 3 is crucial for both the teams. Now, the trend of the series, though, I'm saying it's still tipping towards Twisted Minds because of the way that they've been playing from game 1 to game 2. Like, they've controlled the series.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, I mean, we gotta acknowledge it. They lost game 1 because of their own mistake.
Yeah.
Game number 2, when they don't make mistakes and they're playing very clean, Omega cannot do a lot.
And I think for Smart Omega, they might need to really consider the draft. I love to see the Helker, man. I want to keep seeing the debut picks, but maybe for game 3, we get to see them come in with a different mindset to maybe win the series for them, or it's going to be Twisted Minds. But before that, we're going to throw it over to our host for the All Access segment.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. It is still on our way to our game number 3 at kitang-kita nyo naman ng mga fans ng Twisted Minds na nandito mismo sa likuran and they are really hoping for this win. Pero bago ang lahat ng yan, saksihan muna natin lahat ng mga tournaments na nagaganap bago mag-MPL PH weekend. Dahil nagbabalik ang MLBB PH Esports Express and everything is gonna be under 60 seconds and timer starts now. Kakatapos lang ng Week 5 ng MDL Philippines kahapon kung saan nalaman na natin ang top 8 na umabante sa round 2 ng play-ins. Ang top 8 includes teams from the qualifying rounds, Uncle Drew Gamer Pack Ascend at Marshall Mayhem. Then, Onyx 9 Lives at Smart Omega Neos. Kasama na rin dyan ang RRQ Kaito, Aurora Hunters at TNC Voltas PH pagkatapos sila matalo ang TL Academy. Round 2 of the play-ins begins this coming Tuesday. One more step towards the playoffs. Next up sa Athena League. Week 4 continues this weekend, concluding day 1 earlier today. Blacklist International Zol and Smart Omega Empress are tied for top 2 sa current standings at una ang Team Liquid Aqua. May laban pa sila bukas, so we'll see if there will be any changes. Finally, the recently concluded CBOL qualifiers to determine our Philippine representatives for the IESF. The grand finals to determine the CBOL representative came down to the Titans of MLBB. Team Liquid Philippines versus Team Falcons, with Team Falcons winning it all. Kaya naman mukhang magsisimula na naman ang World Tour sa kuponang ito. And that is time. I'm sure that everybody else is gonna be entirely excited with what is about to happen. Kaya tatapusin muna natin ang MLBB PH Esports Express at ibabalik na natin sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Hans, for the express of information there. And for our international viewers out there, yeah, that's a little update on our Philippines MDL going on. Of course, they have their play-ins and then the playoffs eventually there. For them, of course, we also had the Athena's League. That's what we've been talking about all season long. That's for the women professional players out there. It's also the qualifier leading to MWI. And then lastly, we had the team selection for the representation of this year's ISF for MLBB, and that was Team Falcons that won that in a 3-2 victory. So congratulations to them, and of course, that was Coach Trevor with them as well. So we'll see exactly how the landscape is going to pan out, because we all know right now a lot of the leagues are all underway, almost done with the regular seasons. Some even might just be getting started last week, and they're in
Malaysia.
Yep, Sup Malaysia. And we have a whole lot happening in the months to come here. Now, for Game 3, this is the side selection. We've got blue side. That is going to be for Twisted Minds.
World Tour 2025, I'm just saying.
World Tour?
It's a good year to be a Falcons guy. I mean, one way or another, we're going to end up in Saudi Arabia.
They're in action next, all right?
Yeah.
But right now, we're back in this rubber match. Game 3, Twisted Minds on blue once again. Coach Bonchan ain't budging.
It's not budging. And so that's why I'm wondering, is this going to change the options, I guess? Like, are Smart Omega going to do something different here now that they're going to be on the red side again?
Yes, I think if anything, Omega's going to change. Knowing Coach Bonchan and Coach Eson, they're not.
Yeah, I think they're going to stick with their Game 2 bans. I like the Fanny Loi Hayabusa blue side ban. It's Omega that has to change up either the Matilda or the Chip. I think they would want to play it safe and still keep the Angela ban, because the Matilda and Chip will force Twisted Minds to change it. To change up the draft, because now they're going to have to think, are we actually going to change our first pick now? Because they've been first picking Joy for the first 2 games.
They have.
Yeah.
So
Zero regrets.
Yeah, 0 regrets on it too, because it just, Seems to give them that advantage in the early portion of the game if they need it. But also at the same time, I'd love to see maybe this is where Smart Omega, I don't know. When I look at it, I'm thinking like the power picks that they could have. And it's not even so much their picks, aside from the Hellcurt. I just think the Hellcurt didn't work out very well at all. But it's just being able to set up the early game for them. And I feel like that's been the struggle all season long, honestly, with whether or not we're seeing Chaknu, for example, play or it's Super Yoshi play. I just think that's been the case for Smart Omega. So whatever they need in this draft to have a better early game is what I'd love to see.
They're keeping them until the Angela ban. Well, Twisted Minds, as expected, same bans here. They gotta open the chip. Because if they don't change anything up, nope, never mind. So it's gonna be the same thing.
They say no.
Caster mics don't feed into our player comms. They have their own plans and they're sticking to it.
We go again.
Go again.
We go again.
All right.
Oh, literally.
What is it? Now they get the Kalea. All right.
They're still playing to not lose. This is game 1 draft.
It's going to be the same. Then it's going to be another Eve pick. And they can go Phoveus again. Or no, they go Green. Oh, yeah. It is the Phoveus Eve. Come on.
Phoveus Eve.
Go again.
Just go again. If this is an Eve again, why not, you know?
Come on.
There's only so many times you can do the same dance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. And then... I mean, Suyo's gone.
This is an XP laner. Last we checked, this is a Gatot.
Yeah. Gotcha.
How much could you change though? Like what else?
Let's go Gatot.
No, Haya. It was Haya game 1.
Yeah, in game 1. But
game
since
1.
it's gone, they can go in the
Yeah.
second phase with picking their jungler there. They don't need to rush a jungler now. Unless, I don't know, they want to go Alpha.
Or Lucas.
Or Lucas, yeah. Oh, Lucas would be that would change things up for Omega. Lucas would be really good.
Yeah, I don't know if you want an Alpha when Lucas is around.
Yeah.
Because I've always been a believer that Lucas is a better Alpha.
Yeah.
I said it first.
Lucas is a better Alpha?
I said it first.
Still waters run deep.
Oh,
They know!
They knew they needed to change things up, so they go the Ling route. One of the heroes banned by Twisted Minds in game number 2, second phase of the draft. So now both teams have their junglers are going to be playing for the gold matchup and the roam as well. Good thing for Omega, though, they're going the second phase with a flex on the Kalea. Although part of me is thinking that is going to be most likely be a roam Kalea already.
It was Midnight. Midnight said Lucas is a better Alpha.
Yeah.
Did he?
He did. About a month ago. Which, by the way, might still show up in the XP lane.
Yeah. They can go roam Kalea, then XP Lucas.
Yeah, I actually like the matchup Lucas into the Phoveus.
Oh, actually, I'm one of the people that don't like Lucas up against the Phoveus.
Really?
Is it the Lucas I'm thinking of? Because I remember seeing a stat. Heading into week 6, the win rate of Lucas up against Phoveus in the EXP lane was low. It was like around 30%.
Lucas or Hilda?
No, it was Lucas. Yeah, it was Lucas.
Is he statistically better in XP than jungle?
No.
In jungle, I prefer him in the jungle because of the
Yeah.
recent performances for Mobile Masters.
He's been better in the jungle now.
Yeah.
His stock in XP was dropping.
Yeah, because Lucas has those little dashes that he has in his kit.
Yeah.
That makes it easier for the Phoveus to deal with him. It sort of kills.
He has so many dashes.
Yeah. The Phoveus is just like, all right, sure, thanks. You make laning so much better for me, and even team fighting.
He has more dashes than Ruby.
That's true, actually. Because he can do it twice when he goes Unleash a Beast.
Yep.
Okay, so they take out the Tigreal. Has Jawhead and has just been taken out of priority also because teams would rather go for like Cho.
Jawhead and Suya are hanging out outside. They're in the doghouse right now.
Yeah, like, I haven't seen them just yet.
Cute Toy Story meme. I don't want to play with you anymore.
I was just thinking about that. Yep. The look down, letting go of the Suyo and the Jawhead. Yeah, that's okay. It's time for. Well,
is it a Bruno game again?
Oh man.
Oh, Ling Bruno is very good. A very quick scaling, and yeah, it will be tough for anyone to deal with.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. So we thought it would go third pick, but it went fourth instead. Still very good priorities here by Omega. What are they gonna do? Is it just gonna be the Granger again, but up against the Ling? If you mess up your entry as a Ling, Bruno would be a great pickup for outplay, but then that puts them into too much team fighting category while they need to balance out the macro. I think they're forced to go Moskov again here.
No, they already get the Moskov a ban.
Or Claude.
Claude is okay.
Yeah.
You can afford to be a little slower because the Ling will have the scale too. So.
Yeah.
Claude Purify, Bob's your uncle.
Ooh, okay.
That's Jomi Khalid.
Yeah.
On Escalera. And what's going into Johnville's hands?
Oh, the carry.
So very team fighting focus for Twisted Minds. I think the macro is going to be handled mainly by MP the King in this scenario. So they want a strong team fighting 4 around the Phoveus all the way up until the carry, while MP the King is going to be handling the map up against Andoryu.
I guess you help kind of take care of the carry a little bit here too, because you're going to need that that later portion of the game, especially when you get the Malefic Gun to help with the range here. So you can kind of help protect Outplayed with this lineup that they have, and also it just helps them so that it didn't get picked up, because sometimes we do see that carry picked up against a Phoveus, you know, to kind of help shred that down. So now the last option here, is it going to be the Bruno? Like, will that just be the default choice here for Jome?
I'm okay with the Bruno.
It's okay. I don't know the matchup in the gold. It looks like they want to invest in a little bit of range. I think Omega weren't comfortable in game 2.
Yeah. All right. So I like the balance of the lineup for Omega, the presence of the Ling, the macro and all that. But again, I think I'm going to look at it from a team fight around Turtle 2 or 3. If Omega slips up somewhere there and Twisted Minds takes over, which usually so far what we've been seeing is they either win Turtle 2 or 3, then they go on a macro snowball from there. Yeah. Omega needs to avoid that, because if Twisted Minds snowballs, the Ling is the unhappiest in this lineup for Omega.
Yeah, the Ling, we've seen it win one time, maybe something. It hasn't won too much.
It hasn't put a dent on the meta, is what it is.
Yeah. So this time, you know, it's in the hands of Andoru. We just saw him bring the Hellcurt in its debut pick, and that didn't work out. So maybe it'll be different this time around for Andoru and Smart Omega as they go into Game 3, an important game for them against Twisted Minds.
To Mobile
Same
Legends.
thing. This game, this series, for either of these teams, whoever wins it, will have a better chance at getting to the playoffs here ahead of us. But we're going to take a little bit longer to jump into the Game 3 while these teams get something situated here. So, I don't know, we can talk about the draft a little bit longer, of course, Leo, but that's the thing. I think it's such a gamble anytime the Ling comes up. I don't know if I would say the Ling is even just, it's probably still more of a gamble than the Hellcurt was, where it's like you really need the team to kind of help support you from start to finish here.
Au contraire, I think the Ling is a safer pick compared to the Hellcurt, because the Ling can just revert to split pushing.
Split push,
yeah. The Ling can go like, all right, I'm not winning fights. Let me take the next 5 minutes and just clear waves where y'all are not at.
Kind of like a Moskov.
Kind of like a Moskov, kind of like a Hayabusa, kind of like a Fanny. So at least Omega has that. But here's the thing, man. I don't like that Omega's drafting again to not lose. I can't see it.
Omega is not drafting?
No, Omega is drafting to not lose. I don't see this as a I'm going for the throat kind of draft.
Yeah.
I see it as a, all right, let's hunker down until we're ready to take over, until we can win.
And that's been the whole season, man.
That's been the whole season. That's been this game.
That has. Are we jumping? Oh, okay, I don't think we're jumping back in yet.
Give it a second. Give it a second.
Give it a second. But that might be the case. If they're just trying to hunker down and get to a point, you know, and as we keep saying, like whatever that timer is going to be for them, I've always been saying this like all season long. Like I'd love to see them be a little more proactive, get the start, get the footing that they're looking for.
But here's the thing, we might be at fault. The barangay, the MPL community, the MLBB Esports fan base at large, we might be imposing the Omega timers on them.
Yeah.
When maybe we shouldn't. This is a different team now, Joseph. This is Barangay Omega 3.0. Like they're so different from when we last saw them, playing at 18, 19, 20 minutes. Not even the 15-minute version of the Omega timers, you know? So this is, maybe they're just a different team now. Maybe they're an Aikido team. Maybe they're a momentum shatter team. Like a combo breaker team.
I'd love to see them try to combo break some momentum here.
Maybe they're a get in my guard bro kind of team. You know, it's like, try me.
Yeah, I think, again, I don't know, against a team like Twisted Minds who likes to opt for some of that aggression in the early game.
Yeah.
I almost want to see Smart Omega like match that, you know what I mean? Like just go and fight and hope you win those team fights and then get that lead built on yourself.
Yeah, the thing about that is though, we saw that in game 1. They won the early, they lost it at the 5-6 minute mark because they slipped up. They got out executed in a team fight and they lost the map and they gave up that tower up top without anything going well for them.
So now the question is, can Omega be more than just a we win aggressively early team to a team that has plan Bs, plan Cs? Because we haven't seen them do that.
Yeah, I think like that's one of the big things for Twisted Minds that you just mentioned. It seems like when things don't go well for them, you can see the things that they do around the map to make sure, all right, this is how we come back.
Yeah.
For Omega, it was believe in ourselves, that they will mess up and that we can turn around. For Twisted Minds, it was, oh damn, we lost the first turtle, the first 3 minutes, 4 minutes, not going well for us in game number 1. All right, 5-6 minutes in, we'll get this turtle, we'll break the tower down bottom, and then we'll out macro them, make them think about defending the mid, but then we actually went for a push up top with MP the King and Escalera alone, 2 people, without that much contention. So you can see like the layers of different plans for Twisted Minds.
That's exactly their comms.
Yeah. But in Tagalog.
But
we assume.
Yeah.
In Tagalog. Looks like we're going to be taking a little bit longer here to jump in. It did say it was from Twisted Mind's side, so again, we got to go ahead and wait for this. It's an important game 3 for both the teams.
And that's exactly what we can expect from Twisted Minds. Is it's a very mindful kind of MLBB.
Yeah.
For Smart Omega, it's all heart.
Yeah.
Just we can do this, guys.
Yeah, like I was mentioning this to Leo, like and Nicer, like off broadcast, where it feels like I'm watching Omega right now, and this isn't a knock on them, but it feels like I'm watching a team that's just playing with a lot of like, we got this, believe in ourselves, we'll just fight and we'll be able to win it. That kind of execution.
Which is counterintuitive to what our stats show, because Ukir outperforms Hajizi on all fronts as a mid laner.
Yeah, this is total season stats. This isn't just for this game. This is the entire season. So
to be fair, Haji's played some pretty interesting heroes in the mid lane.
Hilda.
He's played Hilda.
A Cho.
Yeah, he's played Cho.
So what is that?
It's been an Angela also.
About half a dozen times that he's played a weird mid laner in season 15.
Yeah. Well, Well, I mean, this is mainly comparing KDA. This is like team fighting stats that they're looking at, though. Like damage, average assist.
Yeah, no, your KDA and damage dealt will tank because of those Hilda Angela games.
Yeah, when he was playing the Cho, the Angela, the Hilda, he was just, you know, like it was because of the whatever lineup they had at the time. It ended up working out sometimes, and sometimes it didn't. So it's not going to be something that you're like, padding my stats with.
Fun to watch, though.
It is, yeah.
I was here for it.
I think we were here for it. I think it was us.
I mean, like...
Oh, you were like...
Figuratively, yeah. But also, yes, I was here physically present.
Okay, Happy the King and Andoria on your screens. Again, I'm very happy that we got the Hayabusa game for Andoria. And they ended up winning from that as well. You okay there, old man?
Yeah, dude.
He's fine.
Hey, I'm on the tail end of this.
Yeah.
All right? I don't get sick often. But when I do...
You know.
Yo, I cannot believe we got an entire series where Suyo did not show up.
Not a single time.
I'm happy.
You know what? The first time he showed up was a graphic. This graphic was showing the most played.
You missed him.
He wasn't in a ban or a pick.
He's slowly slipping. 100% contest rate to now what? I would assume 97. 96%.
If the second series we don't see Suyo at all, something's really up. Because some people, I know the community, they're probably saying, but it's Twisted Minds and Omega.
Yeah.
You know, when we see the top 4 teams, we're probably gonna see more Suyoso showing up either as a ban or a pick. But what if it doesn't, right? What if?
Like, what if later even?
Yeah, what if later this is actually proof that Suyo has just poofed out of the meta.
To be fair, this was a nerf to Suyo that no one saw coming.
Yeah.
Because one would assume, oh, they're going to reduce his numbers, they're going to do so and so. But no, they took out a whole aspect of his passive.
Yeah.
That is a huge chunk of why you like the Immortal form.
Yeah.
Is because you have damage reduction from both physical and magical sources.
Yeah, and I think because of that, it just 100% skyrocketed Joy to the priority
He
list.
was untouched!
Yeah, because people before were just saying, Suyo instead of Joy instead.
Just more utility.
Yeah, unless you're like King Kong, and sometimes you'd go for Joy first.
Yeah.
But then now that the Immortal form no longer provides magic defense, now you're thinking, I'd rather Joy. I would rather pick the Joy instead of the Suyo priority. And then now the other team on the red side with the Joy rush by Twisted Minds, Omega are thinking, yeah, I don't want a Suyo up against a Joy. So is that the mentality right now for teams? Where if there's a Joy on the other side, you're not going to Suyo anymore?
Yeah, maybe.
I suppose so.
To be fair, there's only really one magical jungler, right? It's just Joy.
Is it?
Well,
Joy and Alice.
If you ask all the people in the ranked games, don't forget about Karina. I know that's just RG.
Sure.
Yeah, there's really not that that many options magic-wise to put in the jungle. So I don't know. It's us again. I think they need a little bit longer to go ahead and sort out what's going over either on Twisted Mind's side, or I think it is still them.
Yeah.
But they'll get things situated. We're not 100% sure exactly what that is, but of course we want the best gaming environment for our players here in Game 3.
It's a point, Joseph. It is a point.
It is a point. I'm wondering if it had something to do with the draft. Like, it couldn't have been the draft, right? Like,
no, it looked like all the picks made sense. Nothing was too crazy. It's, I mean, if it happened early in the draft, we would have already gotten the pause mid-draft, and then you'd see everyone go reacting, oh, we didn't mean to take this.
Yeah,
but
we did load into the game.
Yeah, we loaded into the game.
Yeah, so, you know, as we were debating here on the Magic junglers, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see Joy perform here. We are going to be taking a short break to go ahead and get things situated out, so sit tight. We'll be back after the break.
GG, bro! Don't worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1?
And welcome back after that short break. Hopefully we got things situated here once again. It's us, the We Bear Bros. It's me, Nyasu, Leo, and Renmar. And we are right in the middle of a best-of-3 series between Twisted Minds and Smart Omega. We were just about to jump into Game 3, so we'll see if the players got that all situated. And yeah, we talked about some of our points already for this draft. Coming in Game 3, I think one of the biggest things that I'm looking forward is to see if this Ling works or not for Smart Omega.
It's a draft that was meant to fill in what got banned out, like the Hayabusa. They end up with a Gatot anyways. We got a decent gold laner. It's very reminiscent of Game 1. Again, what is Omega thinking to do here?
Yeah, I think Omega with the Sling pick, we're actually in the game already. I'm thinking a little bit more about the macro, the map sense of it all because of the Ling that they have. And they might want to play around that idea. However, we did discuss that if Omega slip up again at around Turtle 2 or Turtle 3, if a team fight goes bad for them and Twisted Mind goes on a macro snowball, the saddest hero in the lineup of Omega is the Ling.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. We'll see, though. And Doru, you know, seems to like to go for these assassin picks when he can. It's just, he's going to have to be able to go ahead and utilize it like we saw when it did get its... Was this its first game win for the Ling last... Or not, I guess not last week, but was it week 6? Or was it week 5?
We'll double check on that.
I know when it did come up, you know, it's one of those rare picks. And it managed to go ahead and get a win at some point.
Yeah, I think it was Kyle T.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think it was...
Wasn't it?
It's one of those fringe picks that, you know, right job, right tool.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. We'll see. And Doru this time around is going to have to really rely on the support of the team, too, because that's what we were talking about. You know, if you get behind, then, yeah, you're kind of left to the devices of just pushing on the opposite end of the map or the sides of the map here.
I like how Escalera's actually been playing this. He's really checking the rotation of the Ling. It's not stopping anything, but it's at least giving the information of, okay, this is where Andoryu is. You can be a little bit more aggressive in lane outplayed, go ahead. And he can afford to position himself in that area. The positioning of Omega shows that Andoryu is probably just hovering around this orange buff. So Twisted Minds have been keeping this Ling in check, and that's really mainly because of Escalera.
That's kind of all they have to do. You know, the turtle's up. We've seen Twisted Minds do this just to, very routinely at this point in the series, where they go ahead and know their timing's really well on the first turtle. It is up. Andoryu, though, is going to be forced.
Look at the back line here. Escalera coming through. The steal by Andoryu. AOG by Lewis covering the exit. James is trapped. First blood drawn by Ukir. That was all Omega.
Yeah, the big difference maker was that Hajizi was not level 4 yet. Ukir already had his ultimate, and without a real-world manipulation, Twisted Minds had to leave James behind. So still a good call by Twisted Minds that they only lost James, but even better by Andoryu, the fact that he was still able to steal that turtle away.
Yeah, I'm surprised he was actually able to go ahead and get that. Oh, already burned that flicker.
Another odd angle by Escalera. This could have happened earlier, but now, for sure it's going to happen. A Super Yoshi gets him with a Toonami slam.
That's a whole lot of utility that we got to see earlier in the series, too. This Jushin paired with a Kalea, really hard to escape from. I mean, most likely you're going to either burn a battle spell or something, and then even then, you're still probably going to get caught. So early on, that's a really devastating combination to work against.
Okay, so the goal difference already growing one for the mid lane. The Jushin, the spot that you want to be in if you are the Jushin. So let's see if Twisted Minds are going to be waiting up until Hajizi gets his first item and then commit a big all-in team fight. Because even though Hajizi has his ultimate, up until he gets that glowing wand, they shouldn't be team fighting too heavily, considering that Omega already got a pretty good win early on. So yeah, no glowing wand just yet for him. Although it's also going to be taking a while for the glowing wand for the Jushin.
Yeah, that's okay though. Again, at this point, a little bit of slower pace for Twisted Minds. We've been talking about how in this series so far, they have been controlling a lot of this early game, and right now, this is what we wanted to see. I mean, we were saying, hey, we got to see Smart Omega get control early game and see exactly what they do with it, and that's what they're doing here against MP the King. They take his purple.
Nothing that Twisted Minds can do here on many different fronts. Outplayed here, gets caught out. Toonami slam towards his allies. Super Yoshi secures one. AOG by Lewis to reposition. MP the King can't finish the job on Joom. He barely dodges Ukir. And look at the back. Escalera catches Super Yoshi underneath tier 1 down bottom. Wow. Andoryu Yoshi drops. Steps the blades. Takes down MP the King. Takes down Hajizi. The Barangay are calling it quits. Game 3, they have woken up.
Everything is falling apart for Twisted Minds, while Barangay Smart Omega can be very happy with how the first 5 minutes of this game has went, because now the timing, the window for Twisted Minds is so much later into the game. There's already a considerable lead building for the Granger. A considerable lead locked in for the Jushin. Ukir has been key for Omega in this game number 3.
Yeah, Ukir doing a phenomenal job. That's going to be the turtle secured now. Andoryu gets that. And, again, we saw a preview of those stats earlier between Hajizi and Ukir. And Ukir is one of those jungler, or one of those mid laners that kind of flies under the radar a little bit, from game to game or series to series that we see from Smart Omega. But he's aggressive with it, especially if he's, playing a hero like the Jushin here. So now as they rotate down, they're going to be looking to put pressure now in the bottom lane.
Oh, defending this tier 1 down bottom. Lewis forced out of position. Super Yoshi and Joan backing off. But look at the top lane. This is that sharp edge of what a Link could do when they are on the offense. They can just attack from many different angles, and there's nothing the opponents can do. Nothing Twisted Minds could do.
Yeah, and Omega have secured their checklist, their conditions for the first 5 to 6 minutes of the game. They got Jom out of lane first. They got in the first 2 turtles. They've already broke the side lane towers. Everything's going well for Omega. Despite the struggles for the early to mid game in games 1 and 2, they've locked this in. And I think even at the point where if Omega suffer an error for Turtle 3 or Lord 1, they should have enough of a cushion to keep it within range of just winning another team fight or skirmish to get the game back.
Yeah, this is the best, I feel like, start or early game that we've seen Smart Omega in some time, actually.
Oh, MP?
MP could be in trouble.
Oh, the orange just barely secured by MP. Fade away retribution. Look at the back line, though. Here comes Escalera and James. Two get caught out. Yoshi and Ukir.
Oh!
Look at that jump in. Jome in trouble, though. Escalera looking to finish him off. Crimson Beacon by Ukir. Down goes Escalera, the punish by Big J. James caught out between 5 members.
They're trying
to take down Jome. Big J walks away from 2 assassination attempts.
I can't believe Jome survived all of that. Phenomenal positioning from him.
Call him Jome Castro at this point. You can't get him no matter how many times you try. The protection provided not just by Ukir, although Ukir was my star there, but by everyone from Omega. It's like El Comandante is in trouble, protect him.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing that if you talk about Smart Omega from you know, week to week, a lot of the times it's being able to activate Jome, allow him to have that space, and because the early game allowed Ukir to be where he is on this Jushin, and he's got that little extra layer of opportunity and protection too because of the Kalea. It allows you to move around the way Jome is. So this is a whole lot in favor of Smart Omega right now. All 3 turtles.
Oh! That is a tsunami slam catching Escalera off guard. Another kill for Big J. Call him J Grande.
Omega things just cannot get any better, but they probably will with all of the waves that they have marching in, the aggression that they're showing, and Andoryu versus MP.
Down bottom. That's a steal. Grand Theft Orange. Highway robbery. Andoryu.
Andoryu, he's got some revenge because of what he had to experience the last game. I mean, he was basically just dismantled on the Hellcurt, but this time he's got some vengeance now against Twisted Minds.
There's no way Omega doesn't take down this turret.
Yeah.
They can take it slow now. That cushion you were talking about, Renmar, has grown so big.
Yeah.
It's literally 3 mattresses worth. They can just throw bodies.
Yoshi!
In comes Yoshi! And the collapse, Escalera comes through, but it's too late. MP gets taken out by Andoryu. Down goes Lewis. Look at the back line. Outplayed goes down. Escalera 2. 4 the trade. That's a wipeout. A maniac by Andoryu.
It's a nightmare for Twisted Minds as the nightmare gets 4, and Omega might get game 3.
Oh, they're going to be able to push this turret down at least. They still have a couple seconds. Outplayed will be up, but that might be all they get. But Smart Omega, 10,000 gold ahead. Lord for the taking. And it looks like Andoryu will go ahead and give the call to just split this. But look at what Twisted Minds might do here. They can't actually maybe even contest this, but this is the replay. This was a great setup. Again, even with everything that they were able to throw at them here, they just get collapsed down, and the damage from Andoryu is so much.
Dude, Twisted Minds were outgunned. Yeah. I think they thought that the positioning and shocking Omega into that fight would have been enough, but no, not when you're down 7K, 8K.
Yeah, at that point, that was just item diff. Twisted Minds, if the gold lead was a little bit closer, oh, that would have been so bad for Omega. But the fact that Omega, again, has a very massive cushion right now, so many more items, that even though that they got out-executed in some regard, they're like, this is fine. We have way more items than you. We can survive longer than you. And in the punish, we can chase you down. Twisted Minds had to spend so much just to get, what, those 2 kills? While Omega, they still had ultimates ready for the late clapback.
And Omega are in the base. Lord up top. Wave in mid. Twisted Minds are holding on for dear life. MP the King with the Holy Crystal. I wonder if this is enough. Yoshi coming in with the conceal and the tsunami slam. Down goes Escalera. Real revelation. Look at the back line. Andoryu going hunting. Down goes Outplayed. Down goes James. That's all she wrote. The Barangay take game 3 and the series 2-1.
Smart Omega needed a win here, and that they did, and they did it in style in game 3.
And that means, if I'm not mistaken, we will not find out who secures the last slot for the playoffs until next week. Because Twisted Minds could have secured it this week if they beat Omega. But since they dropped this series, that means we won't find out until who gets that coveted final playoff slot until the final week, week 8 of MPL.
And the Barangay make MPL Philippines Season 15 all the more a must-watch league. They're making us hold on.
We had to. We had to hold on, man. And the way you look at it, too, as Twisted Minds are going to take their bow here, of course, it was very poetic in the way the series went. Because in this last game, they finally dominated. It took them, a couple minutes into the game, but they dominated this game in comparison to where Game 1 and Game 2 we're very favored towards Twisted Minds. So whatever they had to come to do to figure it out, whether that's the draft specifically or the execution as a team, this is a great showcase for Smart Omega here.
Yeah. Wow. If you're a member of the Minds and if you're even the 5 players of Twisted Minds right now, you're wondering how would this series have shaped up if they didn't slip up in game number 1?
Yeah, it's interesting to think how fast the adjustment was from that to now game 3. But would love to hear from them. Let's go ahead and throw it over on stage for our winners interview.
Finally back in the winning column, your winners, Smart Omega!
Wow!
And with that, gentlemen, you are still in the running para sa playoffs. Jom, ano bang nangyayari? Ano bang nangyayari at bakit ba pag patapos na ang regular season, ganito palagi ang nakikita natin sa Smart Omega? Ano bang naging inspirasyon nyo para makuha itong panalo na to? Ano bang pinag-uusapan ng team bago magsimula yung match?
Pinapaalala lang naman namin sa isa't isa na kahit naman matalo kami, basta alam namin sa sarili namin na binibigay namin best namin, okay na kami dun.
Really, the hope and, yung dedication nakita natin
Oo nga Feel ko, meron din nagawa yung long break sa performance na meron sila ngayon. Jom, kasi nagkaroon tayo ng long break. Ano ba yung pinag-usapan ng bagong barangay bago pumunta dito? Dahil nakita namin na parang iba yung form nyo ngayon.
Ano yung break? Hindi kasi kami nag-break
Hindi sila nag-break!
So what did you do? Like for all of us siguro, nagpahinga kami during the Holy Week, tapos meron pang other international tournament. Anong mga ginawa nyo all throughout that long break?
Wala, nag-RG tsaka scrim lang kami. Wala, di kami nagpapahinga.
Wow, at nagbunga.
Nagbunga yun,
Nagbunga yung
exactly.
ginawa nyo, Jom. At alam namin na ayaw nyo na natatawag na comeback kings or late kings. Pero parang wala na kayong choice dahil nandito na naman tayo. Malapit nang matapos ng regular season at mukhang gumagana na ba ulit yung Omega Timers?
Subukan na yan kung bagay pa rin yung late game timers.
Susubukan nila because they still have a lot more matches. This time si Andorio naman, since katabi mo na siya, Jom, Andorio, nanggaling kayo dun sa C-Ball qualifiers, especially with the newest patch na nakita natin ngayon. You've played bago maging updated yung patch. Ano ba sa tingin mo ng patch ngayon? Nakapag-adjust na ba completely ang Smart Omega or may mga kailangan ba tayong plansyahin ng konti?
May mga kailangan mong plansyahin.
Gaya ng?
Baka malaman nila
Tama. Okay,
tama
okay.
naman.
Tama.
Bawal i-reveal yung mga strategies nila.
Aprobado ni Coach Lem.
Oo. Andorio, matanong lang kita, ano yung pinagkaiba ng Smart Omega ngayon kumpara doon sa previous weeks ng ating Season 15? Ano yun, Ukir? Ano yung binubulong mo?
Yung previous week daw, natatalo sabi.
Ano daw?
Natatalo daw yung previous weeks.
Natatalo yung
Hindi, maayos na yung gupit ni Yoshi. Nag-scale na
Patingin nga nung gupit ni Yoshi. Patingin nung gupit. Parang wala namang malinong mga nakaraan. Ano ba yung malinong nakaraan?
Nag-scale na Hindi mo na nakita.
Nag-scale na yung gupit itong ni Yoshi. Speaking of scaling, meron tayong mga heroes na lalabas at the very next week dun sa Naruto na collaboration. And I'm sure you guys are very much aware of that. Tatanungin ko lang kayo isa-isa. Magsimula tayo kay Jom. Ano ba yung gusto mo na Naruto skin na makuha para once na lumabas na siya, ano yung unang-unang mong bibilhin?
Sino yun?
Sige, kaya mo yan.
Sino-sino yung mga hero?
Okay. So, si Naruto ay si Lucas. Si Sakura ay si Kalea. Si Sasuke ay si Suyu. Si Gaara ay si Veil. Tapos, meron pa isa. Si Haya, si Kakashi. Okay?
Sinong gusto mo dun?
Si Pikachu na lang. Ay!
Iba yan,
Hindi,
iba yan.
si Sasuke.
Ang hirap mong kausap, Jom. Andoryo!
Andoryo, sino sa'yo?
Ikaw, sino sa'yo?
Pinakagusto ko sa Naruto is makapasok kami sa playoffs.
Yun!
Feeling ko doon na natin tapusin.
Okay na yan.
Doon na natin tapusin.
Good choice.
Once again, your winners, Smart Omega! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. Ay, nako talaga, Jom, Andoryo. And with that, you may now take your bow. Para sa kanila, Odin, wala muna silang pakialam sa mga skin. Kasi ang gusto nila, magkaroon sila ng tsansa na makapasok sa playoffs.
At mukhang papalapit na sila ng papalapit doon. Dahil nga naipanalo nila tong game against Twisted Minds. At meron pa silang laban sa mga susunod na lingguhan.
Pero seryoso, abangan nyo yung mga Naruto skin collabs. And of course, abangan nyo rin ang mga susunod na laban ng Smart Omega. Pero sa ngayon, balik muna natin sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Hans and Odin, and of course, congratulations once again to Smart Omega there. They definitely needed that, and it's interesting to see because they had to, you know, sacrifice some of the off time that a lot of us had in preparation to have that fighting chance, and it seemed to be paying off. And hopefully they can continue on that. And man, is that really how it's going to be? Is we're not going to find out till week 8? We're not going to find out till the final week. Which of those teams does lock in that final playoff spot?
We know for sure between these two. Yeah. It's still up in the air for AP Brent.
Yeah. Oh, no, even AP Brent could not secure the playoff slot this week.
Yeah, so all the more.
All the more. All the more. Well, Andoryo, once again, will get the MVP that we're looking here. This is Ling. So now this is like Ling's second win out of I don't know how many games he's been picked up, but he went 7-0-5. He had a massive game here on the Ling to be able to pull this off, and overall he had a phenomenal game. I know we're going to take a look here at the MVP highlights here in just a bit, but you know, down to the point where I felt like again he had this little like personal vendetta against MP the King because of how rough game 2 was on the Helker.
To be fair, there's very little a Joy could do against the Ling when he's airborne. If anything, the Joy will die like 4 out of 5 times if it's Andoryo who's picking the fight. And that's exactly why he deserved the back-to-back MVP performance, because again, whenever they won, right? So game 1, game 3, he played the Ling in such a way that he didn't make it feel like a scaling hero. He made it feel like Ling was online from minute 1. Like there was something he was doing to affect the game.
Yeah, he really made the most out of the Tempest of Blades, the Naka provided there. That it was like a symbiotic relationship between him and Ukir, who is like, Ukir got someone up in the air, that's Andoryo's signal to, all right, Tempest of Blades time. Other way around, Andoryo gets someone with Tempest of Blades, gets a big knock-up, Ukir's the one going, all right, time to go for Crimson Beacon. So they timed it up really well in the combination of the aggression and the execution, the really good timing by the Jushin and Ling together in those skirmishes really messed up Twisted Minds in the fights.
This is such a fast game, 11-0-1.
Oh yeah.
How dominant this one was for Smart Omega in comparison to the previous 2 games, but you know that's the thing too. I think this combination is so deadly. The Kalea and the Jushin. Those 2 heroes just together, I mean, and also, again, it's the Gatakacha that's thrown into the mix, right? But those 2 specifically, the Jushin and the Kalea, if you're the opposing team going against that combination, like, you just want to play. And I feel like a lot of the times you're just either in the air or being brought back, you know, with the beacons and everything else and the flares. So it's really difficult to play against that, and I'm thinking, you know, what other teams kind of have up their sleeve to deal with that amount of utility, because it does seem like it's a pretty big overload. Even if you have, for example, an Eve who has that real-world manipulation, or a Phobius that is naturally going to be able to tank up a lot of that damage, but even then, you know, even if you can tank up a lot of the damage, what good is it? You know, how many times do we see Escalera get picked off, thrown into the air with the Tsunami Slam because of Super Yoshi.
Yeah, my mind keeps also going back to the very first Turtle fight wherein there was a significant EXP gap between the Eve and the Juicin. Again, Turtle 1 was won by Omega and they were able to get 1 kill onto James plus the Turtle because Ukir was already level 4. So there was a rotation that Omega did so that it secured, okay, Ukir already level 4, while Haji was just halfway to hitting level 4. Ukir was already significantly past level 4 by the time that fight started. So there was something that Omega did right with their early game rotation, especially for the Juicin, that allowed them to snowball after the first Turtle.
Which now you mention and walk through word by word, play by play, blow for blow. That was a slip up by Twisted Minds. Like maybe they just shouldn't have contested.
Yeah. It seemed like they were... The way they were fighting that was as if they already had real-world manipulation available for them. But they didn't.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, that could be, if you look at it that way, Twisted Minds, you know, with the games that they lost, sometimes it comes down to one of those very big moments where you might just think, okay, this minor decision isn't going to have that lasting of an effect, but think about that one fight that they decided to take. This is only an 11-minute game. You know, that kind of decision that led to that team fight not going in their favor at all actually had pretty compounding effects through those 11 minutes.
Which is a nice reality check because this is a reminder for us that Twisted Minds is a very new team. So these little lapses in decision-making team-wide may be a difference in chemistry. Smart Omega, this very version of Smart Omega has been a team for what, 18 months now, give or take? Like this version of the Barangay. That means that's a lot of time they spent together playing in, what, international events, playing in this league, very league, over the span of 18 months. So, again, there's a lot that Twisted Minds can do to, you know, crawl back and try to fight for that last slot.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to. They still have some time, but let's also go ahead and take a look and a listen to the mic check here for the victory. And that is the preview of, you know, how it sounded, of course, for the shot calling there and everything else for Smart Omega. And it seemed like they were pretty hyped up in Game 3. Also, is this you, Ejin?
You, Ejin.
You, Ejin? Naruto Early Access MPL. What is it? How do we decipher this?
I think he's asking for early access to the skins here in the MPL.
Right, I wish we could. Yeah. Oh yeah, because they're going to be showing up in the game before we can get our hands on it. The players will be able to show them off in broadcast before.
When will they get to do that?
Next week, if I'm not mistaken.
So it'll show up.
Oh, so hey, I'd love to see it. I don't know when it. I wish I knew, but we're gonna have to get our hands on those skins. Also, it's the last 2 weeks of the regular season. So with the last spot for the playoffs still up for grabs, you wouldn't want to miss all the exciting action here. So you can, to claim the final spot, it's now or never.
Get your tickets now at MPL, at ph-mpl.com. That's ph-mpl.com/tickets to watch and cheer for your team live at the MPL Arena.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
There it is. That's what we're looking for.
That was missing.
It's just never missing when you're on the table, Renmar.
Yeah.
Even when you weren't here, we made sure that we said it in your honor.
Thank you so much.
So our next matchup for today is the last one of the day is Team Falcons versus TNC. It's the Battle of the Birds.
Oh wait, that's a cat.
That's
a cat.
definitely not a bird.
Excuse me.
Why would you?
No, it was a different bird sound, but a meow came out.
That sounds very naturally that you just had this urge to meow.
No, there. I was trying to go for that.
Well, that's a falcon.
Yeah, that's a falcon. Yeah.
So what's a phoenix sound like?
With fire.
Well, I don't know, man. Even with Team Falcons and
the guy
TNC. It's a what?
It's a guy phoenix.
I feel like I can't hear it because I'm dealing with this thing. But I can't wait to see exactly what's going to happen there, because we will go into, when we come back from the break and everything else, Team Falcons and TNC, they also still have some load, some weight to their matchup against them, because all the teams that have already secured their spots, of course, they're fighting for that first and second seed. So we're going to be back after the break here. It's us, the We Bear Bros. We'll see you guys after the break.
GG bro! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ! Yoっしゃ! 第7班ここに復活だってばよ!
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。
cut us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Weapon fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switching na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Tagatang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala kasang Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun, I'm repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
And welcome back, everybody, here on the English desk. It's me, once again, Nice to Leo Renmar. It's us, the Wee Bear Bros, to bring you the last match of the day of Week 7. It's Day 1, Week 7. And we just had a phenomenal one where Smart Omega gets the third game win. They win the series against Twisted Minds. That is a huge thing for all the Smart Omega fans out there. And now we have the Battle of the Birds. It's Team Falcons and TNC.
This is tough for me, lads. I'm gonna just say it's
He
tough for me.
He is Mr. TNC in 5 and the allegedly Falcon guy.
Not allegedly. I am a Falcons guy, but TNC in 5.
So which one is it, man?
We'll get to it later.
Okay, well, again, for those that missed it, match 1 was phenomenal, and Doro keeps Barangay Omega playoff dreams alive. Now, if you haven't been able to catch up and everything else, the win that they just got pretty much leaves us up to down to next week. Like, the final week of the regular season is when we should find out what the final team is that is going to be going to the playoffs.
Beautiful. This is what MPL Philippines is all about. The underdogs, the dark horses. Literally anyone can beat anyone and make it to become champions.
And if you guys want to be champions, you can be in Time Zone, because Time Zone has an exclusive promo just for you guys. Get 400 pesos power load for only 200 pesos.
That's 200% value. All you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, that's TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
There it is. I hope
will never take that away.
No one's going to take that away from you, man. You know what? I'm not going to take this one away from you, Red Mario. This one's yours.
All right. So you can also get a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Plus, don't miss out on an exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaway during the MPL Philippines. Stay tuned for more info. And just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
Don't miss out on its amazing deal.
There it is. So you switched it up here, you know.
You like that?
Yeah, I like it.
Feels good, right? Feels good.
It's crazy, by the way, because our dear friend Wolf out there, shout out to him. He's got like 2 different TT Racing chairs.
What?
Yeah.
TT Racing chairs already?
Yeah. And
hey,
he used the code.
That's the data analyst for Onic you're talking about.
Yeah, he's got 2.
That's right.
And they're both very different. They're both very comfortable. I wouldn't know which one to pick, because it's different from these.
You just want both.
Yeah, but like, and that's the thing. I'm like, how did you get all these, you know?
If one of them go missing, don't check in my house.
Yeah, we won't check. But we will check these out. Infinix standings right now. Currently, these are the 5 teams that you guys are seeing flashing in green that are locked in for the playoffs, and down to those bottom 3 teams, Smart Mega, Twisted Minds, and AP Bren, that are still looking for that final spot. It's pretty close here, too. I mean, if you really think about how big of a win the last match was for Smart Mega.
Is it just me, or was that loss worse for Twisted than it was for Omega?
Yep, it was. Even though it wasn't a sweep win, it was still a win at the end of the day, and now Omega find themselves in a comfy spot. Again, they have not secured their playoff slot yet. No one's going to secure the last one yet this week.
And Omega has a couple more games than Twisted.
Yes.
That was just game 11 for them.
That's, wow, that does put a lot more weight to how the last series went. They have 2 more. They have 2 more?
Yeah, they have 2 more series.
Because you play 13 matches,
right?
right?
Yeah. Quick math. That's crazy because, you know.
14 matches.
14. But that also, what was the statistic we had? They've done it 4 out of 6 times where they lock in at the very end of the regular season.
Yeah,
maybe
they've only really missed 1 playoffs.
Which was season
13.
13.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the one slot they got, there was one season where they got it very quickly. Oh, wait, no, that was last season.
That was last season. They got it really quickly.
Yeah, because they were 3rd.
Yep. Yeah. Every other season, they were like...
Yep. And that's why we got to talk about this team here, TNC. You got to remember, this is their return to the playoffs after 5 seasons.
2.5 years.
2.5 years. They, I mean, their attempts since what, season 10, which included the likes of, you know, now famous names Cram, Innocent, King Kong. This is a big thing for the Phoenix Army here.
Folks, I don't want to say I'm a prophet, but it took them 5 seasons.
That's what you meant.
That's what I meant.
That's
when
what
I said it. And all the way in week 1 or week 2 of this season, TNC in 5.
Put it on a shirt.
They did it in 5 seasons.
Dude, if there's not a playoff shirt that says TNC in 5,
please,
I will be disappointed in you, Redmar.
5 seasons.
Why do I have to make it?
Because you did not talk to Eric Redolfin. You did not talk to...
I got to talk to the boss.
All the partners. You have to tell them.
I got to
make
find
it a shirt. Anyways, 5 seasons, right? On paper, chronologically, that is 2.5 years.
Yeah.
But almost to the day, it's been 3 years. Because the last time we saw TNT in the playoffs was when they made it as far as 3rd place in season 9.
Season 9, yeah.
In Q2 of 2022. So it's been 3 years.
Yeah, we were casting in face shields at that point. Not in face masks anymore, just face shields, right?
Not even.
Oh, no, we already took them out.
That was Joseph's very first Grand Finals experience.
Yes. Right,
yes.
Oh, that was when we had like a crowd again for the
very
first
time we went public with the playoffs once more, yes.
Yeah, that was, man, seems like such a long time ago.
It's an era ago.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, speaking of the boys here for TNC, the main thing is they did talk about their realistic goal, you know, getting to the playoffs again after so long. But one of the main thing that remains for them is, can they go higher? You know, can they beat some of the top 4 teams here starting off with their first match against Team Falcons, because as you see right here, they have not beat a top 4 team just yet in the regular season.
Yeah, that's the biggest asterisk on the wings of the Phoenix right now, that they have not secured a win. They've secured games, though, against Aurora and TNC, Team Liquid Philippines.
And TNC. Oh, they are TNC.
Yeah, they are TNC, yes. But they have to be able to say, going into the playoffs, they need to at least end the regular season with a win against a top 4, right?
This is definitely a test of how hot they're running in Season 15. Is because, yeah, they can take down the, more manageable teams in Season 15, but what about the ones on top of the food chain?
Yeah, and you got to consider, in Week 6, 2 weeks ago, they got swept by Twisted Minds, who we just saw lost to Omega in 3 games. So, to say that momentum isn't on their shoulders right now, kind of tough right now for TNC.
Here's a good question for all of you watching at home. Is Bulletproof also weatherproof? Team Falcons Super Marco versus TNC's Benny Cutie, the all-time stats. And of course, we can't miss the glorious pose from Flap every single time. He's going to make sure you see it and you don't see Super Marco.
He's just flexing. They're the usual gym buddies, too.
Yeah,
Flap and Marco usually go to the gym.
A few nights a week, they go out to the gym.
It's great because that's the perfect depiction of a gym buddy relationship. You've always got the one guy flexing, and then you've got the other low-key guy who probably can outlift the flexing guy.
Yeah. By the way, Super Marco is also a super maniac. 8 maniacs all throughout his career.
8?
Yeah. And they've also been the players who secured the Savages this season, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Super Marco has one. Ben Cutie has one.
Yeah.
Kyle has another.
And Kyle has another there, yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. I mean, and it'll be great to see the gold lane battle here, especially with some of the changes we've been talking about in the meta. But this is another question for our community out there. Which player has the most Savages in their MPL PH career history? Is it A, Super Marco, B, Benacuti, C, is it Tide? Is this what you were also leaning towards here, Renmar?
Yeah, who has more Savages?
Who's Tide?
Tide, you don't remember Tide?
You don't know who Tide is?
Yeah, who is it?
Check out Wikipedia.
Okay, yeah, I'll search it.
But I think Tide is the correct answer.
Are they actually Tide?
I will be honest, I was distracted by Flap's flexing.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the number. So I can't even mislead the people right now if I wanted to.
I feel like a lot of people are.
Uneducated misleading, you cannot.
Yeah, I cannot. So I'll just say
Tide.
A. I don't even remember the option for
A is Marco.
I'll just, okay.
A is Marco.
I'll just say A.
Okay, well, also for this, let's do predictions here real quick.
Let's.
Do I start with myself? Okay, I'm gonna start with myself. My prediction here, I'm gonna go with Team Falcons. I'm gonna go Team Falcons. Whoa!
Whoa, that's cool.
Nice try. That's very cool.
Okay, why Falcons?
Because I'm a big Falcons guy.
Okay.
How about Leo?
I talked about it in detail in the forecast, but no, I also say Falcons. Come on, it's Falcons. That is the newly minted Team Philippines Cebol IESF reps.
Yep.
All logic says Falcons.
But
I am a man who is very proud of his lack of logic. Wait. I said TNC Pro Team. Only because I have a lot of faith in TNC. And also, for the first round, I predicted Falcons. I love them both, so this time I'm giving my prediction to TNC Pro Team.
There's no logic there.
Yeah, even though a lot of things right now say that Falcons is on the way to securing this one here. There's also an elephant in the room we have not yet discussed, but I think we're saving that a little bit for later because we're about to
I was gonna
intro them.
Oh God!
I was gonna say,
I saw it.
Some people have already seen what's happening here, and you guys might be wondering as well exactly what we're talking about. We're gonna know in just a second. He is like a Greek god. Right, there's little changes happening here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to welcome the Marshals and the teams out for this matchup. Let's take a look on stage.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match is Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and David. The battle of the skies is upon us once more with Falcons versus the Phoenix. Flap TZ and Lord JM, the XP laners. the junglers, Kyle, TZ, and Zaida. The mid laners, Few and Lancy. The roamers, Yaoi and Pandora. And the gold laners, Super Marco and Benny Cutie. Welcome to their stage, the coaches, Coach Trevor and Coach Imba DJ.
A brand new matchup is now underway para sa Team Falcons, Pandora para sa TNC Pro Team, Yaoi. Gentlemen, step forward. Ang pogi nyo ah. Pandora, making your debut, paano kayo makakasiguro na hindi makakabawi ang TNC? Ano ang palag mo?
Nag-aral ako kay Master.
Nag-aral kay Master. Yaoi, paano naman kayo papalag kay Pandora? At sa Team Falcons, ano naman ang palag mo?
Nag-aaral ako kay Coil.
May pinag-aralan ang dalawa nating mga roamers. Fist bump, gentlemen. Phoenix Army, Team Falcons, go ahead and do your fist bumps as well. Para sa lahat ng nasa MPL Arena, mag-ingay tayong lahat para sa paparating na laban na ito. It's Team Falcons kontra sa TNC Pro Team. Casters, balik sa inyo.
Well, there it is. That's a new look for Team Falcons. Take us through the lineup here, Leo.
It's the same Falcons lineup, the best pure athletes in the game right now, except for one huge difference. It's not Ogwin, it's actually his cousin, Vincent Onigo, Pandora, the OG XP laner for the new age, then Brand Esports, now under Falcons Esports. In the history of his pro play, in his career, he's never played in the Roam. He's always been an XP laner. So what is this? What is Coach Trev and the rest of Falcons cooking?
The Falcons guy in me says this is pretty cool to see. You say, okay, this Onigo is going to take a break maybe. I don't know why it's Pandora. But we get another Onigo. There's two of them?
There's two of them.
I'll take it.
I'll make it work. And again, against them is TNC Pro Team. Here, the lineup that we've seen before many a times. But that's the question. Are they going to be able to beat a top 4 team currently in Team Falcons?
Well, they're going to need to. Although TNC Pro Team, we've talked a lot about them this season. Benny Cutie's impact on this team has been immeasurable. Very evident that he brought in a new element to TNC Pro Team that we haven't seen in a while. Not to discredit Kozid, Benny Cutie's just built diff right now. But knowing that Yaoi is going up against an EXP laner for majority of his career at the center of the map, something tells me things are going to be a little bit easier for Yaoi this time around.
Mind you, that is a world champion EXP laner in the Rome.
That's true.
Where the blood of the master runs through his.
It does.
It runs in the family.
It runs in the family.
Yeah, that's true. But then we also got to acknowledge EXP laners have evolved as like a second roamer too.
Yeah,
so maybe that's the mentality Falcons is going with. I'm still thinking about the true pure roamers, you know?
I wonder what this is going to do for the picking options, like that you put Pandora there, you know, like because obviously he's got his own unique hero pool to it. I'm sure he's prepared for this, but also, you know, how does this change things? Maybe even, or is it going to be the exact same that we see his cousin play?
How does it affect their kill participation, their rotations, their objective control? Because best believe this spider graph does not represent what Falcons look like with Pandora in the Roam instead of Ogwin. This is an Ogwin statted Falcons. Riddle me this. All right, entertain me, gentlemen. What if Pandora is just a more aggressive Ogwin? Because that's what you get with an XP laner, right? You're a secondary initiator. You're not as burdened by roaming duties like vision, rotations, babysitting. You're there to fight. So what if that's what Pandora brings?
Yeah, and students of the master are usually you know, more aggressive. The master is the more slower, calculated, Viper-esque, while the students are the one who's aggressive. So if I'm the Falcons here, open Pandora's box. I don't know what the hell that means. We don't know what the hell that means. So show us, why are you putting Pandora in the room?
I know you can't close it.
Yeah, I know you can't. Once it's open, it doesn't close anymore. So Falcons, what is it? What does Pandora bring to the table as a roamer? Not just in the picks, but with how he rotates and how he plays. That you said up against TNC Pro Team in Week 7, we are gonna be playing him. So for Yawi, for TNC, you're up against someone who's not used to roaming in this level. Play fast, play aggressive. You want to take control of the game early, smother Pandora so that the box doesn't get open. For both of these two, you got 2 birds and 1 stone.
What does it mean?
I am talking about the Roman mid combos, the duos to the center of the map. This time around, I know. I didn't know what the 3 men in Week 6.
Makes sense.
Now it makes sense to me. Roman mid combos, whoever has the better mid positioning wins. Few, Lancy, I'm looking at you two.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I just feel like you could capture that on any photo and just be like 2 birds, 1 stone, and then you could just apply it to anything.
Just anything.
In this scenario, it's very applicable because they're both birds.
Yeah, so
That's
the
true.
roaming duo, I'm worried.
I'm worried.
Because I don't know if, let's say, this is now headcanon to me, that Pandora is aggressive.
Yeah.
How does Few step with that? We know that Few is always a, you know, calculated player. He's so controlled. I wonder how much did Coach Treb think this through? They literally just came from a IESF SIBO qualifier.
Maybe they're just like, yeah, let's just see.
You could even make a joke somewhere in there that during the registration, he accidentally put Vincent instead of OG. And that's why Pandora's playing today. Coach was like, oh, dang, right, you're OG and he's Vincent. Oh, I mixed it up.
Coach, we've been together 3 years.
No, but I'm pretty sure this is very thought out, and Falcons are going to show us something interesting. And that's why I love the bands of Falcons here. You take out the chip, you take away the jawhead. 2 roamers that right now definitely you don't want to go up against if you're an EXP laner playing as a roamer, playing against Yawi.
Oh, we'll see what the last bans here are going to be for TNC as they took out the Jushin and the Fanny. It would be great too if we just happen to see Team Falcons take the Kalea, but it's banned out instead. So there's quite a bit. Yeah, the Joy seems to be the obvious case, at least for the first pick here.
But also, Louis still at large. This hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, and TNC Pro Team can play Louis with Lancy, so I think Falcons would want to take that away.
Time to drop the
Oh, no, still Joy. Still Joy is a prio. Turn off the Suyo, and looks like we're not going to be seeing Fredrin this time around.
Yep. It was alluded to earlier this week in that very qualifying tournament. They knew it was out and about. TNC, this has got to be a Louis something, right?
Yeah. I want to see them pick up a Louis right now. They play around it so well, and it goes again with the key to victory for both, where 2 birds with 1 stone. You make sure your mid laner has a very good pick right now that can apply a lot of pressure to the opposing team.
Okay, also something to consider now, like what would be the best case against the Joy? Because we've seen a couple different things. There's a Harith and a Badang that come through instead. So what would be best to go in the hands of Zyda here against the Joy?
I think we still might end up seeing the likes of like the Hayabusa.
Yep, still out there.
Maybe even the Ling for Zed, because Zyda also plays a very mean Ling. Back in MDL Philippines when he was a back-to-back champion there, dude was playing Ling like crazy.
Hey, even in Pandora's debut with then Bren Esports, at the time, Zyda was switching with Carl Teasy. Remember that? Echo Loud, Echo Proud?
Yeah.
Played a mean Ling then, too. Got to double check, but...
yeah, no, I think that's very accurate.
Right?
That's right. So, of course, Falcons will get the Loyi, and they get the Granger. They might be saving the Pandora for their... Yeah, they want to see the matchups first. They get the Granger, get range, good distribution of magic, so they just need more physical and crowd control. Pandora might end up something with along the lines of a Tigreal or a Hylos.
Or a Cho.
That's the thing, I'm putting an asterisk on the Cho because I don't know if he has it in him to play the Cho. He probably does.
And it's odd because you're kind of making sure that the Harith is a Purify, so one less target.
Who's Pandora's best pick when he was in XP lane?
It was Benedetta and Paquito.
Benedetta and Paquito?
Yeah. So it was that meta. It's been a while.
Dang, yeah.
He was also kind of Esmeralda guy, like an Esmeralda Phobius guy.
Yeah.
That would have been what, season 11-ish? 10,
11.
10, 11.
Yeah.
There's the Hayabusa,
Yeah.
like you guys mentioned. So that does come through for Zaina.
Good man.
All right, these next bans, yeah, focusing on the roam options here even further. So he'll have to dig into that hero pool, of course, but maybe there's something a little unorthodox that they could pull up too.
All right, they're choking down on Lancey's choices. Selena's still very much a volatile pick, but if it works, it works.
I think not just Lancey. I think they were considering a Novaria Selena again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, you don't want that kind of a rattlesnake in the draft.
Yeah. Because again, Novaria was buffed, and it makes more from a burst damage now. Not just a cooldown reduction base, a lot of burst.
A lot of surprises here today.
A lot of bursts.
Let's see what else unfolds. As if the new patch wasn't enough to keep us on our toes. There's a Hilda, banned out by TNC. Team Falcons, one more, they can choke out another. I don't think the Novarias were
I was gonna say, I don't think they go the Novaria.
Don't do that.
They won't ban that, right?
Yeah. Because you... Nah, you don't need to ban it. There's still so many options that could be a nightmare for you to deal with. I think you take away a Yaoi pickup right now, huh? Don't you consider taking out a Tigreal or maybe a Cho even?
I like the Tigreal. Like, ban out the Tigreal.
Yeah. Take out the Tig.
There
we go.
Yeah.
So it's either going to be a Cho or... Nah, they want Khalid for Yaoi. Oh, yeah. So Cho.
Never doubt yourself.
Never doubt yourself.
I was doubting a potential for a Khalid, but I believed in the Cho.
All right.
Good.
So now we see for sure what Pandora brings into his debut match as a roamer. This is so odd.
I know they're both Onigos, but they do look very different.
You mean
That's usually the case for
one
cousins.
looks like a Greek god.
Yeah.
He's also, what, 6 foot plus?
6'2". I'd
6'2".
say a lean 170.
Yeah, that's a very Greek god pick right there with the god that gotcha.
All right.
Gotcha.
Unless, oh wait, no.
We don't know.
We don't know. It could
Yeah.
be flexed. What's Flap gonna play?
Okay, EXP Rome, that's where they decided to put their focus in.
Wow.
Oh, what? Toms.
All right. Back when it was Pandora in the main 5 playing in the EXP, this was a hero that was big too. So could they be channeling an old way of playing in their, trust the process era of this squad?
What if it's another layer of surprise? What if Pandora, registered as a roamer, is actually playing EXP?
I mean, what's stopping them, right? You could buy the roam boost mid-game. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Well, that last pick is going to be the Valentina. This is also another signature pick for Lancey, I'd say.
So,
what ultimate are you going to take for the most part?
Electrifying Beast, you just automatically have that.
That's just that.
Yeah.
That's one.
Or you're going to be late entry with the Gata Gacha ultimate. You don't need to. Unless you're also looking at just taking away the diversion of the low Yi as much as you can so that you can also play into that potentially.
Reposition.
Yeah, but the trade in the middle of the map's kind of difficult for a Valentina if it's a Gata Gacha and low Yi you're dealing with.
Outranged you are.
Yeah.
Interesting. We get a last look at the lineups here.
All dive.
Again, a whole lot of dive. Yeah, and this Thamus pick that we haven't seen too. This is what? This is debut, right?
It's a debut pick.
This is a debut pick.
With
so
a vengeance, too.
With a vengeance on the Thamus here for Flap and Pandora once again playing here for Team Falcons. The Battle of the Birds here. Team Falcons versus TNC Pro Team in this best of 3 as we jump on in.
Welcome to Mobile
Who will drop
Legends.
first blood in this series? We're going to find out. And again, a little bit of a different iteration of what people are used to seeing for Team Falcons.
Yep.
But Pandora has the experience, but we'll be able to make it work here in the roam.
I'm going to say this now. If Pandora plays an amazing game as the roamer here today for Team Falcons, 100% it runs in the family. Expect in 15 years, Unigo's son, Ogwen's son is going to be a great roamer too.
Okay, you know what? Just to put it into context, Pandora has been playing MLBB professionally, semi-professionally for about 8 years now.
Yeah.
He started in about 17, 18. So
yeah,
I don't put it beyond him. He still plays the game, even being a 6-man.
Yeah, he started doing amateur tournaments in his neighborhood even before MPL happened. So he's been playing for a very long time. So let's see how he's going to be playing here in the roam alongside Few. This Tama's pick on the EXP lane might be targeted. It could be their take on the potential answer against a Badang. So let's see if that'll be the case. Zaida already level 4.
Forcing out a revitalize from Pandora. He responds in kind. In comes Kyle TZ, forcing a flicker from Lancey.
Yeah.
Okay, battle spells expended on both sides there. But going to be fine nonetheless. We still got 30 seconds from that turtle to come up here. And I'm wondering if that's going to be the case too. You know, if you try to choke down on where's the weak point here for Team Falcons composition, is it the Thamus? You know, is that the best target to go ahead and pick off if you're TNC?
Well, he'll be able to buy a lot of time. As long as he's level 4, he can bring up Quadrant, Inferno, and Vengeance. He's not going to be super tanky, but he's not going to be squishy at all. So TNC, if they're going to try to target this Tams first, they're going to need to expect that it's not going to be an instant burst, that they need to balance out the abilities they toss out.
Okay, well, Turtle's up here. First one of the game. Zyda's holding it. Pandora will go ahead and force him off of it. So that's going to go for this reset while Kyle TZ makes his way up. But Yawi is level 4. He could go for this kick.
Wonder if they know. FlapTZ about to check in. Still doesn't spot it. It's Yawi. He gets, and the kick on the Kyle TZ. The AOG coming through. That's a stolen one. Kyle goes down. Lord JM finds 2. Double kill for TNC side. And just like that, it all crumbles for Falcons. They're being sent out of their own side of the jungle. Wow, it took a while for Kyle to find Yawi.
Yeah, no one called to check it. We thought FlapTZ would, but he just walked past that shrub, and in an instant, with the flicker and the kick, Yawi able to pick off Kyle TZ right away. And now TNC gets a big lead from that go, considering this a Harith lineup that they have. Benny Cutie doing very well in the gold lane. If TNC gets another big win, it's going to be a big, fast snowball for the Phoenix Army.
Yeah, again, the snowball for them, especially with the lineup that they have, would be really good for TNC in this game, number 1. You can already see the gold building up, you know, quite quickly over on their side too. So for Team Falcons, how do they want to adjust from that? How do they want to be able to respond to that, even if it's the next objective? Once again, anytime Yawi does get the Cho, he's going to find the right targets to go ahead and kick. And so that might be something that Team Falcons has to be a little more aware of, is where is Yawi? Is he going to be able to get the setup potential off? But the fact that Few also has the Loi Yi. Oh, hold on. Bottom side, Yawi. Okay, he's going to be fine. Pandora is helping Super Marco, so pops Revitalize, keeps him in the lane.
Yeah, good thing he decided to pop that Revitalize, because I feel like if Super Marco stayed in the red, Yawi would not have hesitated to go in. Even though he doesn't have the flicker, they could have juggled that tower. So now they thought twice about it. But yeah, in terms of the pacing, this is what we were talking about. TNC Pro Team setting the tempo, being aggressive. Yawi getting into the key spots first. He's getting more information and vision compared to Pandora. So things are going well right now for Phoenix Army. And even the Crab Coin went to Zyda there last second, able to use the Retribution to make sure he gets to secure it.
Okay, so also with this, I think it's just, when you look at Team Falcons' lineup, it might just take a little bit longer for them to really come online too. And I'm going to be keeping my eye. Oh, hold on, Flap.
FlapTZ caught between a rock and a hard place, and 2 members of TNC. In comes the Falcons. That's 3 members coming through. Lord JM expends his kit, still holding on to the fist crack. The backup was just enough. I don't know if TNC spotted that, but they back off.
They back off. Yawi is here now.
All right, Pandora in his sights. Yawi displaced alongside Lancey. FlapTZ at half health. I don't know if they're ready for this turtle fight.
Yeah, the turtle is the next target. Both the buffs going to be up too. You can see though, Kyle TZ is going to stay topside, push that tier 1 turret, while Zyda goes for his purple, and they know the turtle's up. So this looks like it's just going to be a trade, an objective. Yawi's not going to find the Jikundo, so they got to trade something across the map here.
Oh, overpopulated is the turtle pit right now. Pandora right in the middle of it. Kyle TZ gets that push, gonna make a beeline for down bottom, and Few gets kicked, caught inside that pit. Yawi gets it. AOG coming through. That's a stolen one from Lancey. Look at the back line. FlapTZ. And Kyle TZ finds Lord JM. 1 for 1 so far. Few for Lord JM. Lancey going to be up next here. 2 for the Falcons. Double kill for Kyle.
The gambit worked out for Falcons. They gave up the turtle, but they got a tower up top. They steal a purple buff away, and they get 2 kills to boot, and they only lose Few. They send Benny Cutie back. They're going to be able to cut this wave, and they'll be able to break another tower down bottom. It's a gambit, a long one, a big one, but Falcons was able to make the most out of it.
Again, showcasing just how good of a team they are, whether it's Ogren, whether it's Pandora. The synergy and the macro decision is still there. You got to remember, too, how long has Pandora watched, you know, the original 5 move across the map, move across the world? You know, so you plug him into this lineup, he's going to make things work just like they have in the past.
I'll tell you, Joseph.
All
this time, Pandora has been watching and taking in all the possible maneuvers that Falcon could do. And who would have thought they would have done that? I didn't see that coming. I could have sworn Kyle TZ was going to be late.
Yeah.
Oh, Kyle. And in the middle of this fight, he gets kicked in. Too much damage coming from Benny and Yowie.
All right, overheating there was Kyle TZ, so now Falcons that will slow down their tempo quite a bit. Good thing they were able to take care of the top tower, but they have to give up the bottom one here, concealed by Yowie.
All right, spotted by Pandora, taken out of that conceal. They'll be using Pandora's body to defend from this push, and he's eating quite a bit. Force user, Vitalized Summon Force, dropped in by Benny Cutie. Here comes the backup, Flap TZ from the north, Super Marco flanking as well. Successful defense by Falcons.
Yeah, great defense. They hold on to the turret, but the turtle is up now. TNC has been 2 for 2. They're going to make their way up for this third one. Buff is up as well for Zyda. And we'll see this time around for Team Falcons if they want to go ahead and contest this or they just want to keep playing at the macro level. They already got the tier 1 turrets down, top and bottom. So now they'd love a turtle here. They got to watch out for Yowie.
Gets a kick on the 1. It's Pandora, very low. Barely holding on. AOG displacing himself. Summon Force underneath. Benny Cutie takes a few hits from Flap. Does pop the Vengeance there. Going for the turtle now. Lancy, Lord JM circling like sharks. Zyda still very, very full on HP.
Yeah.
Few goes for the repositioning. Super Marco coming from the north as
Oh,
well.
Yowie.
They find Yowie popping the playmaker. Another Summon Force by Benny, taking out Flap TZ. Turtle secured by Kyle. Lord James running. Look at the top lane. Benny Cutie misses Super Marco. And in comes Kyle. Can't take down Benny just yet. Flickers, but falls himself. What a trade back and forth. Kyle TZ, Pandora to the rescue. TNC, what a clap back.
So many things happened in that fight. Kyle TZ somehow getting the turtle, even though we thought TNC Pro Team would take it. We thought Kyle TZ would give that up, go purple buff instead, but he was able to show up just in time. Super Marco and Few, we thought that they'd be able to get Benny Cutie after Benny Cutie missed Marco after he flickered away, but Kyle TZ and Few could not get to him as Kyle TZ decided to back off instead of staying with Few to finish off the job, meaning Benny Cutie now will walk out of that with a total of 4-0-1 in his KDA, but it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, just about as even as it can be at this point. Here's another fact. The Molten Scythes fire up. Flap TZ won his last Thamus game in Season 13 versus then Liquid Echo. Meanwhile, Thamus was last picked by then RSG's Nibor last season is when we saw him.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if that Thomas XP was paired up with a Hellkurt Rome.
It was that season.
Yeah, it was that season.
Easy gets caught out by 4. In comes the cavalry. That's the cavalry being the Falcons. Lord JM dropped his ult. In comes Yowie, the playmaker, the Summon Force by Benny. AOG stolen away by Lancy. And Marco barraging down, taking down Benny. Gets a double, takes down Yowie. And the Falcons are done. In comes Kyle TZ serving up a third for Marco. And Lord JM walking away. Zyda on the other side of the map. Falcons are eating good.
My goodness, I thought TNC Pro Team already won that, especially after Lancy with a stolen AOG. Landed it onto so many members, but they held on. The sustainability of the Toms, the revitalize of the Gatakacha. Just enough space, just enough time for Super Marco and Few to deal damage and for Kyle TZ to show up to help Marco secure his third kill.
They're going to try to contest. All this while, Falcons fighting 2 fights on 2 fronts. Kyle TZ secures, but Pandora pays the price. Here comes the rest of them. Summon Force by Benny Cutie. Super Marco holding back. And they get to retreat, but they pay the price of Flap and Pandora.
They pay the price?
Diversion.
He uses his own diversion from them.
Few blasts and spots the 3 members of TNC.
Man, the game IQ to go ahead and check that out, that could have been really bad if they walked towards that. But hey, it was an attempt from TNC. They tried to make something work. It didn't. Ultimately, they should be able to deal with this Lord pretty well. They're not too far behind as we take a look here at the items falling into place. You know, how's it looking for TNC though, Renmar?
All right, they're still very close in the gold and the items. No Holy Crystal just yet for Benny Cutie, but he should be coming up on that. Definitely we're feeling the nerfs on the Harith in terms of his damage scaling. But once that Holy Crystal is locked in, it's going to feel like the old Harith again. It delayed a little bit though. Diversion up top, but that's only going to be for macro map control as the members of TNC Pro Team are down bottom. Already 4 items core locked in for Super Marco, just built up his Malefic Roar.
Man, Super Marco still deathless so far. Is he weatherproof too? Right now he's doing fine, but Benny Cutie is just having an amazing game also on the Harith here. So I think for both teams, that's going to be a big part of this late game now. You know, taking care of your gold laners, allowing them to have that positioning to be able to move around these team fights for their best ability to fight.
Yeah, it also looks like when it comes to the big team fights, as long as Few can dish out the duality procs from his abilities really well, it messes up the team fighting of TNC, leading to Marco being able to free hit, leading to Flap Teasy to be able to deal damage. Even though it's not a lot, it's still damage at the end of the day while sustaining the front line for Falcons. So this Low Yi is doing so much in team fights.
Oh,
uh-oh.
There's a diversion.
Okay.
Painted by Falcons. Close call. Keeping TNC on their feet.
Yeah, keep them guessing at this point. Conceal going to be used as well. Yawi trying to get some of that information. Again, they're just trying to go ahead and collect what they can. This purple buff, though, is going to get stolen, though, so Zyda won't have that. They're about 40 seconds away from this Lord coming up here, so I don't know, man. I would think like TNC is actually in a position to contest if they want to. And knowing that they have Yawi, and we've seen this actually time and time again, they might just go for that play. You know, and whether that's utilizing the conceal, trying to get a pick off, that might be their best case scenario. If they manage to not get it, then they're okay actually defending in their base as well for this next Lord that could come in.
Wonder where Falcons will, if they're going to try to force a play with a diversion before the Lord, or if they're just going to play it safe. Because right now the team fighting has been, they've been winning, they are leading, getting closer to a 4,000 gold lead, but it's still at a point where TNC Pro Team can out-execute and can turn things around. So I'd like to see Falcons consider taking a risk with a diversion, and here it is.
Whoop.
No, it's just to move faster to the center of the map.
Yep.
Yawi's in position too.
They might actually blitz. Something tells me that diversion is going to be used more mid-fight, like the past couple of times it's happened here.
So they started up half health. Yeah, it is seeming like a blitz. They might hold it on though.
Whoop.
You know, Yawi.
They learned to check where Yawi is. Super Marco smelled something fishy, and Yawi already has the conceal used up. So this should be a go signal. Oh wow, look at that chubby wave down bottom. TNC have to work on the map.
Yeah,
they got to get back.
Oh, this is smart. They're starting Few and Marco along with Pandora to shadow them to threaten a split push because they know they can quickly get back to the Lord pit with a diversion.
That's dirty.
Wow, great macro.
Yeah, there's the push now for the wave. This could be their green light though to go for it. They know it's just Yawi right now. That wave is still pushing in. They go for the reset.
Oh, they have to send Zyda to clear that wave, and now this fight might actually break out. Lord JM flickers back. Yawi still keeping tabs on the two. The flicker and the kick. The AOG stolen away. Few goes down. In comes Raptizi, pops his vengeance. TNC not entertaining him. In comes a shadow kill to Zaman first from Benny. Has revitalized from Pandora. Yawi with the steal. TNC happy with what they got. Can Super Marco punish? The rest of TNC are still moving forward. Raptizi barely alive. Falcons fail to thread the needle. TNC with a steal.
Great on-the-fly repositioning by TNC Pro Team. They were able to avoid the main salvo of damage by Super Marco, and they were able to force back Falcons at the right time for that objective. Kyle Teasy, who was targeted by the ultimate of the Hayabusa, wanted to drag it away, but it meant that he was out of range for the retribution. And of course, Yawi with the initiation to start things off, picking off Few. We talked about the Low Yi and how much he was doing for the team fights as long as he was free to combo, and they took out one of their biggest problems right away.
Oh, Yawi again. Okay, he's not going to go force that one. They still have this Lord here they got to deal with. Flap will be forced back into the base. Tier 2 turret's going to fall now on the bottom side. TNC finally having some movement and some space to work with. Or JM, we're going to disengage.
This is Lord number 2, already jumped in on that turret down bottom. Falcons make quick work of it, able to defend their inhibitor. Tier 2 in mid up next.
Yep.
Successful defense by Falcons.
Now that it's 105 seconds away, almost 2 minutes before the Lord spawns, we then go to the stat line presented earlier this day. teams who have gotten the Evolved Lord 100% of the time win the game. Not instantly, but if you get the Evolved Lord, there's a 100% chance so far that you will take it.
Oh man, if they well, I think that's the thing too, is at this point we're gonna see the same kind of choreography for the Lord. It's gonna be really up to how they respond to Yawi. Sometimes when he pulls the trigger and goes with a conceal, they back off, they're not able to catch him, and here's a diversion though.
Coming in through that fence brush, 3 gets sent through. Marco, Few, and Kyle. No dice.
Yawi again.
TNC with the successful steal. Grant that purple. Kyle TZ is starved. Falcons not looking to force anything.
Good thing Yawi went into that shrub for a split second right before the diversion ultimate animation ended. If he didn't, this could have been a very different story.
Whoa! Yawi finds a kick onto 1, but it's Pandora.
Oh,
he does get the revitalize. Super Marco in the back line, already using his Wind of Nature. Clapped easy, pops a Cauldron Inferno, sending back 3 members of TNC. Now, the diversion, where they go all the way into the back line. It's Pandora and Few.
It's risky.
JM responds in kind. Few figures out. Zyda catches him. The stolen. The AG. No, it's real. Down goes Few. Zyda gets him. Marco blasts Zyda, dashing out. Now Few pays the price again.
Oh no.
Lord JM looking to finish it. Pandora goes down. It's all just 3. And about it's perfect timing for the Lord.
Perfect timing for TNC off of that one. It just feels like these Death Sonatas and even the Rhapsodies just can't reach the targets from Super Marco, and so they lose quite a bit of damage that's supposed to be, you know, affecting TNC. So right now, all of this gets them this next Lord. They're gonna wait for that 18+ minute mark.
Did you say the Rhapsodies and the Sonatas? That's literally what got nerfed in Granger.
And it feels bad, man.
His range.
It feels bad. You're seeing it happen real time here.
Yeah. He's still deathless, but at the key moments where you just needed to reach. I feel like it's a little bit of muscle memory as well if you're Super Marco. He's used to it being able to reach further out. But now that it's been nerfed, it's just not landing as it used to. Not the Evolve Lord just yet, if I'm not mistaken. They took it before the 18-minute mark, so the Lord was not able to evolve.
Man.
But they're still going to go ahead and try to end it with this one.
Oh,
this reminds me.
Even the orange.
This reminds me of when they shortened the length of Gord's beam.
Traumatizing for you, huh?
Lord crashing down bottom lane. Falcons are going to lose this one. And now TNC are inside the base. That's permanent damage. Falcons are going to have to play a tighter macro from here on.
I think they still are going to be fine for this push in unless Yawi has something to say about it. Goes in.
Yawi comes through, catches Few once more. And look at that underneath tier 2. The fight breaks out. The shutdown on the Marco. Zyda finds him. And that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. 3 have been taken out in exchange for the playmaker. Yawi finally falls. But the base is crumbling. TNC are in here. Pandora and Kyle TZ have to defend like hell to survive.
Pushing in this middle wave.
4v2. Minions coming in. A lot of abilities already used, but Kyle TZ has his ultimate back. Will they defend? Will they hold?
Summoned force by Benny Cutie. They need to push back the minions. The base is about half health. Pandora and Kyle TZ holding out. Both immortalities popped. And ladies and gentlemen, the Phoenix soars higher in game 1.
Woo, and TNC will come out. You can hear the crowd behind us taking the first victory. Game 1 right now in this best-of-3 versus Team Falcons.
Yawi's Cho, man. Or Cho's Yawi. At this point, both are right. Kicks on point, finding Few at the right times. And I want special shout out to Zyda. He was on Super Marco assignment and he did it perfectly. 2-3 times with the ultimate, he was able to break the formation of Falcons, making them think twice about engaging in a comfortable spot, forcing them back, meaning TNC Pro Team had more space.
Yeah, and as we take a look at some of the highlights here from this game, of course, it was a hard-fought battle because it was a good back and forth, you know, for the majority of this game, where you would see, even for Team Falcons, have some great team fights. Kyle TZ gets picked off here, and a lot of this, like I said, if Yawi gets his hands on the Cho and he's able to get these pickoffs, they provide so much momentum for the way that these team fights break out, but also just the way that they decide to maneuver around these team fights is really imperative of how much improvement we've seen from TNC. I think that you can say up to this point now in Week 7, they've made definitely a lot of improvements, even when it comes to just being there together as a team and covering for each other here.
It's weird to say that in a lineup with Loyi and Granger, and even Gatot Kacha, Falcons just was not reaching their targets. They were outranged. I don't know why. It's like
weird.
It's like Yowie's legs on the choke were just much longer.
Yeah, he turned into Dawson for a moment there. With how much he could extend it. 1-3-11, and yeah, we saw it. The kicks to start things off, being able to find Few. And it feels like once we said that Few was becoming a big problem for the team fights, that's when Yowie just locked in and said, all right, I have one guy I'm going to be always looking for. It's going to be the Loyi. If an initiation can be started with me kicking the Gatakacha, sure, why not? But Loyi is public enemy number 1, while Zyda was like, all right, you got the Loyi, I'm getting either the Joy or the Granger.
Yeah, and a lot of the times, I mean, that was the early on when they were able to go ahead and pick off Kyle Teasy here. And it was just, again, a great usage of a hero that we've seen Yowie play time and time again. Again, he had that stat where even his time gone from the MPL Philippines, he was still, the highest win rate Cho player in the league.
Yep.
And you can see exactly why. And part of it, too, again, was the kind of difference here between the way that the gold laners had to play this. I feel like Super Marco, a lot of the times, was, you could really feel it. I mean, I guess I haven't seen it personally until now where it's like, dang, yeah, that nerf really did make a difference on the Granger. And maybe this is also a showcase for that classic matchup we're so used to seeing with the Granger and the Harith, where it's like, okay, maybe there is something better to go ahead and put in this lane against the Harith if it pops up.
To be fair, though, like Falcons, I feel like a lot of the times where they lost a fight is because they were just out-initiated in the beginning by TNC Pro Team. Yes, though, we do really have to acknowledge that, especially there was one Lord fight where so many members of TNC Pro Team were on the red, that if this was pre-patch Granger, he probably would have walked away with another maniac from that one. But because of that just a little bit lack of distance, that reach that they needed to secure those kills, Falcons also just lost that. I think they were also banking a lot on the late game post-team fight presence of a Granger that they just couldn't get.
It's Moskov. It's Moskov now, I think, that is the most in-demand gold laner that could step toe-to-toe with Harith, because in Harith's absolute dominance in a team fight, with all the shields and his mobility and his burst damage, you have the macro in Moskov that evens the odds. So I guess that's what Falcons was looking for, just couldn't get to it. I could see how this lineup could work. I can see how they could have won. It's just, TNC just had the better, easier to access answers before Falcons could, regroup and clap back.
Do we think, too, that, what effect here did the Thamus have? In this kind of the difficulty that we saw, where they were getting picked on, or they were getting out initiated, basically. Where does Thamus play a part in this for Team Falcons?
Yeah, well, clearly up against Cho, the Falcons' positioning and the tempo is a little bit slower in terms of the team fighting. However, I like the Toms because you actually got to see it do its job, which was hold the front line as long as possible. And there's only so much you can do. It's not like you're gonna turn the team fight around. He has the most damage taken, so he was able to do his job. Act like the front line, be the sponge, be the wall for the team, and just hope that the damage will come through. It's just unfortunate that the damage did not come through, especially in some key moments where they needed it to.
Yep, there was a team fight, I think, in the 13-14 minute mark, where in Flapteasy's job to #eat it TM, he couldn't because they weren't attacking him. He was literally like, Cotter Inferno, vengeance, come on up. Oh, no, nobody? All right, nobody?
Hit me. Yeah. You're not hitting me, why not? It's like, because that's what you want.
Yep.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. I feel like the debut picks we've seen today, which would now be, so it's the Thams, it's the Hellkurt. Haven't done too well, but I'm always up for those heroes coming out, and seeing if they are going to work in this ever-changing meta. Right now, too, our BPI rich guy is going to be Zyda here, 14,552 gold, total gold. 738 GPM. I feel like this is, one of those cases where we talk about Zyda quite a bit. He is one of the players that loves these kind of hyper farming, hyper scaling heroes like the Hayabusa here. Worked out really well because I was even asking in the draft, what would be the you know, right now. Is there other options that are not just the Hayabusa, or what is the best option versus the Joy? And that was a great answer to it, was that Hayabusa. And, you know, we've seen Zyda do this on a couple different assassins now.
So, new dynamics in gold, new dynamics in the jungle. Is it now Joy Haya and Moskov Harith?
Yeah, folks, it's 4 games in a row now where we have not seen Suyo at all. It seems like that's it. It's Joy Hayabusa now as a trade, and Harith Moskov, Harith Granger. It's revolving around those 3.
Yeah, and I think we're still going to see some of the changes, or some of the things also in the other lanes, like the mid lane. I'd love to see some of the other options there too. But real quick, we're going to have to go ahead and take a listen and a look at the ping test for our players here for this matchup.
Nakaba na ako, pre. Uy, nice try ha. Apat na nice try, kailangan ko marinig mamaya. Sarap maglaro, pre. Parang nakakabata. Kamagala, pinsan connection to. Kabila, parang parang tumangkad si Ogwin ah. Okay, alam mo yung connection natin. You, me, we're like this. We need to connect, alright? Attention to detail, alright, Mark? Attention to detail. Isipin, alam mo yung parang di ka ba? Isipin nyo, scream lang to na may audience.
Grabe ba? Magsasalita ka at magsasalita ka. Tol, labi tol. Invite tol. Wala pa nga eh. Wala pa nga ni. Eh, paano pa puputok yung mga gunbars mong dala? Eh, sa una pa lang, hindi ka kumasa! Woo!
All right. There we go. Again, that's our Smart Ping test, bringing you a low latency gaming with Smart's Sulit promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or at the Smart booth right outside our MPL venue.
And we're going to good look at the crowd out here. I think we're going to be doing a Smart Power pose as well. There it is. We've got Yaoi in his pose here. So we invite our fans out there in the MPL PH arena to go ahead and do the power pose.
It's the other hand, gentlemen. It's the other hand.
It's the other hand. Just put your game face on and make your Smart Power pose, sir. Other hand.
No, what is...
Come on, guys.
I think that's why the cameraman is constantly looking for other contestants.
Left hand.
I think this will have to do.
There we go. Okay, that's it. Let's ring the bell. No. Okay, his friend.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Ah, there you go.
You just give him a pair. You just give him your glasses.
I think he has. I think
that is locked in, by the way.
Teeth, brother. Teeth. Get some teeth in there. Yeah, we got a little bit of teeth. And glasses.
Yo, flip it. Oh, there we go. I like how he slowly turned his head.
You got the teeth. You see that? Yo, attention to detail, as Pandora said.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, there.
Close enough.
I love all the assists we're getting from their friends.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This guy's an actual member of the Phoenix Army, though.
Oh, it's the
Who is it?
The other guy is a Falcons fan.
Give it to both of them. I'm okay.
Smile. Do the smile. A little bit of teeth there.
Smile, bro.
There's a grin.
Okay. Who is it? Either or?
Oh.
All right.
Congratulations.
All right. They gave it to the Phoenix Army member.
Imagine they gave it to the Team Falcons member.
There's a lot of explaining to do.
Yeah, well, good job. Congratulations there for, again, winning the Smart Power pose. And you guys can always get a chance to go ahead and do that if you watch here live in the venue with us. You only have, what is it like? 5 days left to watch live for the regular season.
For regular season.
For regular season. So make sure you guys grab your tickets right now. Also, do you need some pro level speed? Make the smart switch and stay ahead of the game.
Get your smart eSIM today for only 99 pesos and experience ultra-fast 5G connectivity on any device. No SIM swapping needed.
Available now at smart stores nationwide or online. Find the Smart Online Store.
That felt personal.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what? Hey,
you guys want to know a little secret? Usually when we do these things, I think you could tell it's that guy.
You can still do it, though.
You can still do it. Go ahead.
No, I won't.
I want you to do it.
He doesn't like being patronized,
I
Joseph.
don't need to do it.
I want you.
It is officially not my job to be part of the spiel.
What if I asked you to?
Are you smart?
What if I told you to?
That doesn't work on me. That doesn't work on me.
Well, hey, you know what?
In public.
Okay, we'll keep it at that. This is the side selection right now for red side TNC. Going red side, 50% win rate right there. Just give them the head nod.
They're going on red.
They're going on red.
And it's their choice. They're going for the throat from red, the same spot they were in game 1.
I think it's like a hidden buff.
Coach Zemi and Coach DJ are just more comfortable there.
Yeah.
They like giving the, all right, you make the choice to do joy. Don't ban the
I was
high
gonna say, it makes sense. Like, we'll give up the joy.
Yep.
It doesn't matter.
We'll do it again.
We'll do it. We'll
go
do it
again.
Go again.
You know where that's from, right?
No.
Canada?
Okay. No, I thought you guys knew. I thought you would know of all people.
No, I know what it's a Canada thing.
Because we play the same game.
Oh.
And that's where the meme is from.
Okay.
Go again.
Right. Yeah.
Right into the draft for game 2. I'll show you later, Leo. It's okay. Yeah. You know, so you're not left out of here.
At least I got to do the spiel.
Yes.
That stung.
You didn't say the line. We let you say the line.
Well, you can say the line here for the draft.
Doesn't feel right.
He's going to be out of commission for a few seconds here. Let's check it out once more. Joy. I'd reckon Falcons is opening up for Joy once more. But what do they run it back?
I think they do, man. What is this? What was the last ban last time for this on the red side? For that first phase?
They left it. Kalia ban.
So they'll probably just ban out Kalia again.
Yeah. Joy. Wow, we already know. Joy rush meta because of Suyo just hurting against magic damage. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that one change like that would just absolutely shake up the draft?
It was huge, man.
I honestly thought everything would be okay, but no.
That was not Joy. Wow.
Oh, they rush. Is this a Pandora Prio?
That was not Joy.
Yeah.
Could be. We'll never know. Like that's the beauty of a Badang first pick.
Honestly, if they're gonna go Joy here, pair it up with a Gacha right away. Then save up the gold lane trade for later. Because if you're gonna go Joy, you don't need to pair it up with the Harith already. You already have the magic damage that you need.
But low-key, they kind of want the Harith. Because the Harith does well against the Badang. It's one of the few reasons why people draft Badang Harith. So, I get it.
So I wonder what the sleeve's open for TNC then to take. Because they have, because of the Harith, because of there's the Joy. They're going to have Joy on the red side.
Welcome to the jungle.
Okay, Granger, wow.
Oh. So
That's interesting.
It's too much to go Joy Harith.
Yeah.
It's too much magic damage.
They spread out the physicality. They do have the... I guess they also balance it out. They won't have all dive. They have dive and reach. So they have the range already locked in. Now it's a Hayabusa. It's really Joy Hayabusa now.
Yep.
And then they pick up a Hilda for...
Flap.
This
is the Mobile Masters meta right here.
Yeah.
Running it back.
But down rush. See how it's going to go. But it's a high loss this time around. So this might be a little bit of a slower paced game that we see. They take out the Harith. So in terms of the gold laner, it's going to be a little bit more close range.
Yeah, TNC's going to ban the Moskov here.
I wonder if Marco is going to consider a Clint. Because Clint has buffed up. And when it comes to like the deep pocket of Marco, Clint is as usual one of his go-to. Hey, you know what? Why not?
Yeah, it was him and Kelra who made Clint's work in the recent times here in MPL Philippines.
Yeah. Because I think if Falcons bans out a diving EXP laner so that they don't have a lot of options for instantly accessing the back line, or a roamer, just like a Cho, that would be good, then they should be locked in for a Clint option. Not to say that they'll fully lock it in, because you still have the possibility of just going carry, Moskov, well, never mind, it was already banned out by TNC, good call.
Yep.
Because of the adjustments to gold laners now, hell, even Nathan could be viable. Again, as long as they don't have that easy backline dive alongside the Joy. If it's just the Joy, then you could go for a little bit of a slower, not so mobile gold laner.
I wouldn't say Ixia.
Like an Ixia?
That's a little too much.
A little bit.
Franco ban.
Maybe Beatrix.
Maybe.
Safer.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we haven't seen the Beatrix yet, actually.
Hell, they can go Novatrix if they want to.
Oh.
Because they already have a good source of... they have crowd control from the Badar and the Hilda. The extra opened up hitbox is going to be make things easier for the Badang and Hilda, actually, to be able to hurt more, deal more damage. Even the Hayabusa to spread out.
Ooh, Selena.
We don't know where the Selena's going, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's either Roam or mid.
I would assume Lancia, like maybe Lancia though, right?
I think.
But Yaoi's played a Selena too.
He has, yeah.
I'm banking on. Oh wait, no. You know what? If we'll acknowledge like just the current meta trends lately, probably Lancia.
Yeah, most likely 70%, 80% Lancia.
Yeah. Because even at this point, as long as you don't have anything super tough against it, you could even go Kufra if you're Yaoi.
So then even for Team Falcons here.
They took out the Franco, strong kickoff. They could just go Jawhead, honestly.
Jaw's manned out, sir.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Ooh. No, Roamer? You're talking about Roamers?
Oh, yeah, they already have that too. Oh.
Oh, they go the Novaria. Novaria Clint.
It's not a Novatrix. It's half of each of what we asked for.
Come on, do the line, Renmar.
Nope. Not this one. Clint is 0%.
There's no, you're not even going to yeehaw?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Or maybe not ever. I don't know. The last sponsor readout, I feel like, has changed me.
You're a changed man.
Considerably for the.
It's a canon event, Joseph.
Oh man! Every time the Clint used to get picked up seasons ago, he'd be the first one to be like, "It's hard."
Not even a yeehaw, sir.
I don't even remember who I was back then.
Not even a yeehaw. Last pick for TNC.
Whoa! Ouch! Oh, this is tough.
I reckon this is a Roam Gwyn,
Yeah.
mid Selena, XP lane Hylos.
Their biggest enemy right now is Radiant Armor. That's a lot of magic damage, but it's also strong. Very annoying to deal with Selena and the Guinevere together. I could see a world wherein Falcons won't even be able to position. Like, it could just be a snowball by TNC because they just keep getting locked down, all that. But that's considering if the team fight goes good for them. Because again, there's the margin of error for this lineup of TNC is also quite big. While for Falcons, it's a little bit easier for them to make their lineup work. But if TNC hits their conditions right, then Falcons is going to struggle.
I love the respect that Few brought out to the amount of CC TNC have. Purify on a Novaria is key, especially against that Selena.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to have to definitely go ahead and do that. Also, I mean, still going to have to keep the eyes on Pandora here,
Welcome
too.
to Mobile
Legends. Go ahead
Legends.
and utilize this Badang pick in that roam now, too. So we jump into it. Game number 2 right now. It's match point for TNC. Will they be able to sweep one of their first top 4 teams, Team Falcons here?
Okay. Excited to see how this Clint is gonna build the emblems. It is, all right, Thrill, Weapons Master, and the Assassin emblem too. So yeah, that's actually really good for Clint right now because of the adjustments to him. His mid-game power spike is absolutely busted. Item prioritization is where I'm gonna be also looking at for Super Marco. By the way, Few able to steal away the Litho Wanderer with his Star Shatter.
Oh, forcing out a flicker from Yaoi. In comes Flap Teasy with the assist.
Yeah, and this is what Falcons are gonna need to ask from Flap Teasy more of, is they need to get the Hilda out and active in the center of the map more often.
Oh no.
Again, stolen by Few.
Gets caught out, no. Few is hitting all the cues, but Marco almost got murdered there.
Yeah. Good thing Marco was able to force that flicker out, because if I'm Few, it's like, come on, man, I already got the crap going for you, and you're going to die. But at least he was able to get away. But now without a flicker, so TNC Pro Team are making further rotation down bottom, and the Falcons need to help Marco out.
What were you saying about that? You need that flap to be out of the lane a little bit. Oh, no, hold on.
Marco? Oh, no! They're collapsing onto Marco! Oh. They almost marked the boy, and they do eventually. They trade up for Yaoi, though. And here comes the rest of them. Few gets that gold cart.
He's getting a whole lot here.
Yeah, getting a lot of money.
He's from down under, man.
He is hitting all the skill shots at the right time. But Falcons should be able to get this turtle, considering that TNC Pro Team spent a lot of time in the bottom lane, so it's going to be a trade. But you see Lancey still pressuring Super Marco in lane, who still has yet to get a flicker. Ooh. Falcons, I feel like they need to send some more bodies down bottom after this turtle.
Yeah, they're going to have to. So turtle secured, though, for Team Falcons. Super Marco will get the help he's looking for. Now they'll also just Couple more here, they'll have that level 4, but Flap
coming in. Got 3 on his tail. Glorious pathway here by Lord JM. Flap does flicker out of the way. Survives that ambush. In comes the rest of them. All right, Astral Echoes just used to check. 3 members spotted.
All right. You see TNC Pro Team, even though they are getting some wins, they're also respecting the hell out of the Astral Echo. Okay, Kyle TZ had to delay it a bit.
Oh! Pandora catches Lancey. How'd that happen?
Oh, well, he...
Not even with a flicker, what?
Yeah, that was just straight up fist break, fist crack, everything in between.
That was all natural.
Yeah.
And Lancey had flicker, right? Like, he just got caught?
Yeah, that was a natty pickoff by Pandora.
That was a natural pickoff.
No gear.
No gear needed. Just going for it, get a victory out of it, and build up a very minor lead right now. Nothing too crazy here. You can see that, though, in the mid lane, a lot of that little extra gold early on.
Oh, Yowie!
Oh, no.
And there's the Astral Echo, the answer back. They do fail to take down Marco eventually. Lancey does. And there's a full-on combo from Pandora. Flap DZ dropping down very low. Unable to finish the job. In comes Pandora once more. Another one. In comes Kyle DZ. Coming through. Doesn't commit the ult just yet. Shadow kill on the docket. Yowie just backs off Kyle DZ. He says, let's play the long game, gentlemen. Going for the steal here. Uses Retribution, though.
Yeah, he's going to go for this. We'll see if Zyda is actually able to pull it off. Turtle's coming up here in just a second, too.
Yeah.
So he's going to lose his buff. Wow, Team Falcons really extended team fight there in the mid lane.
Yeah, not a lot of extra magic power on this Novaria just yet, but he's already hurting. So imagine what it's going to feel like once the magic power items and the extra magic power starts coming in for this Novaria. Meanwhile, it's been tough for Super Marco. He has 2 kills, but yeah, he's getting checked really well by Lancey.
Astral Echo spots 2, zoning out Lord JM and Yowie. Another free turtle to Falcons.
Okay, turtle to secure it here for Team Falcons. Slow and steady for them as they're building into this game, so we'll have to see. That hurts.
That's 1,000 and a little bit of change.
He doesn't even have anything except the glowing wand, man.
Yeah, and when we saw it hurt earlier, he didn't have a full item, he just had components. So this Novaria, I think once the mid game hits, again, it's going to be devastating for the ability of TNC Pro Team to position well, because Few can just toss out Abyssal Arrows, Star Shatters, and be able to send TNC back.
Oh no, Lancey.
Lancey almost caught the business end of Kyle TZ's blade. Zyda with the free push here. And that's a dent that TNC put on the map the first turn of the game.
Yeah, Few actually got to delay the Lancey recall by just a bit because Lancey almost got hit by the Star Shatter.
Even forced a flicker.
Yeah, forced a flicker too, had to reposition. So now let's see if things will go better for Super Marco when the big team fight breaks out. Because so far, again, he's been getting checked very well by Yowie, who's committing spatial migration flickers so that he can actually land into Super Marco. So just when you think that his second skill is going to be short, his knock-up, he'll be able to connect it with a flicker. He's doing it like a Jeet Kune Do flicker combo, as if it was a Cho.
Yeah, I'm wondering too how, especially later on in the game, how that's going to play a part. This lineup that TNC brought to this game, they have so much crowd control available to them, but they also, you know, they can land arrows, they can go ahead and land those spatial migrations with Yowie here, and that should maybe make it a little bit easier now for the Granger, for Benny Cutie.
Oh, they do find one. And they pop him. Pandora didn't even get to respond. Change CC from TNC.
Yeah, I thought he'd be able to pop up something to stop and buy time, but I think he just decided to accept his fate there instead of forcing any abilities out of himself.
Again, that's what I was talking about. The amount of crowd control that this lineup gives TNC is going to be kind of hectic to deal with. This turtle's going to be for the fighting, though.
Looking for those free double shots. Super Marco misses the mark. TNC retreating. Final turtle goes over to the Phoenix Army.
If Few had a lightning truncheon, there's actually a chance he would have stolen that turtle away. Good thing Zyda was able to retribution it. But yeah, that Star Shatter hit, not the turtle, but whoever was in front of that turtle. So let's see if lightning truncheon is going to be the next item. So far with the item build, looks like it will be for Few.
He's going to be pumping out even more damage. So even though they lose that turtle there, again, I think it's just Team Falcons playing a little bit slower with this kind of lineup that they have. Yeah, and as you mentioned, especially with the Clint, man, you know, at some point in the game, he starts to really get that power spike. Here's the endless battle being picked up. So he's got the two big items already, Blade of Hefties and that endless battle. Oh, again, Yawi.
Catches one. It's Pandora once more. No, it's Flapteezy. Does go ahead and entertain Zyda.
Wow.
Flapteezy goes to the back line, threatening a kill on a Benny and Yawi. They're sent home. All the more for Falcons to go for this push. Lord JM catches a few beads. Marco catches an arrow himself. And look at the back line, the flicker and the punch. Zyda up against a rock in a hard place. Catches an arrow on the way out, but amazing synchronized attacks by Falcons.
Absolutely athletic. Again, flicker plus the combo with the fist break. Fist crack, excuse me. Yeah, no, fist break. For Pandora to be able to get that kill onto Zyda, and now this opens up the map even more for Falcons.
I remember in the Smart Ping test, Pandora did say, look at me, Marco, look at me. Attention to detail, you and me, we're like this. He said that.
He said it in English. And, you know, I was wondering how he would go ahead and play this Badang, especially in the roam. And yeah, I like that you mentioned it, Renmar. That was very athletic. That was an athletic flicker to be able to make it that play.
Oh, there's a
and
trunch.
So, again, they'll go ahead and set things up. That is the lightning trunch now locked in for few.
Oh, here comes the Falcons. A feint coming through. 5 members caught out. And look at the damage dropped in. And it looks like TNC are thinking twice. Lord JM dropping the glorious pathway, running through, getting punched in. Gets hit by the power of wildness. In comes Pandora and the shadow kill. Yawi bites it. That's a man down for TNC. Green light go for Falcons to take the Lord.
Yeah. 2 things happened there that was bad for TNC Pro Team. Number 1, the Abyssal Arrow of Lancy that it looked like it was going to hit a member of Falcons for them to initiate properly, actually hit the Golem. And of course, with Pandora able to clap back right away, able to get that fist break, fist crack combo in to stop the initiation of TNC Pro Team.
Another Astral Echo reveals every single member of TNC left on the map.
Man,
That's ruinous.
Yeah, it's providing so much vision to them that it seems like TNC doesn't really have much space to move around the map, their own side of the jungle.
Novaria also just recently got buffed. That's why we're seeing all these Astral Echoes come out wanton.
Yeah, faster cooldown on the ultimate, alongside the better scaling with magic power for the Star Shatter. And Few just looks like he's so happy right now. He is quite unreachable by TNC Pro Team. He can do everything that he needs to do as this Novaria and not risk himself. Now with the Lightning Trojan 2, again, the adjustment to that is that the resonate ability of it now is no longer limited to just bouncing to 3 targets. Now it can just bounce all over the place.
It's uncapped, right?
Like, it's uncapped.
Yeah, uncapped.
You get a resonance. You get a resonance.
Everyone gets a resonance.
Well, at that point, once again, the push is going to help them too. Just they don't have an answer to really get to Few. And as you pointed out in the beginning of the game, Renmar, the fact that he's also even got the Purify just makes it that much more difficult for TNC to actually deal with that. So it's better if they just focus on who can they get. Well, maybe the easier one's going to be Super Marco later on, if they can actually catch him.
Oh,
through the angle of Few.
Wow.
Catches 3, make that 2, and all lanes, holy defenses have been popped.
Yeah, that resonate change is so crazy. Once it hits, there's just a bunch of little 25s and 36s just keep popping up.
There's numbers everywhere.
That's a lightning truncheon change for you. It's little damage, but it's still damage at the end of the day.
Yeah, it still adds up. Again, Zyda's not going to see his buff. That's taken again from him. And you can see these decisions that Team Falcons are making across the map are starting to compound already. You're looking at almost a 7,000 lead for them and a whole lot of space advantage too. So we take a glimpse here at the itemization for TNC. How do they get back into this game? It seems like they're trying to do the same thing, play around Yawi, try to play around an arrow maybe, but nonetheless, it doesn't seem to be enough.
Yeah, there's a considerable lead between the Clint and the Granger, but the Granger does have the core items locked in. However, because of the lead of Falcons, you'll need a 4th one to really be dealing a good amount of damage up against Falcons. However, I think one of the biggest problems, not just the damage, is the front line sustainability of the Hylos and the Guinevere together. Guinevere is quite pick-offy. You could block something with the clone after using the spatial migration of the Guinevere, but that's it. Only has an anti-Karas, no full build magic defense item just yet.
Look at Yawi, goes for the conceal. What's he thinking? No. Pandora spots him. That undoes the work that Yawi got making ground.
Not only that, but even with the, again, the vision provided with this Novaria, You know, he was able to spot out the multiple members too from TNC. So that's why it's so difficult when you're sitting here watching TNC. It's so difficult for them to actually look for an opening. And that's also where just Novaria plays a big part in being a thorn in the side of TNC right now.
Yeah, after Athena's shield on the Hylos and the Guinevere, we're gonna need to start seeing some blade armors on the side of TNC Pro Team.
All right. Few repositioning, picking up that lantern. So, gentlemen, expect more numbers to pop up from out of nowhere. As a few engages. Yawi comes through, flickers, misses. Flapped easy, looking to recuperate and reposition. Ben Cutie spotted all the way to the back line. Punished by Pandora. Zaida killed a few. Look at Zaida. Finally, someone found Few. Pandora falls. Oh, the clap back from TNC is more than real. Marco and Kyle TZ left. Suddenly. Oh no, Lancey misses, walks away. The rest of Falcons can't clap back, it's just Marco left. That is ruinous. The Phoenix Army rises.
Zaida with the turnaround. Just when you thought TNC were out, the joy was left unchecked. They couldn't even get Benny, and Benny was the first heroes to receive the initial salvo from Pandora and Few. They only got Yawi, but TNC got everything else.
I can't believe Yawi actually made that happen. I mean, at first, like, yeah, he got caught, but... And then Team Falcons knowing, hey, we got a great lead. They forget to keep an eye on the back line, especially with a Joy across from them in the hands of Zaida.
There's nothing Few could have done to Zaida. The Purify would do nothing. Literally, he folds.
Yeah, that's the only time where he wishes he had a flicker in this game.
Well, still, they have some ground to cover here for TNC. The Lord is going to be making its way top side. They can play around this. They did diminish about 5,000 gold off the lead that Team Falcons had, but they're not out of the woods yet. They're going to have to deal with this. They're still working on some of these turrets. They're going to walk in, hopefully, with this Lord to get some more space to work with. That's a Divine Glaive now picked up, too, for Zaida. So if he does that again, if he's able to get to the back line, whether it's Few, whether it's Super Marco, he's going to be able to melt someone down. Oh, they got to watch out for these arrows, man.
Few caught.
Yawi.
Good 5-second one. Yawi comes through. Looking for the punish. Glorious Pathway by Lord J. Look at Kyle Easy. Goes in. Forces a Winter Crown. Shadow kill already. Oh, he does survive still. Kyle Teasy very low. Zaida almost caught him. Zaida might. Oh, Pandora displaces him. The answer back. The Shuriken.
He lives.
The shadows.
Yawi.
Kyle Teasy gets to go back. The Requiem by Yawi. Flap Teasy falls. Another kill served up to Benicudi. An arrow thrown out by Lancey. TNC are making the calls, taking heads.
Oh my goodness.
Taking shots, then making ground. It's red.
TNC now, for one of the first moments in literally, 8 minutes, has a very minor lead, or at least diminished the gold lead that Team Falcons held on to for so long in this game.
Lancey's Abyssal arrows have been clutch. One of the biggest reasons why TNC Pro Team won that engagement up top when Yawi started things off in an attempt to take down Few, who didn't even need to use the Purify. One thing happened that delayed Few using the Astral Echo. It was Lancey hitting a max range Abyssal arrow that stunned Few for a long time. That meant that the Astral Echo that Falcons needed in that engagement was delayed to a point where once Few was finally able to use it, Falcons was already on the run.
Again, you can see the Lord advantage here for TNC. They got a whole lot off of that. And that is enough to go ahead and bring them at least back in fighting form for the next Lord. I asked the question earlier on when they were down by thousands and thousands of gold, what do they need to do to get back into this game? Renmar pointed out that they were down itemization-wise as well, even between the gold laners, but now Benny Cutie's in a much better position, even the stacks-wise. And again, it's these Abyssal arrows that they really have to watch out for. Not only that, but constantly where is Yawi jumping up to get a setup, because sometime that might just be a feint in itself that Team Falcons has to watch out for. And if Pandora, for example, pulls the trigger on Yawi, they got to watch out for what's coming from the back angles here.
Flapped easy, catches an arrow. Lord JM playing Patsy as well. This is looking dangerous. Again, Yawi does have a flicker. Keep your eyes on him.
Yeah, Super Marco also can't get the team fighting flow that he wants. He wants a slow front to back, but there's so many jumps, dives, dashes that TNC Pro Team is showing that Super Marco can't land the combinations of damage over and over again. By the time he feels like, okay, I'm finally in position, it's high noon, everyone's already in other places anymore, and Super Marco keeps missing out on amazing deals.
And that's exactly what Falcons needs. They needed to hear that line. We needed to hear that line. They need to get the combo. Astral Echoes into double shots.
Yeah.
Astral Echoes into grenade bombardments. We haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, we haven't been able to. And part of it also is you have to keep in mind, too, that TNC, if they want to go for that back line, if that's Super Marco or a few, that's where also the Glorious Pathway really helps out. Keep an eye on Yawi.
Very light-esque maneuvers by Yawi. He found the back line.
He got spotted.
Kyle TZ catches him. Lord Jam with the Glorious Pathway.
Wow.
Kyle TZ gets picked off. And now the rest of Falcons are retreating. They're clapping back. Bang! Marco gets taken out. Immortality on Few popped off as well. His winner crown spent in. A winner crown on Lancy as well. 1 for 2. That's way too much effort put in by TNC, but they got what they wanted, 2 cores.
Lancy went in.
Lancy went in a little bit too deep, outplayed a little bit there at the end, but let's not take it away from Yawi. Yawi, what a play, but Falcons are still contesting this.
All right, Astral Echoes spots 4. Yawi coming in, Pandora catches a punch. Not enough here. Lord James drops a Glorious Pathway, looking to punish. Lord still standing. Benny Cutie takes out Pandora. Lord gonna follow up next. Few from the west here unable to find that flank.
Right now, TNC is rising even higher. Now with another Lord in their hands. Control on this part of the game, almost the 20-minute mark. And we'll be looking to march towards the base of Team Falcons, getting 1 step closer. This is that Lord that we were talking about, gentlemen. The 18+ minute mark. It's still at 100%, isn't it?
The writing is on the wall. TNC would rather not be a statistic, the first team to lose after getting an evolved Lord.
Yeah, with another conceal. Can he do it again? Another hero play. But with the Lord marching in, you don't need heroics. You just need good, fundamental MLBB. Target the heroes, whittle them one by one, and get the W. Can TNC get the W against Team Falcons?
Okay, Lord's gonna make its way a little bit of health on both these top and mid turrets as the wave will push in on the top. Lord takes out the turret. Mid lane's gonna be cleared out by Kyle.
And pick up on Zaida one-on-one. Astral Echoes exposing all of them, putting them down very low. The Glorious Pathway set in by Lord JM, forcing them back. Pops revitalized for good measure. How?
Wow.
Where did Falcons find that?
Well, Kyle TZ. Kyle freaking TZ, man. If you just need someone, anyone to do something for you, count on a phenom to turn things around. We saw a phenomenal play by Yawi. Now we saw a phenomenal play by Kyle TZ. And Falcons have pushed straight closer to the base of TNC Pro Team after just taking away the joy.
Oh no.
Astral Echo off an angle will allow TNC to just go so close to that inhibitor down bottom. And now Falcons find it.
Wow, I'm so surprised that one little catch from Kyle TZ was able to go ahead and basically just stop that. They've got time till this Lord is up. It's gonna be another team fight now. Full force on both ends, and you've got some more immortalities for both teams. Let's take a look at the items before this big Lord fight comes up.
Everyone's got stacks. They got all the items they need. Still not fully locked in yet for the 2 roamers, but immortality is already for both of them. Already up to an Oracle, actually, is Pandora. He had to delay his Oracle take. He actually went Thunderbelt, Athena's. Oracle was the 4th item, so this is the order that he decided to go in. And now we're gonna start seeing all the combos and the annoying plays. Can he do it one more time? Can Yawi, who found that play earlier that solidified a big TNC lead, can he find it one more time?
Oh, I think Few's gonna check.
Few's gonna check.
Throws one over and activates the magic sentry. Oh, Tristan Cabrera spotted. Forced to back out. Oh, Astral Echoes catches him. Here comes Slap TZ.
They want Yawi.
Looking for him. Puts out all of it. Trying to pop that. All right, does not get the ult off. Yawi conceals away.
Oh, he does, but he also loses the flicker, so he doesn't have that to help with the initiation. So that's crucial, though.
Yeah. Well, Falcons blitz it. Will they rush it, knowing that they have the man advantage? Or are they just gonna go for the blitz take?
They only have the man advantage for so long.
Zaida.
Yeah, we already part of the fight. Hazard Immortal, Talty back on. Flapped easy man-to-man defense against Lord JM. Zaida off to the side here. Still needs to pop his electrifying beats of that wave.
Oh, yeah.
He catches one. Kyle Easy comes through to the back line.
Wind of Nature.
Forcing a Wind of Nature on Benny Cutie, the glorious pathway, helping the rest of TNC relocate. Lancey very low, Flapped Easy wailing away at him. In comes Yowie.
Pandora!
Drops, Flapped Easy up. Lord JM gets taken out here. Flapped Easy gets a slash.
Oh, they couldn't even kill Flap. Flap had multiple bodies just focused on him, so they lose Lord JM. Now TNC has no choice but to go ahead and defend now.
The Phoenix Army has to repair this wave down bottom, and the rest of the Falcons stay here in the pit. Yowie pushed back and away by Flapped Easy. Benny Cutie staying in that bush. Arrow thrown out by Lancey. Lord secured by Falcons, and the fight pops Immortality on Flapped Easy. In comes the rest of him. Astral Echo Aurora with a hero ult. Catches two forces, a couple of winner crowns. Yowie still up. Marco in the crossfires. Yowie gets taken out. Marco double shot. Flicker forward. Looking for a fight here. Popping that Immortality on Zaida. Kyle Easy gets his pop. Down goes Zaida. Double kill for the Bullet. Triple kill for the Bulletproof. Benny Cutie left to defend.
Oh no, it just fell apart for TNC in that team fight there.
Marco finally got the fight that he wanted. Yeehaw! It's finally high noon.
Woo, there we go. That's what I was looking for. That Lord is a beefy one coming down the bottom lane. It's Lord JM and Benny Cutie as they have to deal with this push hit.
2 defending against 4, plus a Lord marching in. Lord JM gets caught by a shadow kill, and that's it. Falcons wailing away at the base. We're going to game 3. We're going to game 3.
Game 3 upon us once again in our second series of the day. Team Falcons will even out the series against TNC. It looks so close.
So good. It's just so good. There's so many claims, so many names you can toss out, but it's clear. It was turned around the moment Kyle TZ found Zaida when TNC Pro Team wanted to end the game. From there, it took so many steps, so many things, the other things that they had to do, because TNC Pro Team were at the top of the game in this game number 2, in this entire series. But in the end, it was Falcons able to turn it around. Pandora coming in clutch with a big hero ultimate, as Leo put it. The fist break, fist crack together, set up by Few, who finally hit a big Astral Echo, which meant that Super Marco finally could get the team fight that he wanted.
Man, it's this is such a good game. It was back and forth, and I really thought TNC would be able to actually end it in a sweep, and how great that would have been for their victory there. But they, like you mentioned, it was Kyle TZ, man.
It happened.
What happened? Oh, the percentage?
A team that secured the first Evolve Lord succumbed to defeat for the first time.
The first time.
We're not 100% anymore.
It's now or never.
And it was TNC Pro Team. The first team this season. That hurts.
Hey,
just like that.
I was like, look, they all left.
Nope.
Joke's on me.
They coordinated that. It was orchestrated.
But that's exactly how it was.
Yeah, he just showed up.
Just showed up when you least expected. It was 2 big shadow kills. The one that picked off Zaida when TNC wanted to end it, and the one that forced out the Wind of Nature from Benny Cutie there in the end. Because that meant when Super Marco decided to flicker forward and free hit damage whoever, he didn't have a Wind of Nature to protect himself from the Clint anymore.
Yeah, it was just, you know, Kyle TZ, that one pickoff to just change the course of that game too, the way that it would have gone. And there were so many moments on both sides like that, really, like throughout the course of that game. But again, nonetheless here, congratulations to them, to Kyle TZ and Team Falcons. 5-2-3 on the Hayabusa. This just seems to be such a really good answer right now currently in our jungle matchup versus the Joy. And I think a lot of this too, you gotta say, this Novaria ended up playing a huge part of this. I mean, every single one of the heroes that they drafted here. And it's funny because, like you mentioned, at some point, it was like Super Marco was finally like, yes, here's my moment, you know, towards the end of that game when he was actually able to go ahead and utilize all that time he spent farming up and getting these items on this Clint to pop off.
Boom. Here.
This was the moments, yeah.
Oh, Pandora, that was so good. After the Astral Echo 2, few able to Winter Crown. People were buying immortalities left and right, juggling items, and Marco was like, finally, thank you, I can get a team fight. And he got it. He walked away with a triple kill from this one and even got the big shutdown kill there at the end.
Yep. This is what makes Clint such a threat in the current metagame. He was buffed alongside Novaria, 2 heroes that Falcons drafted. He's a hero that doesn't care about ults. He literally doesn't even have an ult. It doesn't feel like an ult.
Yeah.
He can just keep fighting.
The dude tosses nades like Ja Morant celebrating right now. Actually, no, he is like the Ja Morant hero. He got the guns, he got the bombs, throwing it.
Boom.
And I felt the frustration of Super Marco finally just getting released there in the end. He was like, oh, he has no wind of nature. You guys got nothing. You guys are trapped under the Astral Echo 2. I have that bigger hitbox. Just decides to flicker forward.
Yeah,
even though it could have been so risky, right?
Yeah.
It could have, even like Super Marco could have died there. But the fact that he realized, you know what? Nah, I'm not bulletproof anymore. I just want to get the kills here.
Yeah.
That's because that was such a defining team fight.
Yep. He was more of a, let me introduce you to my little friend. That was him.
He showed us, man.
All calculations, all finesse went out the door. Like, we just want to win.
Yeah.
6-3 and 5 on that for Marco, and even I think in the early game, you know, like you mentioned, early game for Flap to be on that hill to be pretty proactive. He tanked up so many things too, and actually, if you think about it, the amount of vision that Flap plus Few were able to provide for Pandora to find those fist break combos were what also really helped them out. So. Again, this is a lineup that's just really good with providing vision and then those opportunities where you're actually able to capitalize on that vision. And it worked out great against TNC. I mean, TNC had the right game plan too. I liked the draft that they had. And they got really creative with some of the ways that they were initiating. Unfortunately for them, it just came down to some of those big team fights where the timing wasn't in their favor anymore with the lineup they had.
Look at Flap. I just want to give a big salute to him. He has a 132 KDA, but he took almost 235,000 damage in this game. He was the roamer. It wasn't the Badang. He was the one standing in front. He was the sandbag getting the info. The best wingman, well deserved there for Pandora because he acknowledged that his role here is similar to a Gacha. Wherein I'm going to go for the late entry ultimate.
He's trying to gotcha.
Yeah, and he gotcha.
He got him.
He got him. You can call him Ash Gotcha. Put that in the Hall of Fame of one-liners. You're welcome.
You got the yeehaw in, and now you're just unhinged.
Yeah.
There's no middle ground.
I am me again.
You are. Hey, maybe later you'll have a part of the spiel. And if not, I'll just go toss it to you anyway, man.
I don't take handouts.
All right. Well, the BPI rich guy, I wish I could get a handout from him because Kyle Teasy was loaded here at 18,775 gold, 773 GPM, and was able to just go ahead and farm out of his mind here.
This just shows how back and forth and how difficult this game was for both teams. Because if you're the rich guy, as a jungler, as the MVP at that, and your GPM was just 773, not even 800, that means the rest of the 9 other players were having it difficult.
Yeah. It was a very tough game for both of these two teams, and I guess you also see here one of the best changes that they ever made to Hayabusa, that you can still just toss your shadow kill, even though it's not just like one target, and there's a good chance you're going to deal enough damage to the one you would want to deal damage to the most. So I think we're seeing here really just, Suyo, sorry, you're not my friend anymore. It's really about Hayabusa and Joy now.
There's got to be something else, though, too. I feel like, you know...
we haven't seen Joy ban.
Yeah, we haven't seen
Joy ban. What if it's Joy ban? Maybe we'll see the blue-haired boy come out again.
Like, ban the Joy, because just as much as we saw Suyo, we saw Joy. So, like, we need... I feel like part of me, personal wish list, I already said that about Suyo. We also need that to happen with Joy. Like,
yeah, because Suyo is newer.
Yeah, there's got to be a change there, right? But before we go to Game 3 and talk more about that, we do have an all-access segment for you guys, so we're going to go ahead and throw it over to our host to see what they have to say.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Kita nyo naman ang Team Falcons. Falcons, ano yung sinisigaw nyo kanina? Walang at wala pa talagang uwian as of this moment because we're gonna be going to a game number 3. Pero bago natin simulan ang matchup na yan, rekta muna tayo sa naging 7-year history nitong si Pandora, who is actually making his debut para sa araw na ito. Pandora discovered MLBB in 2017 before MPL PH started yung kanyang pinakaunang season in 2018. Mula nun, he has been joining different amateur tournaments until he found a team in under K10 and SVM in 2021. Fun fact about it as well is that kakampi na niya nung nakaraan pa ang kanyang pinsan na si Ogwen na ngayon ay nagdidiwang din ng kanyang kaarawan. Happy birthday, Ogwen. Hope you're definitely doing okay over there. And with that being said, going back to the man of the moment, Pandora debuted in MPL PH in Season 9 under Bren Esports. Mula nun, he has proven himself to be more than just a sixth man, kundi siya rin ang umaalalay at humahalili sa kanyang team to be able to be a form of support para sa kanyang kupunan. Ngayon, being an MPL champion, a world champion as well, Pandora is gonna be playing his first game at naipamalas naman niya kung ano ba ang lakas ng Pinas and what everybody has been missing on him. Kaya naman Pandora is definitely ready for this game number 3 kontra sa TNC Pro Team. But I just wanna go for a vibe check. Buhay pa ba ang Phoenix Army? They're definitely on it. Falcons Nest, magpapatalo ba tayo dyan? I am sure that the MPL arena is alive and well. Kaya naman, casters, balik sa inyo.
Thank you so much, Hans. It seems like there's a lot of boo-hi still out there.
Yep.
How about you guys?
I'm pretty boo-hi.
Oh my god.
What do you?
I don't know, because of the accent, my brain didn't process it.
What accent?
No,
I said
no.
boo-hi.
His dance. His dance.
You guys are never gonna let that go, huh?
Where the hell that came from?
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. Sorry.
I'd be part of you. I'd be part of your dance. Sorry,
My
dance.
dance. If you're a wrestling fan, I think my broken Matt Hardy's coming out.
Well,
yes.
Well, you know what? We're down to our last game of the night, and I'll tell you what. I want to know what side selection these teams are making, and it's Team Falcons going to the blue side.
Ah, same thing.
So it's going to be the same thing. What's with that, man?
Let's go to Dreb.
If you actually think about it now, think about back in the draft. Their first pick was the Badang.
Yeah.
And it ended up being such a good, good quality pick for Pandora.
Yeah, it worked out for them. I think they were also thinking at the back of their heads about the Novaria pairing it up well with it also.
Yeah.
So I like how, because of this new patch, we've also finally gotten rid of the, okay, if I can pick, I'm picking blue. Now teams are more willing to just, you know what, I'll pick red. You know what, no, it's fine, I'll pick blue. It's like, there's a lot more varied options in terms of draft priority. There are a lot of things still getting tried out. The meta, the creativity is getting expanded. So thank you for this patch, and thank you for taking away the magic defense of Suyo's Immortal form.
No!
Now they need to take care of something else.
I want to see Suyo, dude.
No. How can you miss Suyo? You saw him for 6 months.
See ya, Suyo.
He's good. You don't want to see Sasuke Uchiha?
He doesn't even want to see his own daughter and wife. He leaves Konoha a lot of times.
This is
spoilers?
Boruto. This is Boruto, by the way.
Let's not spoil our viewers out there.
Sorry about that.
Let's not spoil a 10-year-old anime.
Yeah.
You know how some people are like that, though? Like, the movie's been out for, like, 15 years. Spoilers! Yeah, we don't.
You know what's been out 15 years?
What?
Inception.
Inception?
Yep.
How's it been 15 years?
Directed by Christopher Nolan. Check it. It's been now 15 years, sir.
I still think it was all a dream.
Look at that, by the way. They banned out the Hayabusa.
Yeah, that's not a dream.
They're going to open up the Joy again.
Yeah. Oh, now. Oh. But then the link's going to be open.
So, all right.
Good response.
Okay.
Oh, so we might get the Suyo finally.
Good response.
Open up a dunk. Open up a dunk.
Yeah. I feel like, yeah, Badang Rush I wouldn't mind.
Oh,
okay.
my.
All right, Kalia,
Kalia.
because Kalia is usually red 3. Okay.
Okay, so what does this mean? Is this the Harith? Oh, wow. Wow.
He's back.
All right.
Dad Fred debut pick.
Okay.
You are not going to Suyo against a Fred, man.
No, not at all. But here's the thing. From a hero that was dominant for 6 months, you're celebrating the return of a hero that was dominant for 2 years?
It's been a while.
Hey, sometimes, you know...
What, time heals all wounds? Is that what this is?
Yeah.
Do you just not want to play Fred in the jungle? That's why you're so
No, dude, I was comfortable with Fred. I just don't want to go back to when all you do is Fred, Akai, Karina.
Yeah, that's true.
Because that was me, man. I'm a recovering utility jungle user.
now
there we like.
Lucas Valentina.
Wait, why the Valentina so early now? Now my gears are grinding.
Yeah.
Why the early Valentina? What is this?
Because this is a very good position for you to draft like a lot of backline, something that can damage the Fred before he can even get close to you. Whoa. Huh, they're still respecting the possibility of Franco going into the roam for Pandora.
After seeing the Kalia, no?
Yeah, and they're still thinking they could flex the Kalia EXP.
I don't think I've ever seen Pandora in pro play with Franco. Where's that coming from?
Maybe it's just it runs in the blood, man.
Yeah, I think this... Okay, I may sort of be meaning this as a joke, but what if TNC are thinking about it as like, they're cousins. If Ogwin can play Franco,
so can Pandora.
So can Pandora.
But even then, you know, Ogwin is like, Franco is like 10th hero or something.
Yeah. I like this 1-1 ban though, because with the front to back up playstyle playing around the Fred, the 1-1 could have been devastating for TNC Pro Team. Plus, they don't have the artillery mage. If they were up against a 1-1, they'd have to force the Matilda to use the circling eagle to reach the 1-1 to force it to use the tiger space. So, sorry, needles and flowers, so that it doesn't get crowd control. So that's a good ban. I think Falcons still does have room for either a carry or, hell, even a Beatrix with the Kalea would be a great pairing for Super Marco and Pandora.
Mind you, we don't know where this Lucas is going. Not just yet, not for sure.
I'm leaning it towards going to the jungle, only because recent numbers and games have shown that it is a much better jungler than it is an EXP laner today.
And it's good against the Fredrin. Like, it can chunk out the Fredrin.
I think TNC Pro Team would want to consider, okay, Crazy, and it will give a good ultimate to Valentina. But if you could pick up a Barrett's EXP to pair up with the Matilda, something that they already showed earlier this season, actually.
Okay, well, the Beatrix does come through. I know you guys mentioned this was picking up quite a bit during SPS. Last one? Oh, okay. Last one's going to be the Badang again.
If it's not a Barrett's, here's something crazy. They could go Benedetta. It gives them the mobility, the backline access that they need. Unless TNC Pro Team really would just want to hammer on slow front to back. But it's none of that. They go for the R-Lot.
Old school Lord JM pick right there.
Yep.
That's him.
This is his pick. No wins yet so far this season. We saw it in week 6.
Was it once?
Yeah, it was Luis, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
As far back as his days in MPL ID, he's been playing R-Lot. Even before that.
Yeah, but it's R-Lot and Fred back again together.
So two debut picks. Because the Fred was a debut pick.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and our debut picks today have not won. Am I thinking correctly? They won. Helker didn't win.
Yep.
Thomas didn't win.
Thomas didn't win.
Oh no, are you saying, Joseph? Are you saying?
I'm saying it's been some bad juju on this Freaky Friday.
Another stat for TNC? Because they were the first team ever in the season to lose an Evolved Lord.
Let's hope not. They got 3 Purifies, though. They're covering the ground with the Purifies.
True.
Now, we'll find out here. Again, it's the battle of these birds. It's Team Falcons versus TNC Pro Team. Wow, I'm thinking about Pro Team, man.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
The Phoenix. Hey, it's been a long day. All right. But I'm here for Game 3, and so are you guys. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn and see who's going to win this series, Team Falcons or TNC Pro Team.
Okay, so orange start for the Fredrin, but they needed to send the R-Lot to help leash. Oh no, excuse me, not the R-Lot, the Matilda, so that they could clear it relatively quicker.
Okay, so what makes Fredrin now, like, so hold on, real quick. Milestone achieved? for the Filipino Cannon. After last game's win, FLCN now has 200 games won throughout his MPL PH career. Congratulations.
Yep. After debuting in Season 5.
Yeah. So what makes this Fredrin so good now, man?
Well, yeah, the main thing about Fredrin is that he clears jungle fast again. Because after the nerf of him before, it was like, hey, why is Fredrin kind of slow now? I want to get rid of him.
That's his first skill, yeah.
Yep, increased early game jungling speed, and they also reduced the late game skill downtime for the ultimate.
So better scaling cooldown.
Yeah.
Late game is just much faster.
Yeah, from his first skill only dealing 50% extra damage against creeps, now it deals 100% extra damage when he lands the first skill.
Okay, so again, the speed part of that equation too. Even with the Lucas jungle, where you guys were mentioning this earlier on in the day. Hold on. Wow.
A lot of damage on the flap right now. Kyle Teasy coming from the back. Does have Unleash the Beast. Goes in for the flash combo and a point-blank shotgun blast. Few takes down Lord JM. A lot of damage coming in from that Appraiser's Wrath. But still, Falcons alive. Pandora takes out Lancy. 3 for none for the Falcons.
Wow. That's a nightmare start for Falcons because Kyle Teasy was just watching it unfold. It's like, oh, cool. You guys all overcommitted and you're low. Perfect. I haven't even used my ultimate just yet. And he entered at the perfect time.
And that's what I was like, before that, I saw that start to happen in motion. I was like, you know, this Lucas in the jungle is going to be devastating, but then you get early damage like that. Now Few holding on to that final slash. The fight for this turtle, though, who's going to be able to get it?
Ooh, great taunt coming in from Zaida. And they delay the turtle just enough for Kyle Teasy to come in, but he does not have enough energy. Will not be able to use Unleash the Beast. And TNC barrel away. I think Falcons accepted their fate. That's a turtle over to the Phoenix Army.
Don't you miss this? Where even if you win the initial engagement against a lineup that has a Fredrin can literally just brute force his way to fighting the first turtle. Paired up with the Matilda, the Arlott as well. They had a good spread of damage and sustainability to say, you know what? Okay, fine. We gave up a lot there in that first skirmish down bottom. It's okay. We can still brute force our way to this turtle. That was a great call by TNC Pro Team and great execution as well.
Yeah, you can see again, that is one of the strengths of that Fredrin. So also on top of that, utilizing the mobility that you get with this Matilda here. So Super Marco very early rushed Sea Halberd.
Oh, Kyle Teasy gets caught out here. The flicker, looking for the Tsunami Slam. Yaoi does Purify. Oh, all right, a battle spell for battle spell.
Quite expensive though, you get the Purify much quicker. Lord Jam!
With a flicker coming through. Oh no, he just goes in raw. Hits that final slash, pays the price is Pandora. Now Flap Teasy flickers all the way back. Lord Jam with a Vengeance dash on the Few, and they're chasing Kyle. Oh, he's a cornered beast. Can they finish the job? Kyle Teasy gets away with it. The flicker by Lord JM, dashing through one. Kyle Teasy sidestep in, and he gets away.
You know, I guess when you have a Matilda, you can do things like that.
Yeah. Circle Eagle by Yaoi, and moved over. Excuse me, I think Zaida said that was mine.
You have nothing. You have nothing left, Lord JM.
The Appraiser's Wrath was that was it too short?
Looks like it. But wow, watching Matilda, Fred, Arlott, all back together again, just wreaking havoc and taking Falcons out of their comfort zone. Again, despite Falcons starting off this game 3-0, now it's TNC Pro Team still controlling the aggression. Falcons leading in the gold. They haven't lost a big presence in the map. Yeah. Still very even, but I think this next team fight, TNC Pro Team can just do it again. Brute force it.
And Yaoi, the expert wingman, now sitting at 10th in all-time MPL PH, just surpassing Aqua there. So, again, congratulations to Yaoi there. And now, second turtle of the game is up. We'll see if they can do it again here for TNC.
Circle Eagle starting up. Yaoi pops up Pandora. And now, the transformation. Unleash the Beast. Kyle Teasy will. No, Zaida still secures the turtle. Yaoi gets hit into a wall, has a shield. Oh, stolen. Circling Eagle. Yaoi falls. Or JM backing off. Where's the damage coming through? Oh, the final slash displays him, but Flap Teasy dashes through, finds that raw punch, takes down Lord JM.
One thing I really like that Pandora did there is that he actually committed his Tsunami Slam onto Lord JM, who was in what used to be the backline of Falcons. So the fact that the Arlott didn't join TNC Pro Team for the dive that Kyle Teasy and the others did closer to the purple buff meant that TNC Pro Team was lacking a very important presence in their team fighting, which is why Falcons, despite losing the turtle, ended up walking away with more kills.
Yeah, and with that, okay, Flap's gonna stop Lancey from going back a little bit longer. Still looking for some of these tier 1 turrets on both ends. And of course, with Super Marco, he'll have to go ahead and build up. Oh,
Flap TZ is in trouble. Flickers through, gets hit with a vengeance flicker.
That was
and
clean.
ultimate final slash. Lord JM is a man on a mission.
I feel like he's so happy to get back into his old comfort. On point with his flicker final slashes. Still anyone's game here though, as we're going for a cross map trade. Benny!
Here comes Pandora coming through, drops a Salmon Force, but it's too little too late. A Tsunami Slam to just make sure that Benny falls, does get purified, but a trade for that turret.
Diversion. Marco doesn't know.
In comes Zaida and Lancey, gets caught out. Pandora to the rescue. Marco out. In comes Yaoi as well. Kyle Teasy catches him. Unleash the Beast. Looking for that flash combo. Finds one. Displaces Zaida. Circle Eagle stolen away by Few coming through. And, cancels out. The final flash. Lancey with a blast. And the punch fist crack, serving up a kill.
Lord
to
JM
Super
again.
Marco. Lord JM. Misses that final slash. Puts up against the wall. And the blast. Not enough damage. Here comes the rest of TNC. Salmon forced by Super Marco. Lord JM falls finally, but Falcons have bled too much.
What a battle we have for game 3. 7 minutes in, and it is just non-stop action. Meanwhile, Zaida will just go get that turtle, doing what Fred does. He's going to get spotted out. Might not be able to actually secure it himself. He's going to have to wait for the rest of the team to come for this one.
Stopped in his tracks by Few and Pandora. In comes Kyle. Pandora getting blasted here. Tsunami Slam. Kyle Teasy secures that turtle. Zaida still fighting. Zaida has that Appraiser's Wrath, but not enough to take down Pandora. In goes Pandora. Dashing out. Lancey gets to take him out. Take out for Benny Cutie. Where did that damage come from? Yaoi gets blasted. Lancey 2-3 for 1. The trade. Falcons take the purple away.
Wow, I'm running out of breath just watching them. All the execution, they're not fighting for nothing. All the fights happening are around objectives, are around defending towers or taking them, stealing buffs, or being able to secure it for yourself. Falcons and TNC Pro Team are just very fundamental right now, despite all of the action that they're showing up.
I'll tell you what this is, Renmar. It's a street fight between doctor and graduates.
Doctor graduates.
They're so cerebral about their fights. They know, oh my God, Pandora walks into a brush, dashes out of there, keeps his flicker intact. Any other hero from Falcons would have gotten blasted there, taken down quickly.
Yeah.
This is MLBB for the streets with a PhD.
Feels like it at this point. And as that, Team Falcons has themselves now a good lead. Few's going to hold on to his own final slash. Still got 40 seconds away from this Lord to come up here. TNC will go ahead and look to go ahead and try to hold on to some of these tier 2 turrets if they can. They do hold on to the bottom. Mid and the top were being pressured up here. But that's the thing too. Super Marco, you know, he rushed that Sea Halberd. He's now got some pretty good, respectable damage. We're going to take a look at this already. He went that Malefic gun. So he's got the range now, and he's working, towards the BOD next.
Yeah, Malefic Gun Rush is the one I love. The attack speed rush matrix that I like, because at this point, yeah, he's mainly going for Nibiru. Wait, diversion.
Where they going? Off angle. That's 3 members and 4. Make that 4. Pandora spots him. Circling Eagle here. Already. Lancey gets blasted by Kyle Teasy's Beast. Salmon Force dropped in, but it's too late. Super Marco takes him down. Lord James with the flicker out.
Bang!
And Kyle Teasy finds him chopping his head off. Biting it, eating it for dinner. Zaida the only one left. And the Lord has spawned too. TNC left us scrambling.
A visceral team fight by the rawest pure athletes in the league. TNC's gambit did not work, and they got punished with 4 heads to none. They lose the Lord as well. And now Falcons are on the way to a big balloon. As we look at the instant replay, Pandora started things off, but with Kyle Teasy and Flap Teasy coming in from behind, there was no way TNC Pro Team was gonna win that team fight.
Bravo, Magnifico. Pandora isolated the one member of TNC that needed to be in the fight.
Yeah, it was so good. Such a great setup and a response, too, because, you know, that is not where TNC wants to fight. And, I mean, you think about it, they get collapsed down on and then sandwiched in to that team fight. So, phenomenal fighting from Team Falcons. And this Lucas, like you guys mentioned earlier on, within the jungle is just so devastating. You're seeing this too. You know, when they force those team fights. TNC doesn't have that much room to move or even disengage from. Yeah. So now they got to deal with this Lord pushing in. They've got this shield here still up. Fuse going to hold on to his own final slash. The shield will pop. They got to deal with the Lord.
You got to watch out for Few, because now you have 3 setter options for Falcons. I don't think he's going to let go of that for a final slash. He's going to stick with it. Once he gets that flicker up on him as well, Falcons can honestly force and commit the play surrounding Few and Pandora in the final slash and flicker combo.
And it's getting so much easier. Oh, Pandora finds one, hits it on Lord, and they all get hit. Underneath, 7-4's dropped in. Yami gets popped. Traded for Pandora. Coyote finds Benny, and it's just Zyda left. This could be the end angle. Coyote bind down on the Zyda, and they get wiped out. Team Falcons soar higher and get a victory over TNC.
Oh man, you can see the excitement from Team Falcons off that Wombo combo play, and they are happy about that victory.
Pandora in his debut this season. The EXP laner turned roam, the cousin of the master, helped secure the series win against Yaoi and TNC.
You know what? This is the sheer definition of a deep roster. Your 6-man has been sitting there watching and waiting behind the scenes, and you let him play against a team like TNC, hot on fire in Season 15, and he wins?
And he makes plays. How many plays did Pandora make too in this series?
This is why I'm a Falcons guy.
Hey.
All of them. He made all of them.
He made all of them.
I mean, my prediction was for TNC.
You know what?
It looked like it was going that way, but Falcons, my God, Pandora, wow.
I'm a Pandora guy. Hugo was way back as in Season 9. And I've been
You've been saying
up.
that.
I've been glazing up.
I've been here. I've been here on the glaze. I would go into Pandora's box.
You can't close it now.
You can't close it now, Renmar.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
2 birds, 1 stone, son.
2 birds, 1 stone, baby.
Yeah, I mean, okay, at the end, look at the Valentina. You're like 2 heroes in 1. So 2 birds, 1 stone. It worked out.
See, it works for anything.
Yeah.
If someone asks me a question in an interview, like, I'm just going to say 2 birds, 1 stone.
Yeah. He did that. What did he do? 1 dash, final slash, 2 birds, 1 stone.
Sounds about right. So I can't wait to hear from our winners over on stage. Let's go ahead and throw her on stage with the hosts and the winners.
Completing the reverse sweep, it's your winners, Team Falcons! Gentlemen, congratulations. What a way para sa debut ni Pandora. Ayun na.
Ang daming fans. Nagwawala yung mga fans.
Lang. Sige, unahin na nga muna natin si Pandora. Pandora, kamusta? Parang iba-ibang ihip ng hangin ngayon kasi nakilala ka namin bilang isang XP laner. Ano bang naging desisyon at paano ka napunta sa room? Bakit kayo nagtatawanan?
Wow! Parang si Flap TZ ata nag-decide na siya yung multi-role.
Sabi niya rin kanina, ano mo meron tayo dito? Actually, ito na yung pagkakataon mo rin na magpakitang gilas because you guys are already in the playoffs. May mga na-miss out ba sila? Ano ba yung na-miss mo sa paglalaro? Kasi madalas nakikita ka namin dun sa player waiting area eh. Ano yung mga na-miss mo ngayon na naglalaro ka na?
Siguro yung yung chance ng crowd pag naglalaro ka. Tapos yung atmosphere na parang nakafocus ka lang sa laro mismo. Ayun, yun yung pinaka-na-miss ko.
And speaking of crowd, parang may buff kasi siya dito. Ayan.
Ayan, andyan ang iyong mommy, okay? And bali-balita ako na nagpunta talaga siya dito. Hindi siya nakakamintes para sumuporta sa'yo. Anong mensahe mo para sa kanya?
Ayun, salamat mama sa pupunta at sa sa girlfriend ko. Salamat po sa inyo. Ayun, at sobrang saya niya, sobrang supportive talaga ni mama kahit simula pa lang ng MPL ng ML career ko si mama doon na agad.
And it's been so iconic, di ba? How heartwarming na nanalo siya na nandito ang kanyang mother. Speaking of which, meron ka pang isang kamag-anak na nawawala. Binibilang ko eh.
Oo nga.
Binibilang ko, nawawala si Ogwen. Nasaan ba si Ogwen?
Nasaan ba si Ogwen?
Personal issues lang, guys. Ay, personal
Ba't naman personal issues?
May personal reasons lang po
Reasons lang, walang issue.
Okay.
Ito kasi yung pinsan eh.
Ano?
May personal reasons lang si Ogwin ngayon. Di ba? Confidential po. Kaya yun lang.
Oo, kahit nakita natin na nag-post siya sa social media.
Siya na birthday niya today. So, Ogwen, kung nanonood ka man, batiin naman natin siya lahat, guys, kahit wala siya dito ng isang happy birthday, Ogwen. In 1, 2, 3, Happy birthday, Ogwen! Ayan, kung meron kayong mensahe sa kanya, ituring na natin na birthday niya to. Di ba? Kahit wala yung celebrant dito. Anong message niyo para sa kanya?
Sabi ko sa'yo, Jin, ipapanalo ko to para masaya birthday mo.
Wow! Ang gandang birthday gift niyan, ha?
Birthday gift?
Ikaw naman.
May birthday gift si Kyle.
Ito na yung birthday gift namin para sa kanya.
Marco, anong message mo kay Ogwen?
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Daddy! We got this for you, baby.
Ikaw, View, ano naman ang birthday wish mo para sa kanya?
Happy birthday sa'yo, Dad. Libre mo na kami.
Ayan!
Ito ang hinihintay kong magsalita.
Ayan!
Ito ang hinihintay kong magsalita. The National Team Head Coach, Coach Trevor. Congratulations, Coach Trevor. Sa wakas, na-interview ka na rin namin kasi palagi mong iniiwasan yung mic. Ano bang pakiramdam na ngayon ay together with your boys ay nailaban nyo yung, yung national team qualifiers and now you're gonna be representing the Philippines?
Sobrang saya namin kasi na-reverse sweep pa namin yung TLPH. Kasi parang nung game 2, parang ramdam namin kaya pa namin talaga i-reverse sweep yung yung TLPH.
Sobrang naging busy nyo, Coach, no? Doon sa 2-week break, parang kayo yung team na walang pahinga. Ano ba yung mga natutunan nyo na nadala nyo dito sa competition?
Sobrang laki talaga ng tournament namin nung last tournament namin. Kasi sobrang laki ng kuha namin na mga strategy sa nakalaban namin team, like yung RRQ. Doon namin nakuha yung Franco tsaka Louie.
And Coach, just one more question. Parang napapadalas yung mga laban nyo na umaabot ng buong series. Nabanggit mo, umabot ng 5 games yung qualifiers nyo. Ngayon, reverse sweep na naman to. Ano bang dapat naming asahan sa Team Falcons heading forward into the next weeks?
Tingin ko puso lang tsaka never say die lang talaga.
Wow!
Yun
Gusto
talaga.
ko yung mga mensahe ni Coach, ha? Yan talaga yung hinihintay natin from
Yung
him.
para talaga. Kailangan daw magbitaw siya ng kahit ano. Kasi bira lang siyang mahawak ng mic. And speaking of which, wait lang meron din kasing magbo-birthday. At gusto niyang magpa-picture sa isa sa inyo, specifically kay Flap TZ. Nakita ko kasi siya kanina. Halika naman dito. Si Baby Boy. Palakpakan naman natin siya, guys. There yan, ipakita mo naman yung banner mo.
Wow.
Idol Flap TZ, birthday ko po bukas. Pa-picture naman po, please.
Okay.
That's so nice.
Flap, anong message mo sa kanya?
Wait, ayan, tama.
Kung nag-ML ka man, huwag mo itigil yung pag-ML mo at mag-aral ka ng mabuti. Pagsabayin mo.
Anong pangalan mo?
Ray po.
Ano naman, bakit idol mo si Flap TZ?
Magaling po siya.
Magaling siya. Okay. Wala bang flex ng muscles dyan? Gayahin mo yung pose ni Idol Flap. Gayahin mo. 1, 2, 3, go! Yeah! There we finally have it. Makakasama mo ang iyong paboritong player and of course, your winners, Team Falcons! You may now take your walk of victory. And with that, you may now take your bow. Really showing muscle, heart, and strength. Naipakita nila na sa panalo nila ngayon, nabigyan nila ng happy birthday talaga ang kanilang kakampi na si Ogwen.
Nadala nila ang lakas na meron sila from the 2-week break that we had, Hans. At talaga namang sobrang saya din ng mga fans ng Team Falcons.
Maraming pag-uusapan sigurado ang ating mga casters tungkol sa naging laban na ito. Kaya naman casters, balik sa inyo.
Thanks so much, Hans and Odin. And of course, congratulations again to Team Falcons. And happy birthday to our little guest there on stage. And also happy birthday to Ogwin out there. That's what we got to hear on stage while They said personal reasons, not personal issues.
I think it's just a choice of words.
Yeah,
Personal.
It's so funny. He said it was a confidential personal issue. Turns out it's just his birthday.
It's just his birthday. Everybody saw his post, and
He just needed the day off.
Yeah.
You know, I think he's a hardworking father, by the way, Ogwin, and it's great to see again the kind of this version of Team Falcons where it doesn't look like anything's too crazy, switching up because that is our MVP Pandora here. I know he made his cousin proud.
Yeah.
1-3-8 on the Kalea.
Oh, he made me proud.
He made me proud.
What?
He made all of us proud.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I've been a Pandora guy since 2022, his debut. And here as a roamer, oh my God, he made Tita Vanessa and Nina proud.
And you know what I really like about this performance by Pandora? It wasn't the setup plays, it was the item build. He went for fleeting time, but then he went for chop suey. Because he went for the belt, just to give him the HP, and then the robe just to get his magic defense in. He didn't full build another item other than the fleeting time. It was just a fleeting time that he went chop suey. Components, well, mid-tier components
That's
for
why
his item
it
build.
seemed like he had a Toonami slam every single fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was so good. I know we're gonna get a glimpse of it in just a bit when we get to that, and that's why they were so excited when they had that game-winning moment. The wombo combo that they had. Again, we knew it was coming too because
that one.
Yeah, well, this has happened many times, and it happens at the end of the game too. Well, this was an amazing team fight as well.
This was the fight that set up for the Free Lord.
Yep. This is it. This is he goes, finds the right targets. They just collapse in, and they just pop off from there, man. This is such a good usage of, again, the Kalea and having, it was funny because, again, having a Final Slash on your side because you have the Valentina for few really allowed them to set things up into having that Beatrix. I mean, think about Super Marco, too. He just had a hell of a time just firing off the backside.
Yeah, it was easy time for him. He had so many divers and setup options that it's going to be hard to miss if you're Super Marco. You will almost always get someone there. Well, for TNC Pro Team, we did get to see the strength of their lineup in the early game pre-Lucas power spike. Once Lucas started to get his items rolling in, though, especially after the Hunter Strike and even the War Axe, it seems like TNC Pro Team slipped on getting the check on Kyle Teasy. That they got used to the thought of like, early game we can brute force it, it's just a Lucas. But with Lucas with items, even all the sustainability that TNC had, they had to respect it. Because if you're gonna spend so much time diving, that leaves Lancey open. That leaves Benny QT open, which Kyle Teasy made the most out of with his entries.
And Lancey and Benny did not have a good game.
Yep.
Like as early as like 7-8 minutes, there were free kills on these two cores. And you're not gonna have that. Not with the way TNC has built their lineup. And the Purifies on both of them, yeah, sure, it's going to save you from Pandora, but not from Kyle, not from Super Marco.
Yeah, all the dives, all the card controls you have to deal with. And to add to that, it seems like TNC Pro Team, after, again, they just couldn't reset and recalibrate from the early game aggression. Definitely, if they changed up their targeting a little bit and respected the Unleash the Beast of Kyle Teasy a little bit more, then it would have been more difficult for Falcons to climb into it. But since also, when Few started getting the final slash, it was just an overload of, oh my god, why are there so many crowd control abilities that it seems like we've already used a Purify? How come we're still getting hit by it? Because Falcons were also spacing out the usages of their crowd control abilities.
So, and it still was the case. Another debut pick. And TNC doesn't get the win, and you know, I mentioned it in the draft. I was like, oh no. And but for this game again, our BPI rich guy is going to be Super Marco. He had an 86
He was
GPM.
unopposed this whole game.
Yeah, he was.
You mentioned how the Malefic gun was such a key pickup. Yeah. I had eyes on the Halberd.
The Sea Halberd.
That's it. As soon as you got the Halberd, the Matilda, and the Harith were like, all right, you know what? I don't want to mess with that.
Yeah, that's why I was like, wow. See, I don't play Beatrix, so I'm just like, I was surprised that, yeah, because of the way he built it, like that was his first item. He just went for the Sea Halberd. That's the first thing he locked in. He was ready to go off that.
If I'm not mistaken, the likes of Kelra and Toy from Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters used to do that a lot. Like, they would pick a Beatrix and then put a Halberd first.
Yeah, attack speed Baya now. You don't want to get that to BOD or the Hunter Strike. You want attack speed.
Just go for the rush and let the team help you shine from there, and that's what we got to see. But also, we're going to go ahead and hear a mic check from Team Falcons as they got this victory. Let's have a listen to this one.
Mati. Tara, Fred. Ay, lahat walang buhay. Wala, di kaya. Verify ko. Nice one. Siya ko sa talong ko. Sino pa malat? Hil ko sa ulo ko. Dito sila ha. Ingat ka. Saan na, harita. Walang pinipay yan. Nice one. Alap. Kaya? Kaya. Gusto. Tinaya naman.
They saw that excitement at the end too, when Pandora and all them jumped up, and Super Marco. That might be one of the rare times that I actually see him smile with teeth.
He smiled?
He smiled looking up at them with teeth.
Whoa.
Yeah, like they were having a good time. Also, big shout out to our community member here, Marvin Butalid. Ang ganda ng laban, parang championship. This match was like a championship.
Yeah.
Marvin,
Great match.
I fully agree with you.
Yeah, literally translated, he said it was a beautiful fight.
It was a beautiful fight. It was almost like a championship.
Yeah.
And we knew that was going to be a fire matchup, and it exactly was that. So again, hope you guys enjoyed that one. Now, this leads us to some thoughts here. Are you guys ready for the playoffs? Because you can be part of the experience live this coming May 28th to June 1st. You can buy your tickets now at ph-mpl.com/tickets to ensure your playoff seats.
We also have giveaways.
Yes.
You can show your support for your favorite teams by finding the post in the official social media pages of MPL Philippines. Then comment why you're excited for the playoffs.
And you have to do this. Just tag 3 friends in your comment, then share the post. The best entry has a chance of winning an in-game code. Entries will be accepted only until May 5. So comment away. Don't miss out on this amazing deal. Yeehaw, it's high noon.
Okay, so all you gotta do is tag your 3 friends. I would tag myself, Leo, and Redmar. That's 3 of us. And I'd make a post. And I don't think we'd win, but that's what you gotta do.
have to tag someone else.
No, I am 3. I am 1, 2, 3.
Ah.
Oh no, we don't. Yeah, you're right. You gotta tag 3 friends.
That's right.
Yeah.
See, I never tag people.
Yeah, me too.
So you gotta fix that if you want tickets.
That's true.
Or work, like we will. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we'd love to see you guys here for the playoffs. Again, we cannot wait to see exactly who that last team, by the way, is going to be going towards the playoffs, because we still have 1 spot left open. We're going to be yes. What is that?
What?
Just one team.
Just one team.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I thought you were ready to lock in there.
Oh, no. Sorry.
I'm thinking these 3 teams down here, right? Omega,
Yep.
Twisted Minds, AP Brand. I bet they watch this Falcons TNC match like, oh.
Yeah.
That's what we're up against, potentially. And that's a level that they're going to have to reach. Again, because Twisted Minds dropped the series, we won't find out until next week, man.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Because their matches are going to be like up against each other also, plus against some of the top 4 teams.
Dang.
This victory, too, by Falcons allow for them to still be in the running for top seed.
For top seed, yep. Yeah. And that's the thing, too, like for Smart Omega, Twisted Minds, like, I think their matchup, even that we got to see earlier today, showed some promising things on both ends, and it makes me wonder exactly who is going to be the ones to lock in the last spot, because at this point, I actually can't say which of those bottom 3 teams will be locking in the last spot. Now, for our Fansik Laban also, we have this going on. This is the official Infinix MPL tournament phone Fansik Laban. It's a tournament that the fan bases of the MPL teams get to compete in. And this has changed through the course also of our regular season. We got the Mines there at the top. They are doing quite good at 10-2. You got the Bees, the Cabrangay, the Phoenix Army, the Auroras, the Cavalry, Green Falcons, and Sonics. It's almost, in a way, it's flip-flopped a little bit here for the fans of the teams.
Top 4 are bottom 4.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
And they also have a playoffs eventually once they get there. So keep fighting on. It's great to see the fans there, of course, have fun as well. And join us. Gentlemen, any last thoughts here for our day as we round out day number 1 of week 7?
I am excited to see how the rest of the week unfolds. Again, new patch, possibly new debut picks. The return of Suyo, please.
No. That's done.
Yeah, I feel like it might be just over for Suyo just because of Joy, Hayabusa, even Fredrin's getting picked up more. Lucas,
poor Fredrin, by the way. Poor Fredrin.
Yeah, it's been a while since he came
Poor guy.
back, but at least we know it's not like an instant win. Although the early game of Fredrin is still scary, especially paired up with the Matilda. So we watch out for that. Again, I like this patch. Instantly, we see the effect. Teams, the banning, the picking, the priorities, the order of the draft has changed considerably. Still quite easy to call, but it's cool.
It is cool. I agree with that one, Renmar, and I hope you guys got to have fun and joining us today for day one. We'll be back here for day two. Again, it's us, the Wee Bear Bros, me, Leo, and Renmar. Let's throw it over the stage to close out today.
Now, I definitely have to say that Week 7 is off to a hot start. It really is now or never, di ba, Odin?
Absolutely! With the Mega Timers back noong match 1 and the final slot is still up for grabs, sigurado kong mas mag-iinit ang Land of Dawn.
Kaya naman para sa natitira nating 3 teams na naghahabol pa rin para sa final playoff spot, mukhang kailangan na nilang ipamalas ang kanilang pinakamalakas na jutsu in order to make that happen.
And my question is, malalaman na kaya natin yan bukas? We're yet to find that out because tomorrow is Super Fan Saturday.
Kaya para sa lahat ng ating mga magtotropa, tara na sa MPL Arena because you don't want to miss out on any of the fun, especially on that race for the final playoff spot. Muli, ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin. Sabay-sabay muli nating tunghayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas! Kita-its bukas!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in Esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa PIN, yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP Racing may reset up. Tagatang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Sumatawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko